Chapter 3767. Second Brother. Mo Yindi was very excited. He never thought that he would be able to reunite with his own younger brother in his lifetime. Even though he was the head of a clan, he couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. If there weren't so many people here, he would have hugged his brother and cried tears of joy. How many years has it been? Why didn't you go home? Mo Yindi said in a low voice, blaming his brother. However, when he saw his brother, he couldn't help but want to reminisce with him. The feeling of blood being thicker than water made him excited. School of Vertical and Horizontals Zhuge Langya pays his respect to old ancestor Zhuge Jin. The people of the School of Vertical and Horizontal knelt on the ground and looked at Zhuge Jin with reverence. Zhuge Jin's expression was cold as he looked at Zhuge Langya and the other juniors of the Zhuge clan. His voice was extremely solemn. All of you, step back. Following Zhuge Jin's shout, everyone felt as if they were sitting on a bed of needles. They never thought that Zhuge Jin's temper would be so bad and unreasonable. Big brother, it's not good to stay here. You guys should leave first. If you can feel Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's teachings, you can stay here and listen. If you can't feel it, you should leave quickly. We are listening to Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's teachings. I can't chat with you for too long. Mo Yinchi said in a low voice, which made Mo Yindi very surprised. There were hundreds of experts sitting here and most of them were half-step Emperor Realm experts. There were even a few Emperor Realm experts. Mo Yindi was an Emperor Realm expert at this moment. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's teachings? Why can't I hear it? Mo Yindi was slightly shocked. Kong Zhangyun, Zhuang Qixing and the others who were not far from him were also puzzled. They also couldn't feel Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's teachings. Second brother, you have reached the Emperor realm. Mo Yindi took a deep breath and said sternly. When he first entered the purple bamboo forest, he was only at the peak divine Emperor realm. Mo Yindi didn't expect that he had already broken through to the Emperor realm at this moment. That's right. It's because of Avalokitesvara's teachings that I was able to break through to the Emperor realm. Big brother, you guys should leave quickly. If you can't understand Avalokitesvara's teachings, it only means that your comprehension isn't good enough. Mo Yinchi's words left Mo Yindi speechless. He forced a smile, but he really didn't sense Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's teachings. Silence! Zhuang Su shouted. Countless people held their breaths. As one of the top figures amongst the 100 experts, no one dared to question Zhuang Su's voice. The dignity of an emperor expert could not be violated. Furthermore, as Mo Yinchi had said, Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was currently preaching, so he naturally could not be disturbed. All right. Mo Yindi didn't dare to continue speaking. Perhaps it was really because his comprehension was not good enough that they couldn't feel the teachings of Bodhisattva. In the end, Mo Yindi, Zhuang Qixing, and Kong Zhangyun brought their people and slowly retreated. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Nothing else mattered. Zhuang Su, Mo Yinchi, Zhuge Jin, and Kong Yun had all reached the Emperor realm. They really couldn't be underestimated. In the face of absolute strength, Mo Yindi and the others could only retreat, not daring to act rashly. It seems that I finally know why none of them are willing to leave this place. It's because they can listen to Bodhisattva's teachings. Their strength is improving day by day. Who would be willing to leave and give up the opportunity to become a peerless expert? If it was me, I would also not leave. Kong Zhangfei said with a serious face. His words received the approval of everyone. No matter what, they had already found the reason. However, these hundreds of people paled in comparison to the number of people that had disappeared in the purple bamboo forest. After all, the weak were prey to the strong, and it was natural selection. It was understandable that some people had died in this place. I wonder if we will have the chance to stay here and listen to Bodhisattva's teachings. Zhuge Liangye silently looked at the Lotus Tao platform in the distance. He was very happy. He hated himself for not coming here earlier. Now that there were already several Emperor Realm experts, it could be seen how profound Bodhisattva's teachings were. They were completely immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. It's not too late to mend the pen after the sheep are lost. It's a great fortune for us to come here today. Ha ha ha. Zhuang Qixing laughed heartily. He felt very comforted in his heart. He had already prepared everything. Although he was a member of the Taoist school, different paths led to the same destination. If he could listen to the teachings of Avalokitesvara, he would very likely become a true Emperor Realm expert, a supreme existence that countless people chased after. However, even Zhuge Jin, Mo Yunqi, and the others didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. Even though they were Emperor Realm experts, they still silently sensed the nature of Tao, the legend of heavenly Tao reincarnation. Avalokitesvara was the most powerful bodhisattva in the Buddha world. Even the Gautama Buddha in the past admired Avalokitesvara, saying that he was unparalleled in the world. We need to guard our hearts with a pious heart. Whether or not we can listen to the teachings of Bodhisattva Amitabha will depend on our own comprehension. Mo Yunqi took a deep breath, held his breath, and closed his eyes to rest. He began to feel the changes in heaven and earth. Whether they could listen to the preaching of Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara would depend on their abilities and luck. Everyone focused their attention on the so-called Lotus Tao platform. In the end, they gradually closed their eyes, sensing the changes in the world. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Between dusk and sunset, the sun set in the west, sinking into the other side of the sea. At this moment, the curtain of night quietly descended. At this moment, in the bamboo forest, gusts of cold wind blew, whistling past. Even the Lotus Tao platform gradually withered. The white lotus turned into a withered branch, its leaves fell, and it withered completely. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. The sky was clear and the surrounding thunder gradually resounded. The entire sky above the void became incomparably quiet. Jiangqin. Mo Yunqi suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, filled with dense killing intent. He was like a completely different person compared to him in the daytime. Not only Mo Yunqi, Zhuang Su, Zhuge Jin, Kong Yun and the others, the many Emperor Realm experts, as well as the hundreds of half-step Emperor Realm experts behind them, all opened their eyes in an instant. An endless haze that shrouded the void gradually began to wreak havoc. Chapter 3768. How could this be? Why did the weather suddenly change? It's so gloomy, why is it like this? Isn't this place supposed to be peaceful? Why did it become so gloomy all of a sudden? Rumbling thunder and gusts of cold wind. It seems like the purple bamboo forest is not a good place. Holy shit. Look, those people are all standing up and charging towards us. No one knew who shouted, but Mo Yunqi and the others immediately became serious. What's going on? Yunqi. Mo Yunqi immediately thought of his second brother, Mo Yunqi. It was at this moment that Mo Yunqi had already closed in on them. The blood-red color in his eyes made Mo Yunqi feel that something was wrong. Watch out! Following his shout, the entire sky turned scarlet, like a huge net that covered the sky and enveloped them. Hundreds of experts, led by several Emperor Realm experts, charged towards Mo Yunqi and the others. Their killing intent soared to the sky. Although Mo Yunqi was already prepared, because he had already sensed that the bloodshot light in his brother's eyes was not simple, he was still battered by his brother at this moment. After all, the might of an Emperor Realm expert was unparalleled. Kong Yun of the Confucian school, Zhuang Su of the Taoist school, Mo Yunqi of the Mahist school, Zhuge Jin of the school of vertical and horizontal, and He of the military school all soared into the sky with unstoppable momentum. The experts of the 10 great clans were also suffocating, because these people were too strong, so strong that they could not fight against them. Retreat! Run! Kong Chongyun shouted angrily, his face pale. In the blink of an eye, the 3 peaked divine emperor experts of the Kong clan were torn to pieces, blood dripping from their bodies. It was an extremely tragic scene. How could this be? How could this be? How could this be? Some of them were so scared that their faces turned deathly pale. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. During the day, everything was peaceful and tranquil. However, at this moment, a black wind started to blow. The experts in the entire purple bamboo forest turned pale. They only knew how to kill. The difference in strength between the experts of the 10 families and the experts of the purple bamboo forest was huge. Although there were half-step Emperor Realm experts among them, under the leadership of Kong Yun and the others, the experts of the purple bamboo forest had no way of dealing with them. They could only flee in panic. Some of them were even killed in the process of fleeing. The scene was so chaotic and tragic that even Mo Yindi was in a panic. Who would have thought that they, who had been so peaceful in the daytime, would be like wearing the masks of killers at this time, killing innocents indiscriminately and creating a mess? In the purple bamboo forest, it rained continuously and thunder rumbled. The surrounding sky seemed like it was going to collapse completely. The scene was too tragic. In a blink of an eye, a third of the experts were killed by Mo Yunchi and the others. Although the scene was washed with blood, it still formed a river of blood. The scene was so tragic that people could not bear to look at it. However, Mo Yundi and the others were still in a daze. Old ancestor, don't kill me, don't kill me. Yunchi, what are you doing? How did you become like this? Old ancestor, I don't want to die. More and more people started to cry. Even though they were divine emperor experts, they were not gods. They also had their own senses. Fear, life and death were very important in their eyes. Because, how could it be easy for them to reach their current level of cultivation? It was undeniable that no one could reach their current level without putting in any effort. Their strength was outstanding and they stood at the peak of their family. However, they were so vulnerable in front of a true emperor expert. Kong Zhangfei, Mo Yindi, and the others retreated one after another. The number of casualties was also increasing. The situation was completely out of their control. Even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't. Apart from the endless purple bamboo forest, they couldn't find any borders. This place was like an unparalleled maze. It was impossible to find the real exit, and it was difficult to find the entrance. Damn it, we've been tricked. Those people might not even be our relatives. Mo Yindi roared angrily. His every move was ruthless and powerful, but he was still suppressed by several Emperor Realm experts to the point where he could not even lift his head. In front of Emperor Realm experts, an empty Emperor Realm expert did not have the slightest ability to fight back. At this moment, Mo Yindi and the others were filled with despair. Jiang Qin, where was Jiang Qin? Even if he was here, he might not be able to turn the situation around, right? Those were several Emperor experts. They were invincible and they could not compete with them at all. The storm and thunder roared. Murderous intent in the rainy night. In the dark night, a scarlet curtain of rain rose to the sky. Buddha's radiance. Rays of golden light surged out. A golden figure struck out. Light and shadow filled the air. Divine light shone brightly and Buddha's aura lingered in the air. More than 10 half-step emperor experts were forced to retreat. Dressed in coarse hemp clothes, his face was as cold as frost. It was none other than the invincible tyrant. His current strength had reached the half-step emperor realm. He was no different from Jiang Qin. With a single palm strike, he forced more than 10 half-step emperor experts back. His strength was shocking. Heavenly Luo divine voice. A loud roar followed closely behind Tyrant. A terrifying shockwave knocked down dozens of half-step Emperor realm experts. Compared to Tyrant, this person's strength had already reached the Emperor realm. Even Avalokitesvara is no match for me. How big of a storm do you two think you can stir up? Ha ha ha. Kong Yun roared. The wind from his palm was like thunder, stirring up turbulent waves. The curtain of rain was cut off and the wind stopped. The green-robed young man acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He formed a seal with both hands and blocked Kong Yun's attack. Both of them were sent flying back with gloomy expressions. As long as I'm alive, the purple bamboo forest will be under my protection. No one will be able to behave atrociously in this pure land. The green-robed young man stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were cold as he looked at Kong Yun and the others. So what if you're an emperor expert? I, your father, want to have a taste of what an emperor expert can do. Tyrant sneered. He did not put Kong Yun in his eyes at all. The eyes of Mo Yundi and the others lit up. They took a deep breath. They did not expect that they would have reinforcements in the purple bamboo forest. Although they did not know these two people, they were enemies of Kong Yun and the others. It seemed like they could be saved. I should have killed the two of you long ago. But you're so good at running away. If I let you escape today, I might not be able to stay here anymore. Chapter 3769. Tyrant's expression was solemn. When he first came to the purple bamboo forest, he had already seen this scene. He finally knew the reason why the green-robed man had summoned him here. It was to slay the demons and restore the purple bamboo forest. As the last pure land in Nantung, or even the entire divine world, it was now shrouded by endless demon qi. To them, this was simply a humiliation. Although Avalokitesvara was no longer around, they could not lower their heads. They swore to protect this pure land with their lives. From the moment Tyrant entered this place, he had already disregarded life and death. This was because he knew that this was the last pure land of the divine world, and he absolutely could not allow it to be tarnished. Otherwise, the entire divine world would be plunged into darkness. This wasn't just a place of faith, it was also a belief that existed in one's heart. Let's see how strong you are. This isn't a place that you should have come to. The green-robed man said in a deep voice. He pointed at Mo Yunchi and the others, his battle intent surging. Reckless fellas. When Avalokitesvara was still around, I wasn't afraid, let alone you little shrimps. Ha ha ha. Kong Yun laughed heartily. He was extremely arrogant and overbearing. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Tyrant said with a smile. Since he had thrown himself into this place, he had no complaints. Even if he died, he would never regret it. The purple bamboo forest was a place that filled him with memories. However, Tyrant couldn't remember where he had seen it before. However, as a Buddhist, Tyrant admired the might and dignity of Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. Therefore, he vowed to protect this place with his life. This was a kind of faith, one that would never change even in death. Reckless fellas. In that case, I'll let the two of you go to hell. Zhuge Jin sneered, and the 5 great Emperor realm experts attacked in an instant, closing in on Tyrant and Monk. The scene instantly became extremely explosive. Mo Yundi, Kong Zhangyun and the others also felt a lot more relaxed. They started to fight back crazily. They are completely under someone's control. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Although they are still alive, their souls are long dead. Mo Yundi wielded his divine weapon, exuding killing intent, as though he was going to kill his family in the name of righteousness. Because they already had no other choice. If they lost, they would very likely lose everything, and the 100 schools of philosophers would cease to exist. Without the 10 great clans, the entire Nantung divine prefecture would be like a plate of loose sand, and chaos would erupt everywhere. Zhuge Langjie, Zhuang Yunxing and the others also felt Mo Yundi's words. At this time, no one could stay out of it. If they wanted to leave this place and defeat them, they could only fight back. This was their last hope. At the same time, the two top experts joined the fray. The attack of Tyrant and the green-robed man gave Mo Yundi and the others a glimmer of hope. How could they remain indifferent when these two people were attacking with their lives on the line? As the 10 great clans fought back, the assassins led by Kong Yun also became hesitant. After all, the strength of the green-robed man and Tyrant had almost completely blocked the 5 Emperor Realm experts. Although their situation was worrying, they had bought enough time and opportunities for Mo Yundi and the others. Tyrant was fighting 1 against 2. Moreover, he was only in the half-step Emperor Realm. Facing 2 Emperor Realm experts, he was obviously exhausted. Under the joint attack of Kong Yun and Zhuge Jin, Tyrant was forced to retreat. Fortunately, he was able to stabilize the situation and didn't die immediately. Facing 2 Emperor Realm experts, this battle was the most difficult one for Tyrant. On the other side, the green-robed man couldn't afford to lose either. Although he was already an Emperor Realm expert, facing the pursuit of Mo Yunqi and the others, he had no other choice. Heavenly Luo Divine Voice. The green-robed man's hand seals were like rainbows as he struck out. However, the 3 Emperor Realm experts weren't weak either. As the geniuses of the 100 schools of philosophers, even if their minds were controlled, their battle prowess was still unstoppable. Brush for the toil. Kong Yun held the autumn hair brush tightly in one hand and swept it across the sky, sealing the void. The green-robed man couldn't move an inch and was forced to retreat with every move. 3,000 Dao techniques. Zhuang Su struck out with his palm. His dharma was boundless and his dharma was like the sky, causing the green-robed man to be in an even more miserable state. His face turned green and his back was drenched in sweat. Eat my halberd. The military ancestor held the divine halberd in his hand and slashed across the sky. The green-robed man's face turned cold and he almost fell from the void. Every attack of an Emperor Realm expert was filled with the dharma of the heavens and earth. Their chi was long and their might was unstoppable. The green-robed man's expression turned ugly when the 3 experts attacked together. If this continues, we won't be able to last more than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Tyrant gritted his teeth. He had never been in such a dangerous situation before. The 2 Emperor Realm experts were suppressing him to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. Especially in the middle of the night, where the wind and rain intertwined and lightning flashed, they became even more ferocious. Between him and the green-robed man, there was no way for him to block the hot-bloodedness of Kong Yun and the others. During the day, they could still remain calm under the influence of the boundless Buddhist aura in the purple bamboo forest. However, once night fell and the wind and rain intertwined, the terrifying being would completely devour Kong Yun and the others' minds. Their souls would be completely under his control, turning them into the most powerful puppets. Tyrant's anger rose, but his situation was becoming more and more worrying. 10,000 Buddhas paying tribute. Tyrant's hand seals covered the sky. With his full strength, he finally managed to gain a firm foothold. Kong Yun and Zhuge Jin seemed to be advancing by retreating. They weren't in a hurry to achieve success. Instead, they were gradually disintegrating their strength. Only by doing so could they split them up step by step and obtain the final victory. Tyrant's Buddha seal reached the sky and his golden body was unparalleled under the heavens. Even the green-robed man beside him was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Tyrant to have such great power. It was truly shocking. This was definitely the strongest genius of the Buddhist sect he had ever seen. If I came early, would there still be room for you to display your strength? Ha ha ha. The 2 of them looked at each other and laughed, causing the Reverend Wood's spirit to be slightly startled. He didn't expect him to be such good brothers with Jiang Qin. It was truly unimaginable. When Tyrant saw Yan Qinyu lying in the crystal coffin, he was a little disappointed. However, it seemed that Yan Qinyu wasn't completely dead. Otherwise, Jiang Qin would have long been disheartened. Is little Yu alright? Tyrant knew that little Yu was Jiang Chen's everything, Jiang Chen's everything. If anything were to happen to little Yu, Jiang Chen would definitely go crazy, but he didn't act like that right now. As long as we can wake her up, nothing else will be a problem. Jiang Chen said confidently. He believed that such a day would come. Do your best. Tyrant smiled and nodded heavily. The encouragement from his brother also comforted Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen's appearance instantly stabilized the situation, and with a single heavenly crushing seal, the three emperor experts had no choice but to take it seriously. Jiang Chen, it's Jiang Chen's brother. He's here. Mo Yundi was incomparably excited. The entire Mo family was also quite shocked. After all, Jiang Chen's appearance was unparalleled, and he had directly forced three Emperor Realm experts back. Everyone was shocked and speechless. Wasn't this too terrifying? A half-step Emperor Realm expert struck out a seal, and it was actually on par with three Emperor Realm experts. The people of the 10 major families were also incomparably shocked. Originally, they already knew that Jiang Qin was valiant, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. Such abnormal strength was simply outrageous. A half-step Emperor Realm expert facing three Emperor Realm experts head-on, and his face didn't even blush, nor was he out of breath, and his expression didn't change. Who could compete with him? At this moment, the people of legalism felt like they had a new lease of life. If they had fought to the death with Jiang Qin, then they might have died without a burial place. Now that they knew that Jiang Qin was magnanimous and didn't care about them, Fa Yuan and the others couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. Kong Zhangyun, Zhuang Qixing, and the others were very envious that Mo Yundi was able to become friends with a top expert like Jiang Qin. This time, if they could escape with their lives, all their hopes were gathered on Jiang Qin alone. Jiang Qin was like a giant that they couldn't resist. Their strength was obviously similar, but in the end, even 10 of them couldn't compare to one Jiang Qin. Tyrant was full of confidence in Jiang Qin. This guy seemed to be stronger than him, and he wondered if he would be left behind by Jiang Qin again. Although Tyrant was unwilling to admit defeat, there was nothing he could do about it. However, he was happy to see Jiang Chen's formidable strength. Ha! You dare to be my enemy. It seems that you are really surprising. Little fellow, you've really piqued my curiosity. Kong Yun said as he looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. It doesn't matter whether I'm curious or not. If you know what's good for you, then scram. If you don't, then I can only ask you to scram. Jiang Chen stood with his arms folded, his chest crossed, and his arrogance soared to the sky. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've met someone who dares to speak like you. Do you know who you're talking to? Didn't the God of Thunder tell you? Kong Yun said with a cold and arrogant smile, as if he was mocking Jiang Chen. Chapter 3771. Who exactly are you? Jiang Chen asked in a low voice. God of Thunder, I did not blame you for choosing to leave me, but if you still dare to challenge me now, don't blame me for not reminding you. In this world, there can only be one God, and only one ruler. Kong Yun stared fixedly at Jiang Chen. He knew very well that God of Thunder was hidden within Jiang Chen's body. They were born from the same root, and blood was thicker than water. Nothing could conceal the closeness between them. Big brother, the sea of bitterness knows no bounds, repent and you will be saved. You told me this many years ago, have you forgotten? The God of Thunder transformed into a youthful silhouette. He stared at Kong Yun with unwavering determination, staring into the eyes that looked exactly the same as Kong Yun. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds, repent and you will be saved. Humph, what a joke. Are you proud of the sacrifices you made for the Xingyuan? Where is the Xingyuan now? Didn't they turn to ash a long time ago? Who else is still alive in this world? Only those who truly follow the will of the heavens can live. Falling does not mean eternal life, but destruction. As the only god of thunder in the Xingyuan, you still refuse to repent. Do you really want me to destroy you with my own hands? My little brother. Kong Yun glared at God of Thunder. The Kong Yun of today was no longer the genius of the Kong family, but the mastermind behind the scenes who controlled the souls of countless people. Big brother, do you really want to continue with your mistakes? God of Thunder asked sorrowfully. Not so long ago, it was his big brother who taught him to remember benevolence, kindness, virtue, patience, and kindness. But now, he had run in the opposite direction. Don't forget who gave you the power of lightning in your hand. Kong Yun bellowed. Big brother. Repent and you will be saved. God of Thunder and Kong Yun stared at each other, their voices shaking the heavens. Both of them were surrounded by boundless lightning bolts, a terrifying sight to behold. Who is this mastermind behind the scenes? Even Jiang Qin did not know. Even the lightning in God of Thunder's hand was bestowed by him. This meant that this person must have an incomparably powerful background. God of Thunder's big brother must be as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Who is he? Jiang Chen looked at Reverend Wood Spirit. The latter's face was extremely pale. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, he was once the Buddha's strongest bodyguard, one of the Buddhist sect's 20 heavens. Even Bodhisattva can't do anything to him. Indra, Sakra. Venerable Wood Spirit's words made Jiang Chen frown. He didn't know the existence of Indra Sakra, but it didn't mean that others didn't know how terrifying he was. At least in the eyes of Venerable Wood Spirit, this guy was comparable to Bodhisattva, one of the most terrifying experts of the Buddhist sect. How is it compared to the 8 divisional stupa? Jiang Chen asked. Some are better than others, but none are better than them. Venerable Wood Spirit said with difficulty. This incomparably powerful fellow was the truly troublesome existence. The current purple bamboo forest had basically fallen into enemy hands. If it wasn't for the support of Mahasvara Bodhisattva's Buddhist charm, it would have already been completely covered. Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. It was precisely because of this that he felt the situation was troublesome. Even the God of Thunder, who was above the divine court realm, was restrained by him in such a manner. One could imagine how terrifying he was. Thunder God's big brother, the one who wields the thunder of the world, is actually Sakra. Jiang Chen couldn't help but have a higher understanding of this Di Shi Tian. This time, he didn't have any capital to fail. But since Thunder God was not afraid of death, what was there for him to be afraid of? Thunder God only returned everything he had to Di Shi Tian. Since everything was bestowed by Di Shi Tian, he came in a hurry and left in a hurry. What harm was there in not taking a cloud with him? You even killed your own younger brother. Di Shi Tian, you're really an unpardonable devil. Chapter 3772. Reckless fools, what's there to regret about dying? You guys are the same. How dare you stand in front of me, Sakra? You will die a horrible death. Kong Yun laughed heartily. They had long since become puppets, and under his absolute control, Sakra guided everyone's soul. Everyone had nowhere to hide, and their minds were all devoured by him. Brother Jiang Chen, you must do your best. Mo Yindi said faintly. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. At this moment, it was a matter of life and death. None of them could stay out of it. They were facing those half-step Emperor Realm puppets. After all, Di Shi Tian was too strong. His soul avatars were spread all over everyone's body. all of them were under his command. With a single thought, all of them would die for him. Mo Yundi, Kong Zhangyun and the others did not dare to slack off. Once their line of defense collapsed, it would affect Jiang Qin and the others. Firmly guarding the last line of defense was their only hope. Brother Jiang Qin, make your move. These guys have their minds devoured. There's no need to be lenient. As long as we kill them all, Sakura will have nowhere to hide. Reverend Mu Ling also made up his mind. Little Chinzi, it's up to you now. Tyrant laughed heartily. Both of them were quite excited. They could fight side by side again. Killing has always been an exciting thing. Jiang Chen stood up with his sword and faced the three Emperor Realm experts alone. Kong Yun, Zhuang Su, and He Qi. Under Sakura Tian's control, the strength of these three powerful Emperor Realm experts was extremely terrifying. On the other hand, Tyrant and Reverend Wood Spirit were fighting an Emperor Realm expert each. It was easy to imagine that they were in a relatively easy situation. Zhuge Jin and Nemo Yunqi, who were fighting Emperor Realm experts alone, were unable to do anything to Tyrant and Reverend Wood Spirit with their strength. Instead, they were forced to retreat by their Yasuo space. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen wielded his sword like a gust of wind, unstoppable. The morale of the 10 families was greatly boosted as they began their counterattack. Mo Yindi led the others to launch a counterattack, because each of them understood that once Jiang Qin and the others were defeated, they would certainly be in a perilous situation. Therefore, what they could do now was to ensure that Jiang Qin, Tyrant and Reverend Mu Ling could fight without any worries. Only by doing so could they have the last laugh. Jiang Chen's divine sword was as swift as the wind. He had already fully comprehended the 23rd sword and was able to wield it with ease. Even though he was fighting 3 emperors at the same time, they still couldn't suppress him. At this moment, when Jiang Chen touched the threshold of the Emperor realm, his potential and strength were finally unleashed. The dreadfulness of the limitless sword made the emperors tremble. That was not all. Once Jiang Chen's strength completely broke through the Emperor realm, he would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. At that time, he would be able to control the myriad Qi cauldron to refine and repair the ancient divine weapons and treasures. That would be the most terrifying thing. Now, with the help of the 23 swords, Kong Yun, Zhuang Su, and He Qi were completely powerless against Jiang Qin. In their opinion, that kind of invincible attack was not something that a half-step emperor expert could display. Brush strokes 10 millionly, brush and ink transforms into sword qi. Kong Yun held the autumn hair brush in his hand and waved it continuously, as if he was pointing out the mountains and rivers. The Kong clan's strongest secret art was the sword qi of calligraphy. In the blink of an eye, the brush and ink would turn into thousands of swords, unstoppable and sharp. Heaven's opening Tao. Boundless Taiji. Zhuang Su held the universe in his palm, forming hand seals. His aura was incomparably majestic, not inferior to Kong Yun at all. Heavenly halberd. Only I am supreme. He Qi held a divine weapon in his hand, a divine weapon descended from the heavens, splitting the universe. The 3 emperor experts unleashed all of their techniques. Even Tyrant and Reverend Wood Spirit were worried for Jiang Qin. These guys were not easy to deal with. If Jiang Qin wanted to kill them, he would not be able to do so in a short period of time. Facing the rays of light, Jiang Qin did not have any distractions. With the limitless sword in his hand, the limitless sword swept across the 8 directions. The 23 swords was invincible under the heavens, no one could stop it. 23 swords, 10,000 souls extinction shadow. Jiang Chen's morale was like a rainbow. He was only a half-step emperor, yet he was able to force the 3 emperors back. This scene made Mo Yundi and the others realize how terrifying Jiang Qin was. There was only one such person in the world. If a second one appeared, the world would definitely be in chaos. The limitless sword, 10,000 souls extinction shadow, and Kong Yun were sent flying. They were suppressed by Jiang Qin and fled in panic. The situation was extremely tense, so much so that it was suffocating. Di Shi Tian, is this all you've got? It seems like you're only so-so. Compared to Avalokitesvara, you're simply too lacking, ha ha ha. Tyrant sneered and ridiculed. Mo Yinchi was defeated by him with each of his moves, he couldn't even fight back. He was happy to be at ease, Jiang Qin didn't need his help at all. This so-called Sakra who could fight against Bodhisattva was just a so-so. The elder brother of the Thunder God was actually this weak. Obviously, Tyrant had underestimated Di Shi Tian. Even Jiang Qin did not expect how strong Di Shi Tian was. Did this guy really only have this much ability? Jiang Qin swept across the universe, his domineering aura leaking out as he stood proudly in the sky. On the top of the purple bamboo, countless people in the surroundings could not help but have the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. This guy was really too strong. A bunch of people who don't know the immensity of the heavens and the immensity of the earth. The night of the full moon will be the time of your death. Kong Yun looked up. The moonlight was high in the sky, and the night had arrived. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, making the scene even more terrifying. At this moment, their strength had all received a huge boost. Using the opportunity of the night, Di Shi Tian once again increased the strength of Kong Yun and the others. Di Shi Tian was helpless against the Buddhist charm during the day, but once he entered the night, he would be at his strongest. All of you, go to hell, you bunch of people who don't know what's good for them. Kong Yun shouted coldly. With a wave of his palm, the autumn hairbrush once again rushed forward. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes and his pupils constricted. How can a loser call himself brave? No matter how strong he is still only a puppet. Chapter 3773. Jiang Qin was like the wind, his speed astonishing. Even though Kong Yun and the other two were strengthened, they were still constantly suppressed by Jiang Qin. However, at this time, Jiang Qin discovered that he simply couldn't escape from the problem. These people's souls had been completely devoured and occupied. It seemed impossible for him to save Zhuangzi. At present, there was only one way, and that was to remove Di Shi Tian's divine sense from their souls. Only then could they recover. Once they lost Di Shi Tian's divine sense, perhaps they would recover. This was the only way. However, to remove Di Shi Tian's divine sense, Jiang Qin only had one method, a method he wasn't sure if it would work. That was to use soul force and attack instead of defense. However, although he had the soul of a heavenly king, Di Shi Tian was the same. This put Jiang Qin in a difficult position. If he failed, it was very likely that these people would all be completely obliterated. Their souls would be extinguished, and they would become corpses. However, Jiang Qin had no other way. Since there was a chance to save Zhuangzi and everyone else, Jiang Qin could only do his best. Soul destruction and soul snatching. Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold, and his soul throbbed. At this moment, a soul storm was set off in the entire purple bamboo forest. Overwhelming soul force came crashing down, causing Tyrant and Reverend Mu Ling's faces to turn ashen as if they were facing a great enemy. This move was too overbearing. If it failed, it would kill everyone with a single thought. However, if it succeeded, it could remove Di Shi Tian's divine sense from their bodies. The soul storm continued to sweep past. Zhuangzi and Kong Yun's faces were deathly pale, their eyes lifeless, and they clutched their heads in pain. You lunatic, you're digging your own grave. It's impossible for your soul force to contend against me. Kong Yun, Zhuangzi, He Qi, all of them roared as they stared fixedly at Jiang Qin, as if waiting for his death. But what Di Shi Tian didn't expect was that Jiang Qin also possessed the soul force of a heavenly king. At that moment, almost all of his divine sense was expelled by Jiang Qin, completely expelled from the bodies of Kong Yun and the others. Di Shi Tian had been defeated. Although his divine sense was extremely powerful, he was only at the Heavenly King realm. Furthermore, he was heavily injured. Now, Jiang Chen's spiritual force had given him a heavy injury. The entire violet bamboo forest had quietened down. The sound of thunder and wind had died down. The curtain of rain had stopped, and the dripping water had become a prophecy. No, impossible. Sakura roared angrily. In the end, hundreds of divine wills converged to form an incomparably huge figure. It was bare-chested and was hundreds of feet tall. It staggered and retreated, its eyes filled with fear and shock. A puny human wants to compete with me. Wishful thinking. Although Di Shi Tian's divine sense had been completely eliminated, Kong Yun, Zhuang Su, Mo Yinqi, and the others' bodies were extremely weak. It was as if 80 to 90% of their divine origin qi had been sucked out. They were as weak as women who had just suffered a serious illness. How could this be? What's wrong with me? Zhuang Su rubbed his head. His face was pale and his hands were trembling. It was as if his spirit had been taken away. He looked extremely sick. Kong Yun, Mo Yinqi, Hei Qi, and the others were all in the same state. They were in such a sorry state that it made one's heart ache. As the top experts of the 10 great clans and the Nantung divine continent, they were like beggars at this moment. Their strength was low and powerless. However, the fortunate thing was that all of them had recovered their divine sense. Their souls had returned to their masters. It was already an extremely good ending that their souls hadn't been completely devoured by Di Shi Tian. At least, they were still alive. Jiang Chen stood proudly and pointed his sword at Di Shi Tian without the slightest fear. As an almighty expert of the Buddhist sect, you have no sense of shame. You killed the innocent and didn't even let go of Avalokitesvara's place. Today, I must kill you to clear the name of the world. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Do you really think you can kill me? Do you know why I came to the purple bamboo forest? Since I've found it, I might as well let you see what a true expert is. I, Di Shi Tian, am the supreme expert of the Buddhist sect. Di Shi Tian stepped into the air and stood in the sky. His palm was the universe, and his power shook the heavens. All of you, accept your death. Di Shi Tian said in an incomparably domineering manner. In this world, there weren't many people who could surpass him. Moreover, this time, he had found what he wanted. This time, he would become the true supreme expert of the Buddhist sect, the true ancestor of all Buddhas. Venerable Wood Spirit's heart also thumped. He seemed to have sensed something. Did this Di Shi Tian really find what he wanted? My purple bamboo forest, what is there that you want? Venerable Wood Spirit clenched his teeth and said. What I want to find is naturally the relic of that old thing after he passed away. The real Avalokitesvara is in your purple bamboo forest. Avalokitesvara is no longer here, who can be me? After that old thing passed away, he left behind the incomparably powerful Avalokitesvara. That is something that can truly change the fate of the Buddhist realm. Whoever has the Avalokitesvara will be the true ancestor of all Buddhas. Today, I have already found the location of the Avalokitesvara. I want to see who can be me, ha ha ha. Di Shi Tian's arrogance and overbearingness made Venerable Wood Spirit tremble. The Avalokitesvara was indeed a relic. It was something that was left behind after the Buddha passed away. However, Venerable Wood Spirit didn't expect that the Avalokitesvara was actually in the purple bamboo forest at the peak of the South Sea. This also revealed the reason why this guy wanted to come to the purple bamboo forest. So for so many years, Di Shi Tian devoured the entire purple bamboo forest step by step in order to find the Avalokitesvara. It's too late to know now. I originally thought that I could easily kill all of you before coming to a conclusion. However, I didn't expect that all of you would disappoint me so much. You even want to escape from my palm. You bunch of idiots are not worthy at all. You don't even have the qualifications to be my puppets. Tian said indifferently. He held the sun and moon in his hand and stood in the sky. His aura was unstoppable. Even if it was just a divine sense, his combat strength when he was alive was shocking. Even Jiang Qin didn't dare to be negligent. Your idea is not bad. However, you will not succeed. Those who do evil will only bring about their own destruction. The people of the Buddhist sect will not allow an existence like you to exist. Scum of the Buddhist sect, you deserve to be hacked into pieces. Chapter 3774. A little monk who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth wants to go against me. Hee, you really think too highly of yourself. If I want to kill you, it's as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Since you guys insist on seeking death, then I can only let you see who is the real almighty of the Buddha world. Sakura said in an incomparably tyrannical manner. With a clench of his fist, wind and thunder rose. The surrounding air seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Such might had already made Mo Yundi and the others turn ashen as they retreated with explosive speed. In front of Sakura, half-step immortal emperors didn't even have the strength to retaliate. After so many years, have our souls been controlled by this Sakura? What have we done? Why is it like this? My body is too weak, it's like I've been sucked dry. Tian is one of the most powerful experts in the Buddhist sect. How can we possibly win against him? Then we can't just sit here and wait for death, right? After so many years, we've been completely bewitched by him. It's already a great fortune that we didn't die here. Sakura, what is he looking for? He said that he has found it. Are we really going to be trapped here by him? Kong Yun, Mo Yinchi, and the others had a solemn expression. They didn't dare to be negligent. After all these years, they had already forgotten what they had done and what they had done for Sakura. 10,000 Buddhas Saraira. Did you really find the 10,000 Buddhas Saraira? Reverend Muling said in shock. The 10,000 Buddhas Saraira was a true treasure, something left behind by the Buddha after he passed away. In the end, it was obtained by Avalokitesvara. However, no one had expected that Reverend Muling would want to obtain the 10,000 Buddhas Saraira. For everyone, this was a thorny problem. If he really obtained the 10,000 Buddhas Saraira, would he attack everyone after his strength increased greatly? Before Reverend Muling could react, he knew that the thing that he was most worried about had happened. Originally, I planned to leave after finding the Saraira of Avalokitesvara. But I didn't expect that you bunch of bastards would interfere. Now, it seems like it's not too late to kill you guys first and continue searching for the Saraira of Avalokitesvara. Sakura said with a maniacal laugh. The feminine smile on his face became more and more thought-provoking. Jiang Chen's expression was cold and arrogant as he pointed at Tian. Since that's the case, let the storm come even fiercer. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. Jiang Chen was bold because of his skills. Everyone kept quiet out of fear in front of Tian. Only Jiang Chen was fearless. Jiang Chen, don't underestimate him. Revered Buddha's 10,000 Buddha relic is the source of revered Buddha's life essence. Once it's devoured by Sakura, we might very well be killed here. Reverend Wood Spirit said worriedly. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. I don't believe that this guy can cover the sky with one hand. Shirzun's 10,000 Buddha relic might not be able to allow him to reach the dome. However, Jiang Chen did not believe in this. He lifted his sword and once again displayed the sword 23. Myriad souls vanishing shadows and myriad swords returning to origin, with the supreme sword power, pressed down on the void. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then, let me show you the power of the 10,000 Buddha relic. Di Shi Tian clenched his fist and directly swallowed the 10,000 Buddha relic. At that moment, the entire sky was filled with five-colored radiance. The radiance of the 10,000 Buddha relic illuminated the world. Di Shi Tian directly swallowed the 10,000 Buddha relic. At that moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were tightly shut. That dazzling radiance almost pierced through his body. When the radiance dispersed, the heavens and earth changed and the five elements reversed. Within Di Shi Tian's body, in his mind, there was an incomparably dazzling swastika symbol. A terrifying Buddhist aura permeated the peak of the dome of heaven. Di Shi Tian's body was also constantly changing colors, golden and dazzling. The 10,000 Buddha relic is mine. Ha 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 ha, from today onwards, I am the true Buddha. No one can be my enemy. All of you must die. Di Shi Tian's roar was deafening. Facing Jiang Chen's sudden sword 23, Di Shi Tian's palm moved. Buddhist light gushed out like a monstrous tsunami, unstoppable. In an instant, it destroyed the endless shadows of the sword 23. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat, looking extremely miserable. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. In an instant, the entire purple bamboo forest became incomparably austere. Jiang Chen's aura continued to skyrocket. Using the ancient soaring dragon technique, his strength at this moment was infinitely close to the Emperor realm. On the other side, Reverend Mu Ling and Tyrant were also ready to make a move. The three of them looked at each other. They already had no choice. The current Di Shi Tian was incomparably powerful. He was like an eagle in the sky, looking down on the heroes, unparalleled. Defeating the enemy in one move. Although Jiang Chen was unwilling, he had to admit that after Di Shi Tian devoured the 10,000 Buddha relic, he was like a giant, making it difficult for others to be his enemy. Now, we can only join hands and attack. We must not let him completely absorb the 10,000 Buddha relic. Otherwise, we will die without a burial place. Not only us, but the entire divine world will fall into his tyranny. Di Shi Tian is already incomparably powerful. With the addition of the 10,000 Buddha relic, he could really replace the position of Buddha and become the most dazzling existence in the entire Buddhist sect. Even the 8 sect stupa, the 500 arhats, Avalokitesvara, and the 9 lives Bodhi would not be his opponent. Reverend Wood's spirit was extremely solemn. Now that Avalokitesvara was no longer here, in order to protect this last piece of land, in order to prevent the divine world from falling into a calamity, Reverend Wood's spirit had to suppress Di Shi Tian here. Jiang Chen wielded his sword and rose up. Under the dragon transformation, his strength broke through. His 100 feet tall figure stood proudly, no different from Di Shi Tian. Under the confrontation, Jiang Chen's might was like a rainbow, without the slightest trace of fear. You will regret your actions today for the rest of your life. Before Di Shi Tian's voice faded, Jiang Chen had already made his move. His 100 feet tall figure struck out like lightning, causing the wind to howl and the crane to tremble. The two incomparably gigantic fists collided repeatedly, causing the sky to spin and the earth to spin. Mountains and rocks were reduced to dust, the emerald green bamboos were destroyed for 3,000 miles. Between the palms, the strength of 9 dragons and 10 elephants could devour the heavens and earth. Even though Jiang Chen had yet to reach the Emperor realm, his strength was already comparable to a mid-stage Emperor realm expert. After all, even Kong Yun and the other two couldn't resist Jiang Chen's attacks. Chapter 3775. The Buddhist light of the swastika was released. Jiang Chen immediately raised his blade and struck out the Tao accumulation seal. This was his only chance. Heavenly seal. The terrifying power of the Yen Tian seal and the impact of the Tao accumulation seal made Sakura slightly stunned. He did not expect Jiang Chen to be able to display the power of the Tao accumulation. This was truly shocking. You're not even an emperor yet and you're already able to display the power of the Tao accumulation. Looks like I've underestimated you. But even so, it's still not enough to save yourself. Sakura was as cold as ice. He raised his hand and struck out another palm strike. The rhythm of the Buddha was melodious and it was like a tiger galloping for thousands of miles. Golden light shone everywhere and the sound of wind was like arrows. Countless purple bamboos were shattered into pieces. Thousand Buddha greeting. Tyrant also struck out his hand seals. The power of the Buddha greeting was so strong that it could cut through the sky. Under the cooperation of Jiang Qin, Sakura was pushed back. The power of the thousand Buddha greeting was nothing compared to Sakura's palm strike. Because at this moment, Sakura was simply too terrifying after devouring the thousand Buddha Sarira. No one could compete with him. 9 Revolutions Sanskrit chant. Reverend Muling did not want to be outdone as well. He rushed forward together with Tyrant. However, the two of them were pushed back by Jiang Qin. Facing Jiang Chen's second seal of Tao accumulation, Di Shi Tian harumphed coldly and felt extremely irritated. Heavenly seal. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Sakura slashed down again. Under the light of the Buddha, the night turned into day. Admiring heaven's seal. Jiang Chen unleashed all of his techniques and struck out 3 hand seals. Finally, he managed to push Di Shi Tian back. However, at that moment, Jiang Chen's Tao essence had been consumed quite a bit. Unfortunately, even though the seal managed to push Di Shi Tian back, it was still impossible for him to severely injure him with his current strength. Early Emperor Realm, Mid-Emperor Realm, Late Emperor Realm, Half-Step Emperor Realm, Emperor Realm, Venerable Muling murmured. He looked at Di Shi Tian and was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the other party's strength had actually reached the Emperor Realm. This was simply unbelievable. Although it was just a phantom, this Emperor Realm phantom had left them with no way out. This was a dead end. You guys go first, I'll hold him back. Jiang Qin said solemnly. He struck out with his palm and supported the crystal coffin with his shoulder. At that moment, Jiang Qin felt that Jiang Chen's strength was rising continuously. He couldn't hold on any longer. With a palm strike, Jiang Chen's palm cracked open and blood splattered everywhere. No, you can't stop him. Reverend Muling's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Jiang Chen was continuously retreating in defeat. He kept throwing out palm seals, but to Di Shi Tian, it was like pouring a cup of water into a burning cart of firewood. Emperor Realm. After finally swallowing the 1000 Buddha relic, the strength of the phantom directly reached the Emperor Realm. Jiang Chen and the others felt numb on their scalps. Mo Yundi and the others were completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect Sakura to be so terrifying. The Emperor Realm was a realm that they couldn't reach in their lifetime. Even their old ancestors might not have such strength, right? Sakura was one of the 20 heavens in charge of the power of thunder and lightning in Buddhism sect. He was the most powerful guardian of revered Buddha, an existence comparable to Avalokitesvara. Now that he had devoured the 10,000 Buddha relic, one could imagine what kind of shocking realm this guy had reached. Are we all going to die here? That's right. Will we be able to survive? If we're going to die, we'll die together. None of us can escape. But I don't want to die here. I don't want to die here. I haven't married yet. Everyone was in incomparable pain and heartache. There were even some experts who had just escaped from the sea of bitterness and escaped from Sakura's evil clutches. If they were killed by Sakura again at this time, it would be no different from being struck by lightning from a clear sky. They might as well have died at that time. Now that they were given hope, they were once again exterminated. This kind of despair and agony was completely different from ordinary people. This time, it's my turn. Tyrant smiled and looked at Jiang Qin. In the past, you've always been the one to turn the tide and steal all the limelight. This time, let me do it. Tyrant's determination was something that Jiang Qin had never seen before. Little Chenzi, don't disappoint little you. Don't disappoint me. Tyrant's palm moved towards the sky. Facing Sakura, he didn't care about anything else. He knew that he wasn't Sakura's opponent, but he wanted to buy time for Jiang Qin and the rest. With Sakura's current strength, no one was his opponent. At this time, if they continued to be stubborn, they might be annihilated. Tyrant! Jiang Qin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he furiously roared. However, it was already too late for him to save Di Shi Tian. Right now, Tyrant was going to use his own body to block Di Shi Tian. This was their only chance. You fool! Jiang Qin roared like thunder. However, at this moment, he would never give up on his brothers and escape alone. At this moment, Mo Yundi, Kong Changyun and the others had already begun to lead the crowd away. The crowd was surging, and the building was now empty. On Sakura's body, golden light shone resplendently like the sun. It was so dazzling that no one could look at it directly. At this moment, Tyrant rushed up to stop Sakura without a care in the world. He was definitely going to die. If I don't enter hell, who will? Tyrant smiled faintly and remained calm. Even though he knew that there was no way out, he was still resolute and did not hesitate in the slightest. He didn't want to be a hero, he just wanted to save more people. Jiang Qin had found Yan Qinyu, and if he were to die like this, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Therefore, Tyrant decided to let himself bear all the responsibility. Since he could save more people, why not? Courting death. Sakura roared. Rays of light pierced through Tyrant's body. At this moment, Jiang Qin was in a daze. Tyrant, you lunatic. Can you hear me? Jiang Qin roared hysterically. Mo Yundi and the rest had already retreated and escaped from the purple bamboo forest. However, Jiang Qin didn't move an inch. Standing beside him was Reverend Wood Spirit. Because this was his home, Avalokitesvara's place. It was also the only place where he could feel his existence. If he left this place, where could he go? Despair, pain, and loss filled Jiang Qin's heart. Reverend Wood Spirit was the same. Because at this moment, Tyrant's body was completely pierced through by the rays of light. He turned into nothingness. His flesh was badly mangled and there wasn't even a corpse left. You dare to fight with me? You guys are too inexperienced. Ha ha ha. Chapter 3776. Monk, I'm sorry. Jiang Qin's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. That was his closest brother, but now he was killed by Sakura Tian. One could imagine Jiang Qin's pain. All of you, go to hell too. Sakura Tian said faintly. However, at this moment, the blood in Jiang Qin's body was boiling. His anger surged and rushed to the sky. I will make you pay with your blood. Jiang Qin's roar echoed for thousands of miles. Mo Yundi and the others who had escaped far away felt their hearts palpitate. Jiang Qin's roar was terrifying and full of murderous intent. At this moment, Jiang Qin was completely enraged. The death of Tyrant completely ignited the anger in his heart. He was determined to kill Sakura Tian in the cycle of reincarnation. You don't know what's good for you. Go to hell. Sakura Tian's expression was as usual. He shot out a palm that even an Emperor Realm expert couldn't resist. That kind of earth-shattering Buddhist charm shook the heavens. Jiang Qin was fearless. The power of Tao accumulation filled his body. The terrifying aura and the will to conquer the heavens were invincible. What a terrifying power of Tao accumulation. Sakura Tian frowned. Jiang Chen's power of Tao accumulation continued to rise and condense. His palm's Buddhist charm actually couldn't kill Jiang Chen in one blow. Let's see how long you can resist. Sakra Tian turned his palm again. Thunder shook the heavens and the earth. A terrifying palm print spread out, destroying the purple bamboo forest. The mountain rocks fell and the earth shook. However, Jiang Chen still rushed to Sakra Tian like a raging fire. Give me your life. Jiang Chen was fearless. His will to conquer the heavens was irreversible. In his world of Tao accumulation, he was the most powerful existence. Above the heavens were no exception. With a thought, Jiang Chen soared up 90,000 miles into the sky. Relying on the undying soaring heaven-fighting intent, his Tao accumulation was unparalleled. The 4 layers of Tao accumulation were unleashed with full force, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Black Heaven Seal. The 4th seal of the sky-expanding seal, the mysterious heavenly seal, was already quite terrifying for Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen had already broken through the peak of the 3rd level of Tao connotation. The power of the 4th level of Tao connotation gathered by the mysterious heavenly seal almost made Sakra Heaven, who was at the Emperor realm, pale. Heaven expanding seal, it's the heaven expanding seal again. A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. I am the true Supreme Buddha. No one can defeat me. How dare you? Vairocana seal. Sakra Heaven condensed the power of the heavens and launched a blow, colliding with Jiang Chen's mysterious heavenly seal. At that moment, Jiang Chen was completely defeated and flew backward. His face was extremely solemn, but his palm was still tightly holding the crystal coffin on his shoulder. In this battle, Jiang Chen had tried his best. Sakra Heaven retreated 10 steps and his divine soul phantom became a lot dimmer. Obviously, he was seriously injured. However, the 4th seal of Jiang Chen had also exhausted all of his Tao accumulation. Even with the 4th level of Tao accumulation, he couldn't bear it. After all, Jiang Chen's cultivation was still too weak. Using the 4th level of Tao accumulation and the mysterious heavenly seal was a great burden for Jiang Chen, which directly made him run out of oil. To be able to block this blow of mine, you can be considered to have died a worthy death. You are indeed very strong, but unfortunately, you are still too weak. The power of Tao accumulation can't be used perfectly in your hands. You can only use 40 to 50% of its power. When you reach the Emperor realm, perhaps this blow will be able to make me face it seriously. Sakra Heaven said very coldly. In his opinion, the serious injury he suffered was still nothing. However, the problem was that Jiang Chen had run out of oil and he no longer had any opponent. Amitabha, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? A chant that sounded like the Sanskrit of the heavens and earth returned to the ground. In the purple bamboo forest, rays of brilliance gathered. That voice was extremely familiar to Jiang Chen, but it was even more solemn and overbearing. The unquestionable supreme Sanskrit made Di Shi Tian's body tremble. Buddha! Buddha! Sakra Heaven's voice had a trace of trembling and his eyes were incomparably complicated. Impossible, this is impossible. Sakra Heaven directly denied his own words. However, at that moment, Reverend Wood Spirit had already knelt down. Above the sky, an illusory figure gradually converged and started to reconstruct his golden body with the help of the Buddha's light. That figure, if it wasn't Tyrant, who else could it be? Buddha, Tyrant, it was actually Buddha. Jiang Chen was also filled with shock and disbelief. He originally thought that Tyrant was already dead, but he didn't expect that he would actually start to reconstruct his golden body and his strength would also increase by leaps and bounds. At this moment, within the golden light, Tyrant had already gradually gathered all the Buddha's light. Amitabha. The sea of bitterness is boundless, repent and you will be saved. Indra, this is the karma of your life, stop it. Buddha is merciful, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. The current tyrant was 60 to 70% similar to the previous tyrant. However, there was a supreme majesty and Buddha's light that lingered around his body. However, Jiang Qin was sure that this person was definitely tyrant. His gaze was definitely not wrong. Tyrant was reborn. How is this possible? Tyrant is actually Buddha Tathagata. At this moment, Reverend Wood Spirit put his palms together and silently stared at Tyrant with a pious expression on his face. Starlight overflowed in all directions and overflowed with colors. The golden light shone on Tyrant's body, causing his body to become incomparably holy, incomparably auspicious, and incomparably majestic. One didn't know the true face of Mount Lu, only because they were inside this mountain. At this moment, Reverend Wood Spirit would never have dreamed that the real Buddha was right beside him. Not only him, even Indra and Sakra didn't expect that the Buddha was right in front of them. Tyrant's rebirth was formed by the convergence of Buddha's aura. At this moment, it was like a dream. Jiang Qin shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seemed that all of this wasn't the end. Good brother. Jiang Qin murmured. He didn't expect that his good brother would actually be the controller of the Buddha world, the ancestor of all Buddhas. Even Jiang Qin was filled with shock. It seemed that the reincarnation of Buddha wasn't a baseless rumor. At this moment, Tyrant also completely fused with the heart of Buddha. Because he had reconstructed his golden body, he was no longer the tyrant of the past, but the real Buddha. The memories of his previous life returned to his mind. Tyrant gazed at the world of mortals with his palms together. His heart was clear and pure, without any impurities. All evils are born from the heart. The Buddhist sect is in chaos, and this humble monk cannot absolve himself from the blame. I have sinned. Chapter 3777. When there was no tiger in the mountain, the monkey became the king. The fall of the Buddha was a disaster for the people of the divine world. In the end, even the 8-divisional pagoda betrayed the Buddha and became the leader of the divine world, causing a foul atmosphere in the divine world. The reincarnation of the Buddha and the reconstruction of his golden body, the current tyrant started to crazily devour the last strand of Buddha's charm. The myriad Buddha Sarira was not completely devoured by Sakra. Monk Tyrant, who had reconstructed his golden body with the help of the myriad Buddha Sarira, began to frantically plunder and fuse with the myriad Buddha Sarira. Facing the rebirth of Tyrant, the one who was the most worried was none other than Sakra, because he could already feel a trace of fear and pressure. No matter what, he was only the guardian of the Buddha. The true charm and prestige of the Buddha could not surpass the Buddha. However, the current Sakra was stronger than Tyrant. Although Tyrant's strength had reached the Emperor realm after the reconstruction of his golden body, and he had completely fused with the memories of the Buddha, his ability was still there. Compared to Sakra, who had just broken through to the Emperor realm, he could not be mentioned in the same breath. Most importantly, the gap between the two had always existed. Both of them were constantly devouring the energy of the myriad Buddha relic. Although the myriad Buddha relic had been devoured by Sakra, Tyrant still had the ability to plunder what belonged to him bit by bit. Buddha, you're courting death. Sakra glared at Tyrant. He gritted his teeth and had a feminine look on his face. Amitabha, you refuse to repent, and karma will come to you. Today, you still refuse to put down the butcher's knife. Your godhead is no longer there. The Buddhist sect cannot tolerate such an evil creature. Today, I will clean up the sect. Tyrant said in a deep voice. The Buddhist charm within the myriad Buddha relic was absorbed by him faster and more perfectly than Sakra. This was because the myriad Buddha relic originally belonged to him. If it was not for the myriad Buddha relic, after being completely erased, Tyrant would not be able to reconstruct his golden body. Everything had its cause and effect. Perhaps this was fate. You can't succeed. I, Sakura, will never lose to a guy like you. The Buddhist sect will definitely respect me. Sakura roared in a deep voice, his voice resounding through the heavens. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. At this moment, a storm was brewing in the sky. Even if the tyrant monk had devoured too many myriad Buddha relics, it was still like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water when compared to Sakura. Evil will never prevail over good. You traitor of the Buddhist sect, I will definitely get rid of you today. Tyrant said coldly. His divine voice was peerless, and his prestige was peerless. Traitor. The real traitor is you, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Sakura's words made Tyrant's face turn ugly. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he was speechless. What? Don't know how to retort. Was it a tacit agreement? Speaking of traitors, aren't you the one who brought the Buddhist sect to destruction? Sakura's words were like pearls, but it made Tyrant's expression desolate as he shook his head. Even Reverend Wood's spirit was shocked and at a loss. Just as Sakura said, could it be that the destruction of the Buddhist sect was inextricably linked to the Buddhist ancestor? Or was it really because of the Buddhist ancestor? Was he the one who brought the Buddhist sect to destruction? Jiang Chen frowned. Although he did not understand Buddha, he believed in his brother. Tyrant was definitely not that kind of person. He would rather fight against Sakura heaven and fight for time for everyone to escape. He was not willing to drag out an ignoble existence. How could such a person lead the Buddha sect to destruction? Jiang Chen frowned. How could he be a traitor of the Buddhist sect? In Jiang Chen's eyes, this was just Sakura's one-sided statement. Let's end today's matter today. Since you want to obtain the myriad Buddha relics and dominate the Buddhist sect, then everything should end now. Tyrant said in a deep voice. The Buddhist seal in his hand rose again, pressing toward Sakura. It's good that you've come. Let me see exactly how capable you are now. Humph, Sakura snorted coldly. His killing intent was heavy. He was determined to have a life and death battle with Tyrant. As long as he eliminated this so-called Buddhist ancestor, he would be able to control the entire Buddhist sect. To Sakura, he was not willing to be the protector of the Buddhist ancestor. He wanted to become the true supreme ruler of the Buddhist sect, unparalleled in the world. Great Reincarnation Seal. Tyrant formed a seal with both of his hands. The Great Reincarnation Seal was one of his peerless killing moves. It was incomparably terrifying. The Buddhist ancestors' means could be imagined. The Great Reincarnation Seal contained endless reincarnation power, making it impossible for anyone to resist it. No one below the Venerable Emperor realm could resist it. Hell shackles. Tyrant blood of the ether. Sakura's fist aura was like a rainbow. The two collided. Tyrant's steps were messed up and he was pushed back by Sakura. After all, his opponent had the battle strength of an Venerable Emperor. The difference between the two was too great. Hence, it was impossible for them to be evenly matched. Tyrant staggered back, looking incomparably miserable. However, the unwavering Buddhist charm in his eyes was not to be underestimated. Go to hell. Sakura continued to attack. Every punch landed on Tyrant's body, sealing the space and preventing him from escaping. Merciful Buddha, Amitabha. 9 transformations golden body. Tyrant's figure changed. The 9 transformations golden body was unstoppable and indestructible. 9 golden bodies descended from the sky, firmly locking Sakura in place. How could I not know your means? A mere Emperor Realm cultivator wants me to bow down to him. Dream on. Sakura charged forward step by step, unparalleled in the world. Even Tyrant's Buddhist charm after reconstructing his golden body couldn't resist his frenzied attacks. Tyrant retreated with every move. Jiang Chen finally couldn't stand it anymore. Although he knew he was no match for Sakura, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's strength approached the emperor realm. He clenched his fist and punched out. The brothers were united, and their sharpness could cut through metal. Jiang Chen and Tyrant joined hands and forced Sakura into a stalemate. Jiang Chen used the power of his Tao accumulation to attack Sakura. The sky spill seal was peerless. Even if it couldn't kill Sakura, it made him very nervous. After all, he had 4 layers of Tao accumulation, which wasn't a joke. The sky spill seal was a supreme Tao accumulation technique. Moreover, Tyrant's strength was getting stronger step by step. He had already absorbed a lot of energy from the innumerable Buddha relic. The boundless Buddhist charm made Tyrant look even more majestic and overbearing. Chapter 3778. The myriad chi body allowed Jiang Chen's strength to recover continuously. This was their only chance. If they were still killed by Sakura, it would be their final ending. However, Jiang Chen never believed in fate. He wanted to be stronger than anyone else. He wanted to stand at the peak of this world and wake up little you. No one knew how much burden Jiang Chen and Tyrant were shouldering at this moment. Jiang Chen was in a difficult situation, but so was Tyrant. He wanted to revive the Buddhist sect, he wanted to clean up the traitors, he wanted to make the Buddhist sect rise again, and he wanted those traitors to receive the punishment they deserved. The surging energy in their hearts soared into the sky. As brothers, they were invincible. Myriad Buddhas paying tribute. Profound heaven seal. Jiang Chen and Tyrant attacked at the same time. The wind and clouds covered the sky, and they were unparalleled in this world. The strong impact caused the purple bamboo forest to turn into ruins. Huge waves were formed on the surrounding ocean, and they were crashing against the shore, causing piles of snow to be swept up. Gyroscope's eye. Di Shi Tian's giant hand broke through the sky and his eyes were like swords. Cold light shot up to the sky and the Buddhist charm was full of brilliance. However, this time, Jiang Chen's profound heaven seal and 1000 Buddha greeting art had exerted their full strength. Even though Di Shi Tian was in the emperor realm, he was still in a difficult situation. The gyroscopic eye turned into 2 beams of heavenly light, piercing through the sea and shaking the sky. Break! Jiang Chen was burning with anger. The profound heaven seal was unstoppable. With an unstoppable aura, he struck out with supreme Tao connotation, breaking all laws. The gyroscope's eye and Jiang Chen's profound heaven seal were equally matched. Jiang Chen's lips curled up coldly. He used all his power to fight against an emperor realm master, so he did not dare to be careless. Myriad Buddhas paying tribute, Buddhist charm soared into the sky. Tyrant also exerted his supreme divine might to the extreme. The Buddhist charm of the myriad Buddha's relic was almost devoured by him. No matter what, Sakura could not be compared to him. After all, the myriad Buddha's relic was a divine item after his death. Its compatibility with him was far beyond Sakura's. The Buddhist charm soared into the sky. Golden light covered the ground, and a jade plate fell from the sky. Sakura's expression was solemn and extremely nervous. In the battle between the 3, he still had the absolute advantage. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen was completely pushed back. After all, the dignity of an emperor realm master could not be violated. Both of them were forced to retreat. Although Di Shi Tian's soul shadow was getting dimmer and dimmer, he was still 1 step behind. The eye of Yiro Luo firmly suppressed both of them. Jiang Chen and Tyrant were sent flying backwards, looking extremely embarrassed. In this battle, the 2 of them had already done their best. Buddha's mercy. Ha ha ha, that's impossible. After killing you, I'll become the ancestor of all Buddhas. You can reconstruct your golden body, but I can destroy you 1,000 times over. Tathagata, I want to replace you. As the leader of the Buddhist sect, you betrayed the Buddhist sect. You will forever be a sinner of the Buddhist sect and will never be able to reincarnate. Sakura laughed crazily, and his aura reached the heavens. He looked at Jiang Qin and Tyrant arrogantly. His venerable sovereign's aura was still the last to laugh. Tyrant's face turned ashen, but he was speechless. Countless memories from his previous life flowed into his mind. The Buddhist sect's betrayal and the world's chaos were indeed the cause of the chaos in the divine world. The myriad Buddha ancestor couldn't escape the blame. Jiang Qin placed his palm on Tyrant's body and said in a deep voice, "No matter what, I will support you. Monk, nothing is impossible in this world. Even as the myriad Buddha ancestor, you are still my brother. Don't be blinded by the world. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, but I laugh at them for not being able to see through me. Buddha is merciful, but it's not fake. Buddha doesn't kill, but for the sake of the world, he must die for a noble cause. There is a difference between killing one person and killing millions." Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. Tyrant nodded heavily, understanding Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen's words made him understand that if he blamed everything on himself, he would never be able to escape from the sea of bitterness in this life. "If I don't go to hell, who will? I'm a Buddha ancestor, but I can't comprehend this principle. If I don't get reborn in hell, I will be annihilated in hell. In my previous life, I was the lord of the Buddha realm. In this life, I must end my inner demon. Buddha isn't a god, but a belief. Buddha isn't a god, but a belief." When the tyrant monk closed his eyes, he finally understood something. In this life, he would make up for all the mistakes he had made in his previous life. Even if he was a Buddha, he wasn't omnipotent. Buddha was also human, and he would make mistakes. However, he couldn't be shackled by his mistakes and regret for the rest of his life. Merciful and compassionate, Amitabha. My Buddha Tathagata has finally been enlightened. An auspicious voice reverberated in the 9 heavens. The withered lotus throne in the distance once again shone brightly, illuminating the earth. Golden light overflowed in all directions, and the Buddhist charm existed for a long time. The entire purple bamboo forest was bathed in the Buddhist charm, and it was tranquil and majestic. Amitabha. It has been millions of years since we last met. You are too kind. Tyrant said in a low voice, but his heart was filled with shock. The lotus throne bloomed continuously, radiating light in all directions. A golden figure filled the air above the lotus throne. He had a mellow smile on his face, and his expression was solemn. Observe the eyes, observe the heart, observe the world, observe the vanity of the world, observe the road ahead, observe the freedom. The golden figure smiled, and he was calm. Great monk. Venerable Wood Spirit put his palms together, and tears fell like rain. He knelt on the ground and silently looked at Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. He held the jade bottle in his hand, and his divine might was solemn, making people want to worship him. Tyrant also put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. He exchanged glances with Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara and smiled. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he looked into the distance. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was worthy of being a great monk of the Buddhist sect. His majesty and bearing couldn't be disobeyed. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, you're actually not dead yet. Sakura looked at Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. The current Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was only an illusory figure. Under the illusory figure, the lotus throne was clear, but it was impossible for it to be as majestic as it was in the past. Amitabha. Even Buddha couldn't persuade you to convert and gain enlightenment. It seems like your root of wisdom has been broken, and you're no longer fit to be a member of my Buddhist sect. Today, Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara is bold enough to ask Buddha to enlighten my root of wisdom so that I can be reborn. This relic is a bit of good fortune that I obtained after I passed away. I hope Buddha can correct me and help me gain enlightenment. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's words caused Jiang Qin, venerable wood spirit, and tyrant to be startled. Their expressions were extremely ugly. No, Bodhisattva, you can't. Venerable wood spirit's tears fell like rain. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara wanted Buddha to fuse with his relic. If that happened, she would completely fall and never be able to reincarnate. Chapter 3779. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was calm and composed with a calm smile on his face, causing Jiang Qin to feel an incomparably heavy faith in him. It was a kind of unparalleled spirit of sacrificing oneself for the sake of a clear conscience. Even Tyrant became hesitant. However, they all knew that only by fusing with Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara could they possibly defeat Sakra heaven. Otherwise, even the Gautama Buddha, who had reconstructed his golden body, would not be able to contend against him. The brave were fearless and devoted to the common people of the world. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was the true Buddha. At that moment, even Jiang Qin felt an indescribable shock in his heart. Wood spirit, you must remember that only by connecting your heart with the common people of the world will you understand the true meaning of Buddha's compassion. If I don't enter hell, who will? The Gautama Buddha will lead by example, and Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara will naturally follow suit. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara said calmly. Amitabha. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara is able to discern the principles of heaven. It is the fortune of my life. Tyrant's palm moved, and the relic on the lotus platform was directly sucked into his hand. In an instant, it turned into a soaring Buddhist aura and entered Tyrant's body. Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva. Reverend wood spirit murmured. However, from then on, Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara would no longer exist in this world. Bastard! Even if Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara's relic is given to you, so what? Do you think I, Sakra heaven, am afraid of you? Sakra heaven's arrogance soared to the heavens, and he did not have the slightest bit of fear. Endless Buddhist aura continuously fused into Tyrant's body. Tyrant's eyes were like torches, and there were layers of Buddhist aura that turned into rays of Buddhist aura and fused with his body. In the entire Buddhist sect, Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was in existence second only to the myriad Buddha ancestor. Even Sakra was only on par with him. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara sacrificed his fearless spirit for the sake of the unification of the Buddhist sect and for the myriad Buddha ancestor to return to his throne. Monk Tyrant could empathize with Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. However, he also knew that he couldn't reject Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. He was the only hope of the Buddhist sect, the myriad Buddha ancestor. He had suffered injustice for millions of years, and even the great thunderclap temple had turned into ruins. The moment the Dharma body of Mahatma Bodhisattva was completely annihilated, Tyrant opened his eyes once again. Buddha's light was like a torch as it soared into the sky. Sakra felt a trace of danger. It's impossible for you to defeat me. You are the scum of the Buddhist sect. You are the traitor. Sakra roared angrily and attacked again. However, Monk Tyrant was calm and composed. With a wave of his hand, millions of rays of Buddha's light almost filled the entire sky. Buddha's charm was auspicious and peaceful. Sakra had nowhere to hide. This time, he was completely suppressed by Monk Tyrant. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. Buddha is merciful, but I am not merciful. Killing intent flashed in Monk Tyrant's eyes. Killing one person could guarantee the lives of millions. Even if Monk Tyrant had to kill 10 or 100 of such people, he wouldn't be merciful. No, Sakra's eyes were filled with fear. He wanted to retreat, but his soul force was already being pushed back by Monk Tyrant. Even if you kill me, what can you do? This is just a Dharma body of mine, a soul body. Although I will be heavily injured, when I find you, you will definitely die a tragic death. The West Pole is already in our control. At that time, the world will no longer belong to you. Under the alliance of me and the 8 divisional stupa, who can contend against us? Ha ha ha. Sakra roared in anger. This was his golden Dharma body. Although it wasn't his true body, if this Dharma body was broken, he would feel the danger. Sakra searched the entire purple bamboo forest and found the myriad Buddha Sarira. However, he didn't expect that he would be defeated by Guanzizai. Guanzizai used his own Sarira to temporarily help the myriad Buddha ancestor return to his peak. Although his strength couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before, it was more than enough to repel Sakra. Die for me. Buddha's radiance illumination. Monk Tyrant exhausted all his Buddha's charm. With a powerful attack, he directly destroyed Sakra's soul. Sakra's Dharma body suffered a crushing defeat and dissipated into nothingness. Sakra's true body must have suffered heavy injuries. The entire horizon was filled with brilliance. Buddha's light illuminated the earth, and the world could see light once again. Sakra's damaged Dharma body was filled with Buddha's charm. At this moment, the Buddha's charm from the myriad Buddha Sarira was also absorbed into Monk Tyrant's body. This was his power, this was his era. The bright moon rose above the sea, and the world shared this moment. As dawn broke, a new sun slowly rose from the horizon of the sea. Carrying with it a strange splendor, it once again illuminated the world. Monk Tyrant's expression was solemn. He looked at Jiang Qin and said, "The pristine jade bottle and the rootless water are at the peak of the entire southern sea. The source of the rootless water is under the purple bamboo forest, at the bottom of the deep sea. However, it has the seal of Guanzizai. I will give you the seal of the swastika. You can open the source of the rootless water. Only by finding the rootless water can you awaken little you. I don't have time, little Chinzi. The West Pole Divine Continent needs me. The pagoda and Sakra will definitely rise up. I have no choice but to rush back to the West Pole Divine Continent to stop them. Perhaps, this world is no longer what we imagined it to be." Monk Tyrant's words made Jiang Chen empathize with him. As the myriad Buddha ancestor, Monk Tyrant was duty-bound. Their palms met. On Jiang Chen's palm, there was the swastika seal. He nodded heavily. "Wood Spirit, you can come with me to revive the Buddhist sect." Monk Tyrant looked at Venerable Wood Spirit. Venerable Wood Spirit bowed slightly, incomparably pious. The fall of Guanzizai was a gift from Sakra. He was duty-bound. "I will obey the Buddha's decree. After I awaken little you, I will go to the West Pole Divine Continent to find you. I believe that all the grievances will be washed away. In this world, there is nothing that we brothers can't do," Jiang Chen said confidently. Monk Tyrant nodded with a mellow smile. He was still the tyrant of the past. "I will wait for you." The phrase, "I'll wait for you," contained thousands of words. Tyrant turned around and left without delay. The unforeseen event of the West Pole Divine Continent would definitely affect the entire Central Prefecture Divine Land. This was because the pagoda was the strongest existence in the Central Prefecture Divine Land. Sakra and the 8 divisional pagoda would definitely become a great threat to Tyrant. Now that he recalled his past life, as the myriad Buddha ancestor, Monk Tyrant was duty-bound. Moreover, he had suffered injustice for billions of years. This time, he must return to the Buddhist sect and lead the heroes. Chapter 3780. Looks like the violet bamboo forest has been destroyed. We're still a step too late. Yeah. Even Avalokitesvara's dojo wasn't spared. I really have no idea why those fellows are so terrifying. Jiang Chen. It must be him. I won't let this matter rest until I find him. The 3 martial emperors landed on the violet bamboo forest with grim expressions. The entire place was in a mess. The surrounding void was covered in dust and haze. The depths of the violet bamboo forest was filled with smoke. After the dust settled, the non-tung divine region, the last pure land in the entire divine world, had turned into a perilous place. Don't tell me this guy has already escaped. It's hard to say. We're a step too late. The people from the 100 schools of philosophers we saw along the way should have left from the peak of the southern sea. The two of them exchanged a glance and looked at the grim imperial emperor Tianqi. It's up to you, Tianqi. I don't believe that fellow can escape so quickly. Imperial Emperor Tianqi nodded with a grim expression. This time, he was going to grind Jiang Chen's bones into ashes. He was going to take back what he lost bit by bit. Moreover, he was going to make sure that Jiang Chen would never be able to reincarnate. Heavenly Eye, activate. Imperial Emperor Tianqi roared. His heavenly deity ability was activated. Everything within a 10,000 li radius was exposed to his heavenly eye. At the bottom of the sea. That fellow might be at the bottom of the sea. Imperial Emperor Tianqi's eyes lit up as he spoke. He discovered an extremely fast energy charging towards the bottom of the sea. That person might very well be Jiang Chen. He didn't see Jiang Chen's corpse, nor did he see Jiang Chen among the people from the 100 schools of philosophers. Let's go down and take a look first. Imperial Emperor Tianqi turned around and dived into the depths of the sea. The underwater world was colorful and radiant. Although it was difficult for sunlight to shine into the deep sea, there were still many glowing fish and sea monsters in the underwater world. There were even some rare treasures. The entire underwater world didn't seem that dark, but the cold aura was filled with endless pressure. The underwater world was not as beautiful as one would imagine. There were reefs and corals everywhere. If one was not careful, one might even run into a ferocious sea demon. The sea demons in the ocean also had combat strength that humans could not hope to match. Even the Emperor Realm sea demons were not without their own. Jiang Chen's mind was solemn. He bravely ventured into the underwater world because he had no other choice. Only by doing so could he find a chance of survival for little Yu. Jiang Chen knew better than anyone that he couldn't stop at all. He must wake little Yu up as soon as possible because the two of them had been separated for too long. There were countless sea creatures in the surroundings. However, when Jiang Chen dived to the depth of 100,000 meters, there were very few fish around. However, every type of sea demon that could live in the deep sea was at least at the hierarch realm. Jiang Chen had seen more than 3 divine emperor sea demons. This showed that the underwater world was much more complicated than what humans could imagine. I finally reached the bottom of the sea. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on his face. The heavens would not disappoint those who worked hard. He had finally arrived at the bottom of the ocean, and he could feel an extremely strong icy cold energy. The terrifying spiritual energy kept spreading out. Jiang Chen's eyes were wide open, and he could see the mouth of a spring that went deep into the ocean. The spring water was bubbling, but it didn't seem like the spring water was flowing away. Instead, it was seeping back into the spring. At this moment, just as Jiang Chen was about to collect the rootless water, he saw a huge fish appear in front of him. It seemed like it was covered with cuts and bruises, and there were bloody scars everywhere. It was huge, and it was at least 30 meters long. Brother Jiang, save me! A deep roar resounded from the depths of the sea. Jiang Chen's body shook and his brows furrowed. His pupils shrank as he looked at the giant fish. This is the tidal sea spirit, Yuanhua. Jiang Chen did not expect to meet Yuanhua here. However, it was not impossible for Yuanhua to appear here. Looks like the two of us are fated. Jiang Chen smiled. Behind Yuanhua were 4 half-step Emperor Realm sea demons. They were chasing after Yuanhua relentlessly. It seemed like they had no intention of letting Yuanhua go. How did you offend these guys? Jiang Chen looked at the 4 half-step Emperor Realm sea demons. They were all whales of the deep sea. Their bodies were huge and even more terrifying than Yuanhua. Their bodies were over 30 feet long. It was almost impossible to find a match for them in the underwater world. Their strength had also reached the half-step Emperor Realm. Lowly human, since you are friends, you can die together. The sea demon said in a deep voice. His eyes were cold and lifeless. His killing intent permeated the underwater world. Want to kill me? Trash like you aren't qualified. Jiang Chen shook his head. He did not put these guys in his eyes. At this moment, his strength was incomparably vigorous. He was only a step away from the Emperor Realm. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen suppressing himself, he would have broken through to the Emperor Realm during the battle in the purple bamboo forest. However, Jiang Chen needed to stabilize his foundation. He wanted everything to go smoothly. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to break through to the Emperor Realm. Trying to show off to my big brother Jiang. All of you will die. You will die without a grave. Yuanhua said in an intimidating manner. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. If he was not mistaken, Yuanhua must have come here for the rootless water when he was wandering around the seabed. You want the rootless water, right? Jiang Chen looked at Yuanhua. Yuanhua nodded. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to have entered the underwater world because he discovered his danger. This was most likely his goal. Those guys don't want me to get close to them. That's why they want to kill me. Moreover, once they devour me, they might advance to the Emperor Realm. Yuanhua said in a low voice. He was extremely disgusted with these sea demons. The tidal ocean spirit was one of the most terrifying sea demons in the deep sea. Moreover, it was extremely talented. Its body was filled with spiritual aura and its cultivation speed was comparable to ascending to the heavens. It was more than 100 times stronger than ordinary sea demons. Therefore, if these sea demons devoured him, their strength would definitely rise to another level. You don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, the two of you can die. Chapter 3781. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and his killing intent surged. He did not dare to underestimate these 4 sea monsters. After all, they were in the deep sea. Compared to human half-step Emperor Realm experts, they were much stronger. They were like fish in water. Naturally, they were very terrifying. Under such circumstances, Jiang Chen's hands and feet were tied. However, Jiang Chen would not even care about an emperor-level sea monster, let alone these fellas. Big brother Jiang, it's all up to you now. Yuanhua said pitifully. At this moment, he had already turned into a human. He held the Poseidon's trident in his hand and there were a few strands of seaweed on his head. He looked very miserable and his body was covered in blood. Don't worry. Jiang Chen said coldly. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and was unstoppable. The limitless sword was still invincible in the deep sea. The 10,000 souls vanishing shadow wreaked havoc in the deep sea. Jiang Chen did not fall into a disadvantageous position even though he was fighting against 4 at the same time. Yuanhua rested for a moment and then rejoined the battle without any delay. Under the 2 of them, the 4 half-step Emperor Realm sea monsters were no match for Jiang Chen. The sharp sword chi of the 23rd sword tore through the deep sea, stirring up waves of ripples. In an instant, a half-step Emperor Realm sea monster was killed. The other 3 deep-sea dragons were also extremely shocked. They quickly unleashed their killing intent towards Jiang Chen. Their enormous bodies rushed towards Jiang Chen without the slightest hesitation. Like a divine dragon swinging its tail, they created huge waves in the deep sea, making it impossible for Jiang Chen to stand still. The seemingly calm and ordinary water pillars that were filled with an enormous deterrent force crashed down on him. "Big brother Jiang, watch out," Yuan Hua said in a deep voice. His expression changed drastically. He held the trident in his hand and rushed forward, wanting to send the three sea monsters flying and block the attack for Jiang Chen. However, Yuan Hua had underestimated the abilities of the three sea monsters. They directly knocked Yuan Hua away and smashed him on the corals. Three shocking water columns continued to rush towards Jiang Chen like sharp divine weapons. However, Jiang Chen's technique was extremely frightening. The limitless sword was silent. Even in the deep sea, it was extremely frightening. It was impossible to defend against it. Water splitter. Jiang Chen executed the 23 swords to the extreme with a single sweep of his sword. It was incomparably terrifying. With a single sword strike, Jiang Chen broke the 3 water pillars. Then, he moved like a wandering swan. Wherever his sword pointed, the soul-leaving sword swept down. No, no. The 3 sea monsters trembled in fear. Jiang Chen's 23 swords was unparalleled in the world. The endless swords were comparable to the Azura sword formation. The 3 half-step Emperor Realm sea monsters never imagined that they would be killed by Jiang Chen. They didn't even have the chance to escape. Fresh blood dyed a large area of the sea red, attracting countless fishes that crazily swarmed over. The fishes that fed on fresh blood in particular frantically gnawed at the 3 deep-sea pythons. In just a short while, the thousands of fishes at the bottom of the sea had completely devoured them. Yuan Hua watched the scene in silence. His eyes were filled with shock. Jiang Chen's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. They were both half-step Emperor Realm cultivators, but he had fought against 4 of them alone and turned into a drowning dog. On the other hand, Jiang Chen had fought against 4 sea monsters alone and defeated them with a single sword strike. The gap between them wasn't small at all. Fortunately, he had met Jiang Chen. Otherwise, he would have died a horrible death. "Big brother Jiang, thank you," Yuan Hua said sincerely. "Don't mention it." Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. Yuan Hua pointed at the crystal coffin on Jiang Chen's shoulder in astonishment. "This is the wife I've been searching for. In order to awaken her, I've also come to look for the rootless water." Jiang Chen retracted his smile and said with a serious expression. "I've been circling around the rootless water for several months now, but I still haven't discovered how to obtain it. Furthermore, there are 4 half-step Emperor Realm deep-sea dragons guarding it. I wonder what you've discovered." Yuan Hua looked at Jiang Chen with a serious expression. "Because you don't have the key, you naturally can't open the barrier of the rootless water," Jiang Chen said. "So you've come prepared." Yuan Hua's eyes lit up as he looked at Jiang Chen with joy. Jiang Chen nodded. At this moment, he stretched out his palm and a swastika symbol appeared in his hand. It was dazzling with golden light. "So, this is the key," Yuan Hua murmured. Jiang Chen had already turned around and extended his palm toward the mouth of the rootless water. In an instant, golden light burst out from the mouth of the spring, accompanied by a melodious Buddhist aura. Like a layer of light, the light gradually faded away, revealing the mouth of the spring. Yuan Hua was both shocked and excited. This is the rootless water. Ha ha ha, this is great. Jiang Chen was also very excited. With the rootless water, he could finally wake Xiaoyu up. Jiang Chen had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Countless nights, countless dreams, he had imagined this scene. He held Xiaoyu's hand with his own hands and kissed it, telling her of his yearning and attachment to her for countless years. Yuan Hua also respected Jiang Chen very much. He could see how excited Jiang Chen was. He did not even look at the rootless water, because what he really cared about was his beloved woman, his wife in the crystal coffin. Rootless water. Nothing in the world can hold it except the pristine jade bottle. Yuan Hua said very sternly. Jiang Qin took out the myriad qi cauldron in his hand. The myriad qi cauldron directly received a large cauldron of rootless water. Yuan Hua was instantly dumbfounded and looked very embarrassed. I didn't say anything. Jiang Qin used the myriad qi cauldron to fill the rootless water perfectly. But in the end, when the rootless water reached less than half of the myriad qi cauldron, it completely disappeared. What the hell? It can't be. Just this bit of rootless water. Yuan Hua was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect there to be so little rootless water, less than half a cauldron. Jiang Qin smiled and said, "How is this possible? This cauldron is the water of a river. Half a cauldron is the water of a river. What the hell? Doesn't that mean that you've actually collected all of the rootless water?" Yuan Hua stared at the myriad qi cauldron in Jiang Qin's hand. It was simply too domineering. You can say that. But I can feel that the mouth of the rootless water seems to be inexhaustible. It's just that we have temporarily collected all the rootless water. Chapter 3782. In reality, this rootless water could only be produced in an era. Furthermore, it couldn't be stored, it would sink back into the ocean, forming the cycle of reincarnation. I see. Yuan Hua said in a low voice. He looked at Jiang Qin with great trust. After all, Jiang Qin had saved his life twice. Naturally, he was very grateful to Jiang Qin, and he trusted him a lot. Wait till I use this rootless water to save little you can have as much as you want. Jiang Qin said generously. Thank you so much, big brother Jiang, I only need a little, Yuan Hua said with a smile, unable to contain his joy. However, right at this moment, he could sense that three extremely frightening figures had already locked onto him tightly. These are Emperor Realm experts. Yuan Hua said with a gloomy expression, clutching the Ocean Emperor's trident tightly. That handsome young prodigy seemed to have returned. What's bound to come has come. Jiang Qin said coldly. Ha ha ha, there's nowhere to hide. Little bastard, I've finally caught you. A maniacal laughter reverberated through the ocean. The appearance of Imperial Emperor Tianqi caused Jiang Qin's expression to turn solemn. Not only did this fellow return, he even brought two Emperor Realm experts with him, looking like he's going to fight to the death. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so today. Jiang Qin said coldly. Back then, he might not be a match for Imperial Emperor Tianqi, but now that he's fought with Emperor Realm experts several times, this Imperial Emperor Tianqi might not even be a match for Kong Yun. Why would he put them in his eyes? That's not up to you to decide. My goddess, I will not allow you to taint her. Imperial Emperor Tianqi said. No matter how strong Jiang Qin is, he's only a half-step emperor. Now that the three of them are attacking together, Jiang Qin won't be able to escape. Big brother Jiang, are you really confident? Yuan Hua said worriedly. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Jiang Qin's strength, but the three Emperor Realm experts had left him at a complete loss. If he failed, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Killing them is as easy as slaughtering chickens and sheep. Jiang Qin said calmly. Emperor Tianqi, on the other hand, was infuriated by Jiang Qin's words. Wasn't this fellow a little too arrogant? He actually said that dealing with the three of them would be as easy as killing chickens and sheep. Could it be that this fellow was already arrogant to such an extent? If I don't kill you, I won't be able to appease the anger of the people. Such an arrogant brat should have been reincarnated long ago. Imperial Emperor Tianqi waved his hand, and the three great emperors charged at Jiang Qin. Watch carefully, I'm going to kill a chicken. Jiang Chen smiled and held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. He had to admit that these three fellas were much stronger than the four half-step sovereigns. However, to what extent was Jiang Chen's strength? Not to mention Yuan Hua, not even Imperial Emperor Tian Qi who fought Jiang Chen to death could say for sure. However, he wasn't fighting alone this time. With the help of two Emperor realm experts, he was full of confidence. He Yiping's heart was filled with resentment if he didn't kill Jiang Chen. He had to protect his goddess personally, he must not let her fall into Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen, little brat, hand over your life. Emperor Tianqi roared angrily. His killing intent soared as three streaks of light shot towards Jiang Chen from the depths of the sea. 23 swords. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through the clouds, instantly repelling the three Emperor realm experts. With a single slash, tens of thousands of swords were broken. The three of them didn't gain the upper hand at all. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His aura was like that of a tiger. Under the dragon transformation, he was like a god in the deep sea. This time, Jiang Chen wasn't inferior to those Emperor realm experts. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless when facing the three Emperor Tianqi and the others. His biggest dream now was to wake little Yu up as soon as possible. These bastards must be eliminated as soon as possible. What a terrifying fella. Is he really a half-step emperor? Yeah. Brother Tianqi, isn't this too terrifying? The two helpers beside Imperial Emperor Tianqi looked solemn. They were extremely worried when Jiang Chen took out his sword. Even an Emperor realm expert wouldn't dare to take it head-on. The sword intent in the water was at ease. At this moment, Jiang Chen was filled with a carefree feeling. The limitless sword had a feeling of returning to its original state, like a fish returning to the sea. The surging aura made Jiang Chen even more excited. The 23 swords was not the main point of the limitless sword. The true terror of the limitless sword might be unstoppable. The limitless sword was silent, ignoring the heavens and earth, ignoring the passage of time. Imperial Emperor Tianqi was very shocked as well. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to become so strong. His swordsmanship was exquisite and unparalleled. It had reached a level where there was nothing it couldn't break. Don't be afraid. This fella is definitely not our match. As long as we can withstand his attack, he will definitely lose. Imperial Emperor Tianqi said while gritting his teeth. But at this moment, the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand seemed to have gone through endless changes. Jiang Chen entered a mysterious realm. Jiang Chen didn't know where the highest realm of the limitless sword was. However, the 23 swords seemed to have reached its peak. 10,000 soul vanishing shadow, invincible. However, this was not the end. Jiang Chen unleashed the 23 swords to its peak. The terrifying power of the sword stacked up again and again. The pinnacle of the sword, breaking through the enemy's formation. Jiang Chen's sword was like Tai Chi, pushing away 1,000 caddies with little effort. Endless sword chi swept out. Once touched by it, there was nowhere to run even if one wanted to. Endless sword chi chased after the three of them. Moreover, every sword chi penetrated deep into their bodies. Even their souls were injured by the sword chi. It was too terrifying. Celestial God's eye. Imperial Lord Tianqi roared furiously. His divine eyes pierced through the heavens. This time, his back was against the wall. If he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen even with the help of two great emperors, then he would truly give up and might be killed by Jiang Chen on the spot. Gathering storm. Heavenly devil divine blade. The three great emperors attacked one after another, but Jiang Chen remained calm and composed. No matter how strong he was, no matter how strong he was, no matter how strong he was, no matter how arrogant he was, no matter how arrogant he was, no matter how bright the moon shone upon the great river. Where is the peak of the 23 swords? 24 swords, is there really 24 swords? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. With a sweep of the 23 sword, the three great Emperor realm experts were forced to retreat. Chapter 3783. Jiang Chen had no distractions in his heart. Wherever his sword heart pointed, it was unparalleled. Invisibly, Imperial Emperor Tianqi and the other two were forced to retreat. They couldn't fight against Jiang Chen at all. The domineering aura of one man taking on an entire army by himself caused Imperial Emperor Tianqi to feel a sense of defeat he'd never felt before. One sword to shock the world. Jiang Chen's heart was unrivaled. The heavenly dragon sword seemed to have reached a strong resonance with Jiang Chen. It was no longer a problem for him to become one with the sword. However, the sword's soul of the heavenly dragon sword seemed to have awakened, but it was still lacking. This made Jiang Chen understand that if he did not reach the Emperor realm, the sword's soul of the heavenly dragon sword would not be able to fully awaken and his 23 swords might not be able to make a breakthrough. Emperor Tianqi and the other two were knocked back by this single sword strike. They were in an incomparably wretched state, and their injuries were extremely severe. Such power! A shout made Jiang Chen frown his brows. Above the deep sea, a blue-clothed figure slowly appeared. Finally, you're not hiding anymore. Jiang Chen said faintly. Looks like I let you escape after we parted ways with the Xianyuan clan. Your strength has become much more terrifying now. Of course, your ambition has also grown bigger. The one who spoke was none other than Xianyuan Kanglan, Jiang Chen's archenemy. When Jiang Chen and Luo Qing left the Xianyuan clan, Xianyuan Kanglan was about to come out from his seclusion. But this time, Xianyuan Kanglan would not give Jiang Chen any chance. The current Xianyuan Kanglan had completely broken through to the Emperor realm and obtained the true inheritance of the Xianyuan clan. Not even Jiang Chen dared to be careless in this battle. Xianyuan clan. Imperial Emperor Tianqi looked at Xianyuan Kanglan in shock. Brother, let's work together to kill Jiang Chen. I only want the coffin in his hand. What do you think? Xianyuan Kanglan looked at Imperial Emperor Tianqi and said coldly, you guys are not worthy. You, Imperial Emperor Tianqi was almost choked to death by Xianyuan Kanglan. This fella's arrogance was even greater than Jiang Chen's. However, Xianyuan Kanglan was also very strong, he had already broken through to the Emperor realm. At this moment, Imperial Emperor Tianqi harumphed coldly. Fighting with this unknown person from the Xianyuan clan was not a good idea. Moreover, he and Jiang Chen were enemies. He might as well sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Since Xianyuan Kanglan wasn't willing to join hands with him, then he would just watch silently. You are still as arrogant as ever. Jiang Chen said with a smile. This battle was not going to be easy for him. Xianyuan Kanglan was not a nobody. This fella had always been a thorn in his side. However, Jiang Chen did not manage to kill Xianyuan Kanglan after so many chances. This time, if Jiang Chen had the chance, he would not be merciful. You are still as strong as ever. Xianyuan Kanglan stared at Jiang Chen and said coldly. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he still dared to go against Jiang Chen. This was the attitude of an expert. This was a battle between experts. Since you know how strong I am, you still dare to find trouble with me. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? You managed to escape from me a few times. Have you ever won against me? Do you think that I will let you go this time? Not even the heavens can save you. Jiang Chen was filled with killing intent. It was not that he did not want to kill this fella, but it was unbearable to be targeted by someone all the time. As the saying goes, one should not be afraid of being targeted by a thief. Jiang Chen did not plan to let Xianyuan Kanglan go. He must keep Xianyuan Kanglan in this underwater world no matter what. Indeed, I have never won against you. But this time, you will die a horrible death. Xianyuan Kanglan said confidently. He had broken through to the Emperor realm, but Jiang Qin was still a half-step Emperor realm expert. Even though it was just a step away, this step was filled with many obstacles. In Xianyuan Kanglan's eyes, Jiang Qin was not on the same level as him anymore. Kneel down and beg for mercy now, and I might leave you with a complete corpse. Xianyuan Kanglan said with a smile. You're still as naive as ever. Fine, I will rub you on the ground today. Let's see what else you can do. Jiang Qin and Xianyuan Kanglan looked at each other. The battle was imminent. Brother Tianqi, can this Xianyuan clan's expert really defeat Jiang Qin? It's hard to say. Look at how strong Jiang Qin is. The three of us almost fell into his trap. I'm afraid this Xianyuan clan's junior is just bluffing. Imperial Emperor Tianqi frowned and said. I have a feeling that this fella is not easy to deal with. Since he's not willing to join hands with us, then let's see who can laugh till the end. No matter who it is, we'll kill them here. Imperial Emperor Tianqi's eyes turned cold. This Xianyuan clan's junior is really arrogant. He was happy at this moment. Whoever can laugh till the end will be the one with the best laugh. Brother Tianqi is right. Let's watch the tigers fight. Hee hee. Let's see how strong they are. Jiang Qin and Xianyuan Kanglan's eyes lit up. Both of them were ready to fight. None of them would give the other a chance. Both of them had been fighting for a long time, they knew each other's strength and techniques very well. However, it had been a long time since they last fought. Xianyuan Kanglan would definitely give Jiang Qin enough respect. It was still unknown who would laugh till the end. Xianyuan's sword, roaming dragon winds. Xianyuan Kanglan unleashed all his killing moves without holding back. In a battle between true experts, a slight mistake could lead to one side being suppressed by the other. Although Xianyuan Kanglan was confident, he had never won against Jiang Qin before. This time, he had to be more cautious. Jiang Qin raised his hand and unleashed the Ashura sword formation. The terrifying Ashura sword formation locked Xianyuan Kanglan within it. Xianyuan Kanglan's expression changed. Jiang Qin's Ashura sword formation was extraordinarily overbearing. He had suffered from it several times in the past. This time, he would not let Jiang Qin have his way. Xianyuan Kanglan brandished his sword like the wind. Sword shadows appeared one after another. He kept dodging Jiang Qin's Ashura sword formation. However, Jiang Qin did not need to set it up anymore. In a blink of an eye, the Ashura sword formation was completed. Xianyuan Kanglan was locked within the Ashura sword formation. Jiang Qin was determined to kill him. Same old again. Let me see if your Ashura sword formation is still the same as before. Chapter 3784. The Ashura sword formation was unparalleled. 108 mid-grade primal origin treasures instantly formed the formation. There was no need for any changes. As soon as the formation was formed, countless swords rained down from the sky, sealing the entire underwater world. The surrounding fishes and sea monsters instantly scattered, but Xianyuan Kanglan was still trapped within the Ashura sword formation. The seawater rippled, the entire seabed was filled with shadows of swords, lingering in the surrounding thousands of meters of sea. Wherever the swords passed through, the seabed trembled. The corals and reefs in the underwater world started tearing, as if the mountains were collapsing. Tao Tai's roar. Xianyuan Kanglan let out a deafening roar. Even though it was deep in the ocean, the sound waves were still unblockable. Whirlpools formed in the seabed, accompanied by countless sword shadows. Xianyuan Kanglan's roar turned into a sound wave, shattering the countless sword shadows. His chi soared into the galaxy, his domineering aura soared to the heavens. Interesting. It's not that easy to survive in my Ashura sword formation. Jiang Qin sneered. It was not easy for Xianyuan Kanglen to break free from his Ashura sword formation alone. These two fellas are not easy to deal with. This Xianyuan Kanglen and Jiang Qin are like two incomparably terrifying ancient beasts. TSK. It's really terrifying. Jiang Qin said. That's right. These two people are like two resplendent rays of light. When they interweave together, it is truly not something that can be determined in a short period of time. Fortunately, we didn't continue fighting with him. I'm afraid that the three of us might not be able to kill him. Imperial Emperor Tianqi and the other two glared at Jiang Qin and said with a solemn expression. Imperial Emperor Tianqi was filled with emotions. Jiang Qin was like a scholar who had been away for 3 days. His rate of improvement was unbelievable. The battle between Jiang Qin and Xianyuan Kanglen made them widen their eyes, staring at this scene, afraid that they might miss it. Whether it was experience or rewards, a battle between great emperors was invaluable to them. Yuan Hua was also deeply moved. Big Brother Zhang's methods were many times more tyrannical than before. Even Yuan Hua, who believed himself to be peerlessly talented and rapidly improving, was completely unable to compare to Big Brother Zhang. This was perhaps the gap between a genius and a monster. Jiang Qin moved his palm and held the Heavenly Dragon sword tightly. He used the Heavenly Dragon sword's mightiness to break the Ashura sword formation. As the sword formation was activated, the wind howled and the swords rained down from the sky. The underwater world was turned upside down by Jiang Qin's Ashura sword formation. However, Jiang Qin defended himself and retreated in order to advance. Although the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger, Jiang Qin still relied on the Ashura sword formation to attack Xianyuan Kanglen. Xianyuan Kanglen was very cautious. However, Xianyuan Kanglen already knew the Ashura sword formation like the back of his hand. It was not the first time he fell under the Ashura sword formation. After falling at the same spot so many times, he had some experience. Xianyuan sword, myriad swords attack. Xianyuan Kanglen was enraged. At this moment, even Jiang Qin's eyes shrunk because the broken sword in his hand was the Xianyuan sword. If he could get his hands on Xianyuan Kanglen's Xianyuan sword, then he would have 3 broken Xianyuan swords. Once the broken Xianyuan swords were fused together, would he be able to forge a new Xianyuan sword? Jiang Qin was filled with anticipation. However, he had to get rid of Xianyuan Kanglen first before he could obtain the broken Xianyuan sword. The myriad swords attack was similar to Jiang Qin's Ashura sword formation. However, it was a pity that the Ashura sword formation was already used to its limit by Jiang Qin. With the addition of the Heavenly Dragon sword, it was like a tiger with wings. With a single thought, the myriad swords attack was like a tiger, clashing with Xianyuan Kanglen. It was like Mars colliding with Earth. In the deep sea, the myriad swords attack was wreaking havoc and intertwining with each other. Its power was terrifying. Whirlpools were formed continuously. The tearing force caused the reefs under the sea to be crushed into powder. Kill him. Jiang Qin's eyes were cold and murderous. His sword chi shrunk the Ashura sword formation and trapped Xianyuan Kanglen within it. Roar! Xianyuan Kanglen let out a furious roar. His body transformed into the Tao Tai's body. Under the sea, the Tao Tai's huge body smashed down with a claw, causing the earth to tremble. Countless sword shadows tore through the air and landed on Xianyuan Kanglen's body. The Tao Tai's body was as sturdy as a boulder, as hard as metal. The 108 primal origin treasure unleashed their terrifying might. Even the Tao Tai's body could not save Xianyuan Kanglen from the fire and water. The 108 sword blades pierced through Xianyuan Kanglen's chest. It was a huge blow to Xianyuan Kanglen. But this time, Jiang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. After all, maintaining the Ashura sword formation for such a long period of time was a difficult task for him. The Tao Tai's body was riddled with holes. However, it still failed to kill Xianyuan Kanglan. Xianyuan Kanglan was sent flying, leaving an afterimage in the water before falling down. Since you can't kill me, then it's time for you to die. Xianyuan Kanglan gritted his teeth. He held the broken Xianyuan sword and slowly stood up. His aura was unstoppable. The aura of an Emperor realm expert was shocking. He's still alive. Imperial Emperor Tianqi was completely shocked. Jiang Chen had already used up half of his strength. But Xianyuan Kanglan was like a devil. He was able to stand up proudly after being pierced by thousands of swords. This was something that only a human could do. Yes, Xianyuan Kanglan was no longer a human, he had fused with the Tao Tai, becoming an Emperor realm expert. He was no longer the same as before. Big brother Jiang, be careful. Yuan Hua exclaimed. Xianyuan Kanglan's speed was as fast as light. He turned into an afterimage and soared into the sky, stirring up the cosmos in the underwater world. The seawater was like a raging wave, waves after waves were formed on the surface of the sea. Death lightning lotus, bloom. Jiang Chen was prepared for this. The 5 heavenly lightnings slowly fused together. All the fishes within 1,000 miles of the underwater world had already disappeared. Heavenly Shadow, Xianyuan Deity. Chapter 3785. Xianyuan Kanglan's expression did not change. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and it had to be released. He had no way out now. He could only advance in this battle, not retreat. His body was like an unsheathed dragon, suppressing the boundless southern ocean beneath him. The arrogance of the dragon, the valiance of the sword, boundless and peerless. The death lotus also exploded like a thunderbolt under the water. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he retreated backwards. Terrifying energy spread out in the underwater world until it reached the top of the sea surface. Countless people at the edge of the Southern Ocean were shocked as they watched silently. Who would have thought that the giant waves of the Southern Ocean could actually connect the sky and the sea? It was an unparalleled spectacle that could only be seen once in 10,000 years. The underwater world was already messed up by Jiang Chen and Xianyuan Kanglan. However, Jiang Chen was still stronger than Xianyuan Kanglan. The moment the death lightning lotus bloomed, Xianyuan Kanglan was already defeated. No matter how strong his body was, he could not withstand the explosion of the death lightning lotus. The broken Xianyuan sword turned into a sword, but it was still not a match for the death lightning lotus. At that moment, even Yuan Hua, Imperial Emperor Tianqi and the others retreated continuously. Their faces were pale. Under the deep sea, the terrifying giant waves were shocking. They could feel how terrifying Jiang Chen was. The heavenly dragon sword slowly landed on Xianyuan Kanglan's body. At that moment, Xianyuan Kanglan's body was riddled with holes and he was on the verge of death. You've lost. So what if you've broken through to the Emperor realm? Jiang Chen said faintly. Although he was at the end of his tether right now, Jiang Chen didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, I've still lost to you. I've lost in your hands. Lifelong enemy, lifelong pain. He. Losing is losing. There's nothing to say. Death is not scary. What's scary is not being able to experience true success. I won against everyone but you. Xianyuan Kanglan murmured inside. He no longer felt pity for Jiang Chen. Because Jiang Chen had defeated him several times, he had completely lost his will to live. Once a man's will is gone, he would lose his spirit. Moreover, he knew that Jiang Chen would not let him go this time. There was no reason for him to escape from Jiang Chen's grasp. Xianyuan Kanglan sighed. You should have known this day would come. Jiang Chen said coldly. Winner takes all. Ha ha ha. I, Xianyuan Kanglin, have never admired anyone in my life. But you, Jiang Qin, are an exception. Xianyuan Kanglin and Jiang Qin looked into each other's eyes. Both of them had a feeling of understanding towards each other. However, a person should have his own way of thinking. Even if he lost, he would have no regrets. At the very least, he had once been brilliant, glorious, and had proven himself. I hope that you'll be an ordinary person in your next life. Jiang Qin extended his hand and killed Xianyuan Kanglin. His soul was sucked into the great soul-forming light. Xianyuan Kanglin's death was considered the end of an era for Jiang Qin. A genius of his generation was defeated by him in the end. Jiang Qin took the broken Xianyuan sword from Xianyuan Kanglin's hand. At this moment, he finally gathered all 3 pieces of the broken Xianyuan sword. However, he was not sure if he could reforge the Xianyuan sword. If he could reforge it, it would still be the strongest sword in the world. Now is the best time for us to take action. Imperial Lord Tianqi said in a deep voice. The 3 of them looked at each other and made up their minds. Because if they didn't act now, they wouldn't have the chance to do so in the future. This fellow was terrifying to the extreme. Take your life while you're down. Imperial Emperor Tianqi took the lead and charged towards Jiang Qin. At this moment, Jiang Qin turned his head and saw the 3 of them charging towards him. They were determined to take his life. Right at this moment, Jiang Qin had just poured the rootless water into the crystal coffin. The rootless water went straight into Yan Qinyu's body, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Nothing happened. Half a cauldron of rootless water, which was half a river, had completely fused with Yan Qinyu. Get lost. Yuan Hua rushed forward and blocked in front of Jiang Qin. Because Jiang Qin was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Jiang Qin could not resist the 3 Emperor Realm experts. Yuan Hua had no distractions. He knew that even if he were to die, he had to die before Big Brother Jiang. Big Brother Jiang had done so much for him. How could he just watch from the sidelines and leave alone? However, it was clear that Yuan Hua was not a match for Imperial Emperor Tianqi and the others. In just a single exchange, Yuan Hua was sent flying and retreated with heavy injuries. Jiang Qin suddenly turned his head. In an instant, the earth caved in and the sky collapsed. The underwater world was turned upside down. Even the bottom of the sea was filled with endless waves of fire. It was the underwater world's volcanoes. A pillar of fire soared into the sky, shooting tens of thousands of meters high. It was a marvelous sight in the underwater world, lighting up the surrounding space for thousands of meters. At this moment, Imperial Emperor Tianqi and the others no longer dared to delay. They quickly took action, intending to kill Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin raised his head. His face was slightly pale. Now, you're finally going to die. My goddess, no one is allowed to lay their hands on you. Imperial Emperor Tianqi said proudly and confidently. At this moment, Jiang Qin also took a deep breath and gulped. His expression was even more unsightly. It's good that you know fear. But it's too late now. Ha ha ha. Imperial Emperor Tianqi pointed at Jiang Qin, his killing intent surging. Now, prepare to die. Before Imperial Emperor Tianqi could finish his words, Jiang Qin retreated rapidly. A gigantic sea monster swallowed Imperial Emperor Tianqi and the others into its stomach. At this moment, Jiang Qin's expression grew even more solemn. This big fellow looked exactly the same as the 4 deep-sea monsters he had killed before. However, it was more than 10 times the size of those beasts. The gigantic deep-sea monster scared Yuan Hua out of his wits. The big fellow stared at Jiang Qin, clearly interested in Jiang Qin. You killed my child. I'm going to eat you. A deep voice rang in Jiang Qin's ears, causing Jiang Chen's expression to turn solemn. Mid-stage Emperor Realm. This deep-sea monster made Jiang Chen despair. This big fellow sent chills down his spine. Isn't this too fucking terrifying? It swallowed 3 Emperor Realm experts. Chapter 3786. Motherfucker, I can only run now. Jiang Chen thought. This terrifying deep-sea dragon was definitely the strongest existence he had ever seen. Even Tyrant, who had broken through to the Emperor Realm, wasn't this terrifying. He only managed to defeat Sakra by relying on the Buddha aura of Bodhisattva. This deep-sea dragon was a true peak intermediate Emperor Realm expert, a powerful sea demon. Big brother Jiang, what should we do? Said Yuan Hua in a deep voice. His heart trembled. His heart was filled with shock and even a sliver of reverence towards this terrifying colossus. That's because this was an existence that was completely out of his reach. Now that they were facing the deep-sea Cannon King, it seemed that they no longer had any way to reverse the situation. Only death awaited them. Let's go, split into 2 groups. Don't follow me, this fella only wants my life. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His face was ashen. Now that they were in the deep sea, he couldn't let Yuan Hua suffer with him. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to bear it. Big brother Jiang, take care. Yuan Hua didn't hesitate. He knew that the deep-sea dragon only had one target, Jiang Chen. His heart was filled with guilt. If it wasn't for him, Jiang Chen wouldn't be in such a predicament. Although he managed to escape from the pursuit of Monarch Tianqi and the others, the deep-sea dragon that replaced him was even more terrifying than the 3 of them. Cut the crap, let's go. Jiang Chen roared and turned into a ray of light. The 2 of them ran in opposite directions, fleeing for their lives. Trying to run. No one can escape from me in the deep sea. The deep-sea dragon snorted and gave chase. Jiang Chen's speed was terrifying, but the deep-sea dragon's speed was even more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the deep-sea dragon was right behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen continued to toss and turn, pushing the blood and qi in his body to the peak. The myriad qi flowed through his body. Although his strength was recovering continuously, the gap between him and the deep-sea dragon king was still huge. Jiang Chen could see that the shadow behind him was getting faster and faster, about to catch up to him. Scram! Jiang Chen's sword slashed down. However, when he looked at the deep-sea sword behind him, it was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. Jiang Chen used dragon transformation, transforming into a 300-meter-long wild dragon that crazily swam under the sea. His speed changed again, but it was a pity that this deep-sea dragon was simply too terrifying. Even with Jiang Chen's dragon transformation, there was still a huge difference between them. The distance between the 2 continued to shrink, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, is there any way to get rid of it? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He was already at his wit's end. If he was caught by this deep-sea dragon, then he would definitely die without a burial place. This deep-sea monster is very scary. I can't do anything about it. Ancestral Dragon Emperor helplessly said. Are we just going to wait for death here? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He was already at his wit's end. At this time, he couldn't escape. Oh yeah, try using your great use soul-forming light. That's God-use item. It can suppress all the godly souls and absorb the spirits from the 9 heavens. Although it's damaged, it's still not something an ordinary weapon could compare to. Ancestral Dragon Emperor's words reminded Jiang Chen that he was holding the Great Use Soul-forming light in his hand. The Great Use Soul-forming light was a peerless weapon that God used to guard the boundless sea. Although it wasn't one of the 10 great ancient divine weapons, its power was still extremely terrifying. Moreover, it could gather all the godly souls in the world. To Jiang Chen, it was a very special treasure. Not only by Yunfei's soul, but Wang Fengqi's soul was also stored in it. Once he becomes an emperor, he would definitely be able to help them regain their lives. It's all up to you now. Jiang Chen held the great Yu soul-forming light tightly and struck it out. This was Jiang Chen's last hope. As expected, the great Yu soul-forming light did not disappoint him. A terrifying soul power spread out like a huge net. The deep-sea dragon screamed and retreated. Most importantly, the boundless sea water in the South Sea seemed to have become extremely heavy under the influence of the great Yu soul-forming light. The deep-sea dragon's speed instantly decreased. Jiang Chen used all his strength and started to run away. The great Yu soul-forming light had given him a chance of survival. Ha ha ha. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Jiang Chen was so happy that he could not close his mouth. He held the great Yu soul-forming light tightly in his hand and felt that it was filled with power. Whether it was the soul power or the control of the sea water, Jiang Chen was very curious about it. Unfortunately, he was still unable to display the horrifying power of the great Yu soul-forming light. Jiang Chen started to run like crazy. Although the great Yu soul-forming light had slowed down the deep-sea dragon's speed, he still could not underestimate the great Yu soul-forming light. If he made a mistake, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Jiang Chen had always been a person who did not fear the worst outcome. At this moment, he could only run away with all his might. That was his only hope of survival. I will chase you to the ends of the earth. I will not let you go. Give me back my son. The deep-sea dragon chased him relentlessly. This chase lasted for more than 3 months. Jiang Chen's strength had already recovered, but the deep-sea dragon was still chasing him. If this continued, Jiang Chen was very depressed. He could not possibly be chased by the deep-sea dragon all the time, right? Damn it. I have to fight with my life on the line. Let's see who will be the one laughing in the end. Jiang Chen was ready to fight with the deep-sea dragon. It was not a good idea to keep running like this. Therefore, he had to understand the deep-sea dragon as soon as possible. Bastard. Today, either you die or I die. Jiang Chen's anger, which had been stifled for 3 whole months, was completely unleashed at this moment. It was as if the floodgates had been opened and water had been released from a dam. Finally, you have stopped running. If you continue to run, I will lose my patience. The deep-sea dragon said coldly. However, his son had been killed by Jiang Chen. He had no choice but to take revenge. Peak Middle Emperor Realm. This is the first time I've met someone with such strength. But it's your bad luck to meet me. Since you are the overlord of this sea, I will let you bleed. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. His eyes flickered. He was determined to kill the deep-sea dragon in this battle. The rootless water had already entered Xiao Yu's body for more than 3 months. There was no change. Therefore, Jiang Chen was very worried. Chapter 3787. Jiang Chen looked straight ahead and faced Deep-Sea Kong, a peak mid-stage Emperor Realm expert. Jiang Chen wasn't confident that he could kill such a terrifying opponent. However, if he didn't fight with his life on the line, his chances would be even slimmer. Die, lowly human. The deep-sea dragon flew straight towards Jiang Chen, spitting out an ice sword from its mouth. It was a decisive attack, like an icicle from hell. Jiang Chen didn't dare underestimate it. He quickly formed a seal with both hands and unleashed the heavenly howling seal, tearing the icicle apart. Interesting, let's do it again. Deep-Sea Kong shouted. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. His eyes turned cold and his killing intent surged. He changed the seal and unleashed the second seal of the heavenly seal. Heavenly seal. Roar. Deep Sea Dragon King's furious roar shook the entire underwater world. Countless fishes were killed by the roar, and the volcanoes in the underwater world erupted. Jiang Chen felt a sense of danger. However, this seal of Jiang Chen's was also unparalleled. An ordinary Emperor Realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand his heavenly seal. Jiang Chen's strength had already reached the Void Emperor Realm, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the Emperor Realm. Jiang Chen's blood vessels expanded. Under the effect of the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Chen was no different from an Emperor Realm expert. One punch after another was thrown out. Thunders shook the mountains and rivers, roaring for thousands of miles. "You're just putting up a desperate struggle." Deep Sea Dragon King roared furiously, twisting his 100-jong-long body and circling around Jiang Chen. His momentum was terrifying, shocking the world. Heavenly Seal. The third seal was struck. At this moment, Deep Sea Dragon did not dare to be negligent. 3 seals containing the power of Tao Essence were struck out. He had become serious. After all, Jiang Chen's heaven-expanding seal was quite powerful. The terrifying power of Tao Essence made Deep Sea Dragon not dare to be negligent. Once again, the two of them collided with each other. Countless shocking fire pillars were shot out from the underwater world. Both of them were determined to kill each other. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. Deep Sea who twisted his gigantic body and swept across the heavens and earth. He clashed with Jiang Chen once again. He was invincible and terrifying airwaves rolled across the river. Under the deep sea, Jiang Chen immediately wielded his blade and struck out with the great Yu soul-forming light. However, Deep Sea who was exceptionally terrifying and forced him to retreat. Heavenly Seal. This time, Jiang Chen unleashed all of his attacks. The profound Heaven Seal's mightiness and sharpness were unstoppable. Like a whirlwind, the profound Heaven Seal's destructive power intertwined with the Deep Sea Seal, shaking the entire underwater world. Devouring Dragon. Deep Sea Dragon tried to swallow the profound Heavenly Seal, but the profound Heavenly Seal was too terrifying. It forced Deep Sea Dragon to retreat. If it was an ordinary peak mid-grade Emperor expert, he or she would have been severely injured by this seal, but Deep Sea Dragon's physique was just too strong. Plus, they were in the deep sea. Even though Jiang Chen had used all of his strength, he could only force Deep Sea Dragon out of the formation instead of killing him. However, this time, it was Jiang Chen who felt like he was on the verge of death. Go to hell. Deep Sea Dragon King turned around and stood up. Although he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, his condition was still much better than Jiang Chen's. Deep Sea Kong fell from the sky and pressed Jiang Chen into the seabed. Layers of the underwater world collapsed. Jiang Chen and Deep Sea Kong fell into the divine palace of the underwater world. The divine palace was shining brilliantly like a deep sea dragon palace. It was surrounded by majestic palaces, guarded by dragon gods and divine soldiers descending from the sky. Jiang Chen and the Deep Sea Dragon King were shocked when they saw the collapsed divine palace. What is this place? Deep Sea Kong murmured. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen could feel his soul power recovering. His terrifying soul power was breaking through his limits. The soul power of the great Yu soul-forming light was also repairing his soul and fusing with it. The soul power of the Heavenly King realm broke through again and reached the peak Heavenly King realm. Great Soul Derivation Technique, Soul Destruction. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. He opened his eyes suddenly. Soul power poured out like a tidal wave, cleansing Jiang Chen's soul. The Great Soul Derivation Technique, the soul power of the peak Heavenly King realm was terrifying. Deep Sea Kong did not have any strength to fight back and his soul was destroyed immediately. Jiang Chen murmured as he looked at the great Yu soul-forming light in his hand. Although the palace was destroyed, it was still filled with charm. He was filled with shock. There's actually such a terrifying palace under the deep sea. It's a masterpiece. This is Emperor Yu's divine palace. The ancestral dragon emperor said in a deep voice as he appeared with a solemn expression. In the past, he had heard people say that Emperor Yu's divine palace was under the South Sea. Countless years ago, Emperor Yu had built a divine palace under the South Sea to suppress the demons of the sea in order to bring order to the world. He had even passed by Emperor Yu's house 3 times and refused to enter. Since then, this had become a legend. Apart from Emperor Yu, the ancestral dragon emperor could not think of anyone else who had such capability. The divine palace was unparalleled. Even the emperor realm experts felt that they were in a dream. As expected, Jiang Chen saw a magnificent statue in front of the divine palace. The statue was not big, it was only a few zhang tall. However, the light in the statue's hand was exactly the same as the great Yu soul-forming light in his hand. It's been so many years and there's still someone who dares to enter my palace. The great Yu soul-forming light is my token. Ha! A figure clad in black emerged from the statue. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring at Jiang Chen with a bit of surprise. You're indeed a dragon among men. You have quite a number of divine weapons and treasures. Looks like you're a man of great fortune. This is Ancestral Dragon Emperor. The black-robed man glanced at Jiang Chen and looked at the Ancestral Dragon Emperor. May I ask if you're Emperor Yu? The Ancestral Dragon Emperor said with a smile. The black figure waved his hand and said, I'm not Emperor Yu. Brother Ancestral Dragon was also a genius. Please don't underestimate me. Hee hee. Sigh. I admired Emperor Yu back then. It's a pity that I didn't get to meet him. It's one of my biggest regrets. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor sighed. It's not too late for us to meet again. Ha ha ha. I felt the majestic dragon chi from your body. That's why I decided to meet you. I didn't expect you to be the Ancestral Dragon Emperor. Emperor Yu looked at Jiang Chen. Chapter 3788. It's fate that you were able to enter my divine palace. To be able to receive the Ancestral Dragon Emperor's help, you must be very lucky. But I don't know how long this will last. What kind of scenery has the world turned into? Emperor Yu let out a sigh, feeling emotional. The world is no longer what it used to be. The calamity of the heavens and earth is coming soon. As the pillar of the divine world, Emperor Yu, you have a responsibility. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor said solemnly. Emperor Yu shook his head. He waved his hand and looked at Jiang Chen. You're still not strong enough to withstand my soul force. Once you break through to the Emperor realm, I'll pour my soul force into you. Needless to say, for the sake of the world, you and I have no other choice. Although we have never met before, to be able to obtain the recognition of the great Yu soul-forming light, to be able to obtain many divine weapons and treasures, to be able to receive the help of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor, I believe that even if you are not the one chosen by the heavens, you must be extraordinary. I am already old, I can no longer conquer the world like I did in the past. Looking at Emperor Yu's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel like crying. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Talented people will appear in every generation, and each of them will dominate for hundreds of years. My era has already passed. I won't be able to see the Great Tribulation this time. I'm just an old bag of bones. My soul force is the only thing that's useful. When you break through to the Emperor realm, my soul pearl will be able to help you reach the next level. The great Yu soul-forming light is comparable to the 10 ancient divine weapons. It's normal that you don't know how to use it. Using the soul power to light up the great you soul-forming light, you will be able to reach the heavens and earth and kill all living beings. In the entire divine world, there are only a few who can break through the great you soul-forming light. Emperor Yu said solemnly. He looked at Jiang Qin with great expectations. With a flip of his palm, a soul pearl appeared in his hand. He then pushed it towards Jiang Qin. Thank you, Emperor Yu. Jiang Qin wasn't a wishy-washy person. He knew of Emperor Yu's deep friendship. Jiang Qin clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, my time is up, let's meet again in the next life, ha ha ha. Lad, remember, the great you soul-forming light can extinguish 10,000 souls, but it can also form 10,000 souls. When the souls move, the heaven and earth will change. One day, you will understand. After saying that, Emperor Yu's figure disappeared into the void. However, at the last moment, Emperor Yu's eyes were focused on the crystal coffin. There was shock, fear, depression, and even a trace of doubt in his eyes. When his soul disappeared, the only thing that remained was the soul pearl in Jiang Qin's hand. Farewell, Emperor Yu. Jiang Qin said solemnly. This Emperor Yu is indeed a hero of his generation. It's a pity that I can't fight alongside him. In the past, we worked hard for the great tribulation of the heavens and earth, and Emperor Yu was one of the few people who shone the brightest. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said. This soul pearl should be very useful to you. Your soul's power is on par with mine now. Keep this soul pearl well, it will definitely help you reach a higher level. Emperor Yu, the great you soul-forming light, what happened in the ancient world? Now, you should tell me something, Senior Ancestral Dragon Emperor. Jiang Qin looked at the Ancestral Dragon Emperor in anticipation and asked. Sigh, I know, some things can't be hidden. I didn't let you know because I'm afraid that it will disturb your cultivation. If I tell you now, I won't be pressuring you anymore. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor pondered for a while and said, billions of years ago, the heavens and earth changed and the world was in chaos. Countless experts ascended to the peak. This peak is the rebirth realm. Once you reach the rebirth realm, you will be able to threaten the true supremes of the heavens and earth. The divine world will not be peaceful anymore. Supremes of the heavens and earth. A rebirth realm cultivator was able to threaten even stronger experts in the God world. Could it be that there's a higher realm above the divine world? Jiang Qin frowned and was extremely curious. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor shook his head and continued, the divine world is the highest realm. Above the divine world is the ruler of the divine world, also known as the Heaven Patrollers. In the divine world, countless experts were born and they gradually broke through the limits. Only at that moment did they know that the divine world was not without a ruler. There was a group of terrifying Heaven Patrollers that controlled the divine world. They controlled the existence and direction of the divine world. They would not appear, but once someone's power was enough to threaten them, it would be the start of a disaster. Those people would then be killed by the Heaven Patrollers. As time went by, the Heaven Patrollers became the highest ruler of the divine world. But even so, the Heaven Patrollers are not the strongest. When cultivated to the extreme, the strongest would reach the deity realm, which is above the rebirth realm. The deity realm is an existence that even the Heaven Patrollers could not fight against. There are only 3 deity realm existences. But these 3 changed the direction of the entire divine world, which resulted in the calamity that happened billions of years ago. This is what I want to say. The Heaven Patrollers are also humans. But their existence is to prevent the birth of experts in the divine world. They are just puppets of the 9 heavens. In the God world, there were a total of 9 existences in the God realm. Rather than saying that they were in the God realm, it would be more accurate to call them deities. Deities were paramount existences, and once they broke through the rebirth mirror, they would become deities. They are not humans, but the 9 heavens. What are the 9 heavens? They are Kwa Tian, Xian Tian, Xian Tian, Qi Tian, Ling Tian, Qing Tian, Wang Tian, and Sang Tian. The 9 heavens are the true heavens of the divine world. They are the products of the reincarnation cycle of all living things. They have existed since the birth of the world, much earlier than anyone else. Not only are they heavens, but they are also the ultimate rulers of the divine world. They control the life and death of mankind. At the end of the day, even experts who have cultivated to the deity realm are still humans. They are incompatible with the 9 heavens. Because of this, the 9 heavens felt that the number of human experts was increasing, which threatened their existence. Hence, the 9 heavens began to look for heaven patrollers, which are the so-called puppets, to help them eliminate those geniuses. As long as someone's strength reached the rebirth realm, they would be attacked by the heaven patrollers. In the end, the experts and geniuses would be strangled in the cradle. The 9 heavens gradually became the highest ruler of the divine world. Even so, only a few people standing at the top of the pyramid knew about this. The 9 heavens are like dragons that only show their head but not their tail. They would never appear in the secular world, and the heaven patrollers are their spokespersons. There is actually such a terrifying thing in this world. Chapter 3789. Every billion years, the sky patrollers will appear to find powerful people and kill them all. As long as no deity realm experts make a move, they won't be able to threaten the 9 heavens. The sky patrollers are enough to deal with them. Every billion years, the great tribulation of the heavens and earth will completely change the situation of the entire world. Countless people will die because of it. Those above the emperor realm will all be obliterated. It will be a great war, and no one will be able to escape alone. The experts will always have to bear the responsibility. In order to avoid the great tribulation of the heavens and earth, some people will try their best, but the sky patrollers are at the rebirth realm. How can ordinary emperor realm experts escape their eyes and ears? The true experts have long been targeted by the 9 heavens, so no one can escape. However, the experts of the divine world are endless. Moreover, the geniuses of the 9 prefectures' immortal world are also gathered here. Therefore, the experts of the divine world can never be completely killed. In the end, some people were unwilling to be killed by the great tribulation of the heavens and earth. Therefore, before the Great Era War, some people united all the experts and launched a counterattack. In other words, the 3 deity realm experts had started their counterattack. They knew that no one would be willing to be slaughtered, especially when their strength had reached a stage that could shock the heavens and earth. Even the sky patrollers couldn't do anything to them. Thus, the true ancient war had begun. Those so-called heaven-defying people launched an unprecedented war of resistance, forming the heaven-defying alliance. And I was one of them. However, although the heaven-defying alliance was powerful, the 9 heavens wasn't to be trifled with. There were 9 supreme existences at the deity realm in the 9 heavens. As long as they moved a finger, countless people would work for them. Countless sky patrollers joined forces with the 9 heavens and launched an unprecedented war against the heaven-defying alliance. In that battle, even the 9 heavens fell. It was shocking. Countless human experts who didn't dare to surrender joined the battle. Originally, they thought that we were about to win the war. But in the end, the 9 heavens instigated many people in the heaven-defying alliance. Even my dragon clan couldn't escape. But the most terrifying was the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect was powerful. In the divine world, the Buddhist sect's power was second only to the 3 deities, especially the Gautama Buddha. His Buddhist charm was unparalleled, but he led countless people of the Buddhist sect to launch a life-and-death battle against the heaven-defying alliance. The final result was regrettable. Countless experts fell. The heaven-defying alliance turned into darkness. The sky patrollers were all killed, and the sky patrollers were all injured. The ancestor gods perished, the ancient war gods were almost completely wiped out, and countless heavenly kings and rebirth realm experts were also killed. Even the venerable emperors were considered weak. In the end, 4 out of the 9 heavens perished. The leaders of the 3 deities of the heaven-defying alliance were all killed. Countless heaven patrollers were killed, and the Buddhist sects suffered a heavy blow. Their mainstays were almost completely wiped out. In the divine world, countless factions, big and small, as long as they were enemies of the 9 heavens, almost all of them were wiped out. The remaining people were just some defeated generals and soldiers. Most of them completely disappeared. I really don't want to talk about how terrifying that period of time was. In this era of war and strife, too many peerless existences have fallen in the ancient war. There will never be the glory of that era again. However, the sky patrollers continued. Although 4 of the 9 heavens were gone, they are still under the control of heaven sky and yellow sky. Nobody can change that. This time, the great tribulation of the world is finally coming, but there is no longer a leader like that person in this world. The great tribulation of the world is coming, and those so-called sky patrollers will appear again. Existences that have surpassed the emperor realm will probably disappear completely. The ancestral dragon emperor said so much in one breath. His eyes were filled with despair. Jiang Qin listened attentively. His heart was filled with sorrow. It seemed that a great war had taken place billions of years ago. The world's calamity was coming soon. To them, this might be another massacre. Can those below the emperor realm avoid the calamity? Jiang Qin murmured. At this moment, he wanted to break through to the emperor realm. However, if he did, it would mean that he would be involved in the world's calamity. However, if he didn't break through, he could still live for another era. However, wouldn't that mean that Jiang Qin would become a tortoise hiding in its shell? What's the difference between that and running away? Jiang Qin knew that he would never be willing to be a coward. Even if the patroller was coming, he would still become a true expert. If he had to hide and cower in cultivation, then what was the point of being a coward as an emperor realm expert? Countless ancestors had shed their blood to fight against the 9 heavens and the heaven patrollers. Countless experts had fallen. At this moment, could Jiang Qin choose to remain silent? Obviously, he wouldn't do that. Jiang Qin clenched his fists tightly. Before the arrival of the patrollers, he must improve his strength as soon as possible. At that time, he would give those patrollers a show of strength. The strong would never cower in fear. Jiang Qin knew better than anyone else that the ancestral dragon emperor didn't want to tell him this because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to take it. At this moment, Jiang Qin was a half-step emperor. Once he breaks through to the emperor realm, it would mean that he would have to fight against the sky patrollers. He couldn't avoid this battle no matter what. It was important for the ancestral dragon emperor to make a choice. He hoped that he didn't choose the wrong person. Therefore, we are born in this era, and we are victorious in this era of war and strife. We have no choice. Being an expert isn't just a title, it's a responsibility. Jiang Qin's expression was incomparably solemn as he looked at the ancestral dragon emperor. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. The ancestral dragon emperor felt incomparably relieved. At this moment, he told Jiang Qin everything so that Jiang Qin could understand his responsibility and mission. The existence of an emperor realm expert was not just for show. Chapter 3790. The Heaven Patrollers, the Heaven-Defying Alliance, the 9 Heavens, the Worldly Calamity. Countless words constantly flashed past Jiang Qin's mind. He knew that once he broke through to the Emperor realm, everything he had to face would be as fleeting as a fleeting cloud. What he had to bear and experience would completely change. Jiang Chen knew that he was responsible for all of this. The weak would be bullied by others, while the strong would stand at the peak. If one wanted to wear the crown, one must bear the weight. A strong must have the attitude of a strong. Not long after, the heavenly tribulation would be the beginning of everything, and it could possibly be the end of everything. After this battle, Jiang Chen had to break through to the Emperor realm. He had already made all his preparations. Everything would depend on his luck. 3 yuan heavy water, the deep sea beast's demonic crystal, and the Tao fruit. Let's see what level I can reach this time. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. Light flickered in his eyes. This time, he didn't just want to break through to the Emperor realm. Everything would start anew. Stepping into the Emperor realm was the path of a ruler, but also a path of no return. Countless people wanted to become Emperor experts, but they didn't know the bitterness behind the Emperor realm. These 3 items were rare treasures to anyone. Obtaining any one of them would be a great fortune. Now that Jiang Chen had taken out all 3 items, it was his capital to break through to the Emperor realm. As for how strong he could reach, it would depend on his own ability. Jiang Chen directly swallowed the deep sea beast's demonic crystal. At that moment, endless divine origin qi constantly cleansed the depths of Jiang Chen's heart. The terrifying divine origin qi in his dantian seemed to be endless, covering Jiang Chen's entire body, limbs, and bones. The surrounding aura also became increasingly cold. The divine palace in the underwater world was incomparably calm, giving off a feeling of tranquility. For Jiang Chen, the deep-sea demon crystal alone was a great benefit. If he could completely refine this demon crystal, Jiang Chen would benefit a lot. At this moment, he activated the dragon transformation skill in his body and started devouring the divine origin qi crazily. The terror of the dragon transformation skill was fully displayed at this moment. Dragon marks appeared all over Jiang Chen's body, increasing in number and getting thicker and intertwining with each other. The dragon marks gathered together. 9 million. 9,200,000. 9,500,000. 9,800,000. 10 million. When the number of dragon runes in Jiang Chen's body reached 10 million, his strength finally reached the Emperor realm. The Celestial Emperor realm, a true Emperor realm expert, was finally born at this moment. Rays of light soared into the sky. Roars resounded unceasingly in the underwater world. Jiang Chen's aura continued to rise, the majesty of an Emperor realm expert started to show. Countless years, endless time, countless days and nights, Jiang Chen had been working hard towards this step. From the moment he stepped into the divine world, there was only one belief in his heart, and that was to step onto the peak and pursue the path of a monarch. Time flew by, and he had finally reached his current realm. However, his heart was mostly filled with worry for little Yu, guilt towards his father, and coldness towards his loved ones. Only at this moment did he truly understand that the path of an expert was to protect his loved ones and his family. True authority was not important, and being high and mighty was meaningless. Only by protecting one's loved ones by one's side would one be considered a true expert. Not afraid of the heavens, not afraid of the earth, not afraid of life and death. Jiang Chen's state of mind also underwent a great change at this moment. The moment he broke through to the Emperor realm, he knew that this was not the end, the real destination. He wanted to save little Yu, Qingqing, Sister Ning, and all the people who cared about him. The number of dragon runes in Jiang Chen's body continued to rise, 11 million, 12 million, 13 million, and finally stopped at 17 million. The majesty of a great emperor soared through the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen absorbed the 3 yuan heavy water again. The endless amount of 3 yuan heavy water was completely swallowed by Jiang Chen, pushing the number of dragon runes to 20 million. At this moment, Jiangchen thoroughly felt that his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Breaking through to the Emperor realm was not the end. Tao accumulation fruit, it's all up to you now. Jiangchen swallowed the Tao accumulation fruit. It was a gift from the Nanhua the Enlightened, the crystal of Zhuangzhouzi's great Tao. To Jiangchen, it was an incomparably great gift. Jiangchen's spiritual energy had already reached the peak of the Heavenly King realm. It was incomparably terrifying. When his spiritual energy was unleashed, all the sea demons and fishes within millions of li were under his control. At this moment, Jiangchen wanted to break through to the rebirth realm, but he was still one step behind. However, at this moment, Jiangchen suddenly remembered the soul pearl that Emperor Yu had given to him. Jiangchen swallowed the soul pearl and melted it into his body. The clear and gentle soul power made Jiangchen feel like he was bathing in the spring wind. Rebirth realm, rebirth realm, rebirth realm. Jiangchen murmured. Finally, at this moment, his soul power had broken through to the rebirth realm. It was as if the entire Nantung divine region was under his control. As his soul power became stronger, Jiangchen was extremely excited and shocked. At this moment, he had truly grasped the power of the Great Yu soul-forming light. When he activated the Great Yu soul-forming light, his soul power could turn into a soul storm and sweep across the heavens and earth. It was even more terrifying than the soul-stealing divine art and the great soul derivation technique. Emperor Yu's peerless divine skill and peerless divine tool were not just for show. Even so, Jiangchen's advancement did not stop. When he completely merged with the Tao accumulation fruit, what he comprehended was not only the fortune that Nanhua the Enlightened had given him, but also the sublimation of the power of Tao accumulation. The power of Tao accumulation stopped when it reached the 7th layer. The power of the 7th layer of Tao accumulation made Jiangchen feel what it meant to be tolerant of all rivers running into the sea. The Tao of Ling Tian, walking on the heavens and earth, standing above all things. The momentum of the heavens, the Tao of Ling Tian, stepping on the heavens. Jiangchen's momentum of the great Tao swept across the universe and was unparalleled. As the Tao accumulation sublimated, his aura became extremely powerful. It seemed illusory, but it was as powerful as the ancestor of all things. Jiangchen felt the auspicious qi between the heavens and earth. The Tao accumulation of the heavens and earth had completely transformed the power of Tao accumulation in the Tao accumulation fruit that Nanhua the Enlightened had given him into his own Tao accumulation. Even if there were millions of people, even if the heavens and earth, he would still go. The Tao of Ling Tian was finally comprehended by Jiangchen. It was a kind of domineering Tao accumulation that looked down on everyone in the world. Chapter 3791. Jiangchen didn't dare to believe it, but at this moment, his battle prowess was shocking. The 3 elements heavy water, the Tao accumulation fruit, and the Emperor Realm Demon Crystal all benefited Jiangchen greatly. Jiangchen took a deep breath. At that moment, all 99 floors of the Zulong Tower began to open. As Jiangchen had expected, the entire Yen Tian seal was within. Heavenly Turtle Seal. Open Heaven Seal. Heaven Envy Seal. The Profound Heaven Seal. Crimson Heaven Seal. Ling Tian Seal. Green Sky Seal. Yellow Heavenly Seal. Firmament Seal. However, at the end of the Zulong Tower, on the last floor, there was an incomparably illusory figure. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and he was calm and composed. He had the appearance of a prodigal son, calm and unruffled. His sideburns were like frost, and his smile was mellow. The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling at Jiangchen. "You are," the ancestral dragon emperor's pupils shrunk and his expression changed drastically. But he didn't say anything. Everything in the past is like a fleeting cloud. Who I am is no longer important. In the Yangtze River, each new wave was stronger than the one before. No one knew what would happen in the next moment. Just like how no one knows, this Sulong Tower is the second life I've given you. The man in white looked at the ancestral dragon emperor. Even the ancestral dragon emperor was dumbfounded. How could he not know who this man was? Back then, the three great deity realm experts killed the existences of the heavens. In that battle, he was like a shadow, fighting all over the world, unrivaled. The ancestral dragon emperor heaved a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have been able to use the Sulong Tower to come back to life. As for the heaven-spreading seal, it was just as he had guessed. Who are you? Jiang Chen looked at the man in white, his heart full of doubts. Was the person on the 99th floor of the Sulong Tower the one who created this expandable sky seal? Hidden blade. The white-clothed man said with a smile. If you have any questions, ask away. Were you the one who created this heaven-spreading seal? Why wasn't there a final seal? The firmament seal. Jiang Chen asked with a puzzled expression. The sky-expanding seal was not created by me. Instead, it was created by my big brother. As for why there is no firmament seal, it is because we do not know how to create it. The green sky seal severely injures the green sky seal, while the yellow sky seal severely injures the yellow sky seal. In order to defeat the 9 heavens, Big Brother gave his all and used all his power to create the power of the 9 heavens and created the sky-expanding seal. However, in the end, he was only able to create the 8th seal. As for how powerful the firmament seal is, or whether it exists, even Big Brother does not know. If we had developed the 9th seal back then, perhaps we wouldn't have been annihilated. However, this expandable sky seal should be enough for you to use. Perhaps the 9th seal does not exist in the first place. Now, you can open the 99th floor of the Sulong Tower and uncover my illusion. It is all because of your soul power. If your soul power had not reached the rebirth realm, my soul would not have appeared. Zhang Feng indifferently spoke, but his eyes flickered with an undetectable sense of disappointment. After so many years, they were still defeated in the end. If they were able to condense the 9th imprint of the firmament imprint back then, perhaps there wouldn't be so many deaths in this world. This world would also be different, the divine world would be incomparably flourishing. However, all of these were just ifs. The reality was that they were defeated, utterly defeated. After hundreds of millions of years, the heaven patrollers might come to this world again, but they would still not be able to escape their misfortune. I do not know if you can develop the 9th seal. Even my big brother cannot develop it. Perhaps it is something that does not exist anymore. There is only one thing I can help you with, but I cannot tell you now. When your strength reaches the Venerable Emperor level, perhaps I will tell you. At that time, the great calamity of the world will begin, and the conspiracy of the secular reincarnation will begin again. I do not know how many experts will exist in this world at that time. Remember, the warrior's gate in your hand is one of the most terrifying things in this world. You must protect it. Even if you lose your life, you must not lose it. Hidden Blade looked at Jiang Qin with a burning gaze. The warrior's gate, the reincarnation gate, the chaos gate, and the triple door have their own magical powers. When you reach the heavenly king realm, you will naturally understand. However, you do not have much time left. Now, the whole world should be looking for you. The birth of an emperor realm expert is not rare anymore. All the great clans and powerful forces are looking for protection. Your warrior's gate can hide from the eyes of the heaven patrollers. Hide from the eyes of the heaven patrollers. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. Even a rebirth realm expert could not hide from it. How could this warrior's gate be so terrifying? Remember, don't ever mention this to anyone. But right now, the number of divine weapons in your hands is simply too many. A gentleman is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring will arouse the envy of others. Now that your strength has broken through to the Emperor realm, the divine weapons in your hands can also unleash their true might. Hence, you are like a treasure that countless experts have their eyes on. Hidden Blade's words shocked Jiang Qin. It seemed that no matter where he went, he would be a big piece of meat, and was destined to be the target of countless people. The Heaven Expansion Seal is in your hands. As for how far you can cultivate it, it will depend on your luck. Jiang Qin, I hope you will not disappoint me. If you can master the expandable Heaven Seal, it can be considered a good fortune. At the very least, it can allow you to temporarily hide from the eyes and ears of the sky patrollers. Thank you. Jiang Qin nodded as he understood Zhang Feng's intention. He was very respectful towards Zhang Feng as he was one of the ancient era's 3 overlords. His existence was terrifying. Even the ancestral Dragon Emperor was just an ordinary person in his eyes. Zhang Feng used the ancestral Dragon Pagoda to protect his divine soul and hid in the 99 floors. Not even the ancestral Dragon Emperor could find him. Now, I will give you a gift. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, use my soul energy to rebuild your soul. It will allow you to break through the peak of the Heavenly King realm and reach the rebirth realm. Hidden Blade's words made the ancestral Dragon Emperor very grateful. It was almost impossible for him to regain his battle strength. Therefore, he had been waiting for Jiang Qin to rebuild his golden body. Even though he managed to rebuild his golden body, his soul energy was almost depleted. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for him to reach the peak of the Heavenly King realm. However, there was no doubt that Hidden Blade's strength was terrifying. With his help, the ancestral Dragon Emperor's soul energy would definitely recover quickly. Jiang Qin, you can help me rebuild my golden body now. The ancestral Dragon Emperor looked at Jiang Qin. He had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Although he had already imagined this moment, the ancestral Dragon Emperor knew that he could not contain his excitement. Chapter 3792. Let's begin. Jiang Qin nodded. Using the heaven and earth as his body and divine origin as his foundation, he started to reconstruct the ancestral Dragon Emperor's golden body. To Jiang Qin, this was an extremely difficult problem. Jiang Qin focused on gathering the divine origin qi from the heaven and earth. Step by step, little by little. The gathering of the divine origin qi, together with the great Yu soul forming light, started to gather the soul power for the ancestral Dragon Emperor's divine soul. To Jiang Qin, this was destined to be a long process and the amount of effort needed was indescribable. However, Jiang Qin was already prepared. The moment he met the ancestral Dragon Emperor, he knew that this moment would come. Jiang Qin wholeheartedly, under the guidance of the ancestral Dragon Emperor and Zhang Feng, he reconstructed the ancestral Dragon Emperor's golden body. After 49 days, he gathered an endless amount of divine origin qi, using the heaven and earth as his body and divine origin as his foundation. He finally managed to reconstruct the ancestral Dragon Emperor's golden body. Endless amount of divine origin qi gushed towards the ancestral Dragon Emperor and Zhang Feng. At this moment, Zhang Feng tried his best to help the ancestral Dragon Emperor recover his divine soul. 3 years had passed. Zhang Feng helped the ancestral Dragon Emperor to reconstruct his golden body. His divine soul had also reached the rebirth realm, no different from Jiang Qin. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's strength had reached the 3rd Great Emperor realm. In the deep sea, a golden giant dragon was slowly born and appeared in the underwater world. It slowly wriggled and emitted a terrifying aura. No one dared to get close to it. At this moment, Zhang Feng had fallen into a deep sleep on the 99th floor of the Zulong Tower. Sigh, I'm too tired. I should take a good rest. Zhang Feng fell into a deep sleep, but the underwater world was shaking. The golden giant dragon's color kept changing, green and purple. It was filled with radiance, like a comet, piercing through the sky. Jiang Qin revealed a smile. The ancestral dragon emperor should be happier than a child right now. He had endured endless grievances and hardships for hundreds of millions of years. Today, he had finally completed his transformation and reconstructed his golden body, allowing him to ascend to the 9 heavens. Above the blue sky, the ancestral dragon emperor soared into the sky with a thunderous roar. No one would be able to remain calm in front of an emperor realm expert. Even Jiang Qin was envious of him. He had already reached the 3rd grade emperor realm and was a true supreme martial artist. In the seabed divine palace, Jiang Qin lowered his head and realized that the crystal coffin was slowly cracking open. As for Yan Qinyu, she slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, Jiang Qin's heart was trembling, and he was roaring in his mind. All these years of hard work hadn't gone to waste. I've finally found you, you've finally woken up. Brother Qin, Yan Qinyu's gentle call had melted Jiang Qin's heart. It had been so many years, and he had finally heard someone call him Qin Gij. This was Xiao Yu's special way of addressing him, and besides her, no one had ever called him Qin Gij. Jiang Qin's heart was connected with Xiao Yu's when she called him Brother Qin. Jiang Qin stretched out his hand and gently touched Yan Qinyu's forehead. At that moment, Jiang Qin could no longer hold back his tears. He hugged Xiao Yu tightly. He had been waiting for this day until the flowers withered. However, it was finally here. I'm sorry, Brother Qin. I've made you worry. Yan Qinyu said softly as if she was taking all the blame on herself. She did not want Jiang Qin to worry about her at all. No, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. Xiao Yu, I'm sorry. I'm useless. That's why you've only woken up now. Jiang Qin shook his head with all his might. At this moment, he was like a child who had gotten what he wanted the most. The feeling of regaining what he had lost was something no one could understand. The furthest distance in the world was when I'm standing in front of you, but you don't know that I love you. When Xiao Yu was lying in the crystal coffin, Jiang Qin's heart was in extreme pain. However, he was powerless to do anything. He could only bring the crystal coffin to the Nantung divine region. In order to wake Xiao Yu, he would rather die than regret. After absorbing all of the rootless water, Xiao Yu woke up. It was still that familiar face, that pair of familiar eyes, that pair of gentle little hands, and that intoxicating fragrance. The two of them hugged each other tightly. It seemed like neither of them wanted to be separated. They wanted to hug each other until the end of time. I've made you suffer for so many years. If I had found you earlier, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out like this. Jiang Qin's heart was filled with self-blame. However, Xiao Yu shook her head with all her might. She didn't even need to think to know that her big brother Qin must have suffered countless hardships in order to find her. He must have experienced countless life and death situations. He might seem calm now, but his weather-beaten face caused Yan Qinyu's heart to ache. Big brother Qin, I miss you so much. I really, really miss you. Yan Qinyu hugged Jiang Qin. She felt that this was the warmest place in the world. In the cold coffin, she could only feel the coldness of despair. Only in Big Brother Chen's embrace could she feel that incomparable happiness. I miss you too. This time, we'll never be separated again. Xiao Yu, even if the mountains are gone, even if the heavens and earth merge together, I'll never let you leave me again. Jiang Qin said anxiously. He hugged Yan Qinyu tightly, as if he was afraid that she would leave him. Many years of love and affection completely exploded at this moment. In the face of love, everyone was equal. In front of his family, Jiang Qin cried like a child. However, Yan Qinyu's delicate body slightly trembled. I'm sorry, Big Brother Qin. I'm sorry. I might have to go. Yan Qinyu bit her lips and said in a low voice. Why? Why do you have to go? Where are you going? I'll go with you, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Yan Chenyu with an unquestionable gaze. Yan Chenyu shook her head and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, big brother Chin. I can't bring you with me. You know, the calamity of the world is coming. We are all responsible for it. And I have to go. Wait for me. Once the calamity is over, we can be together forever. Yan Chenyu smiled, then she started crying. Her tears wet Jiang Chen's clothes, but she had no other choice. Chapter 3793. I'll go with you. Promise me, little you, don't go, please don't go. We've just reunited, I don't want to leave you. Jiang Chen murmured. He had always been strong, but in front of little you, he couldn't be strong. He hoped that little you could stay by his side, even though he knew it was selfish. But, whose love wasn't selfish? I'm sorry, Chen Gij, I'm really sorry. Promise me, live well, we'll meet again, we'll be together forever. Yan Chenyu said in a low voice. Yan Chenyu said in a low voice. In the end, she stood up and slowly retreated. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen wanted to grab her, but no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't. Jiang Chen knew that she was stronger than him, much stronger. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, watching little you disappear in front of him, turning into a light dot. The two of them parted once again. He didn't know when they would meet again. Jiang Chen hoped that this was just a dream, but even dreams have a moment to wake up from. Between reality and the dream, Jiang Chen's heart finally died. Why are you so unfair to me? Heavens, is this the so-called heavens? Heavens, oh heavens above. How can you be the heavens? Ah! Jiang Chen threw a punch, piercing through the sky, passing through the boundless ocean, striking tens of thousands of zhang in the sky. Thunder rumbled, wind and rain swayed. However, Yan Chenyu still left in the end, leaving him. At that moment, Jiang Chen knew that he had to accept reality. Even though the reality was so cruel, Yizichen had no choice but to accept it. He couldn't deny that all of this was caused by the calamity. Although he didn't know where little Yu went, it must be because of the calamity. She must want to save the world, and she deserved more respect than him. Although he didn't want little Yu to be a hero, she didn't just want to save the world, she also wanted to save herself. Up in the sky, Yan Chenyu looked back with teary eyes. What does the life and death of the world have to do with me? But for you, Chen Gij, even if I have to die, I'm willing. I won't let anyone hurt you during this calamity. Ha ha ha, this feels great, this is really great. Jiang Chen, thank you very much. From now on, we are life and death brothers. The ancestral dragon emperor and Jiang Chen called each other brothers, they were very happy. The ancestral dragon emperor had transformed into a middle-aged man in a purple robe. He was in high spirits and his emperor realm strength made him look even more majestic. It was as if the world was nothing in his eyes. However, the ancestral dragon emperor's smile disappeared at this moment. Because Jiang Chen's aura had become extremely weak, especially his spirit, as if his essence, qi, and soul had been sucked away by someone. Jiang Chen, what's wrong? The ancestral dragon emperor said in a deep voice as he noticed the change in Jiang Chen. In the blink of an eye, he looked at the shattered crystal coffin in the distance and seemed to understand something. Xiaoyu, she left. You knew she wasn't ordinary, didn't you? Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Ancestral Dragon Emperor. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor was startled. What are you talking about? I don't understand. You really don't know. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, feeling very depressed. I really don't know. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor said gloomily. However, his heart was in turmoil because Jiang Chen's cultivation realm had already reached the peak of the mid-emperor realm. How terrifying must a person be to be able to leave without a trace in front of him? Even the ancestral dragon emperor might not have the ability to do so. Because he did not know how powerful Jiang Chen was after breaking through to the emperor realm. Alright, since it's like this, I'll take my time to recover. Jiang Chen nodded and quickly hid the sadness in his heart. However, at this moment, there was only one thing he could do, and that was to work hard for the great calamity of the heavens and earth. He wanted this great calamity of the heavens and earth to be a disaster for the heaven patrollers and a tragedy for the 9 heavens. As a man, Xiaoyu, I will definitely protect my lover. Jiang Chen murmured in his heart to encourage himself. At this moment, Jiang Chen was preparing to refine the 108 middle-grade primal origin treasures in his hands again. Now that he had become an Emperor Realm expert, he could finally use those peerless divine weapons. The myriad chi cauldron would allow them to return to their peak after refining them again. At this moment, Jiang Chen activated the myriad chi cauldron and began to refine them again. 108 middle-grade primal origin treasures were all reforged. With Jiang Chen's current strength, the myriad chi cauldron was even more powerful now. Moreover, Jiang Chen could now attach the myriad chi from the myriad chi cauldron to the primal origin treasures. This was a great improvement for the 108 primal origin treasures. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. The 108 middle-grade primal origin treasures were completely refined by Jiang Chen. This time, they were all refined into peak primal origin treasures, only one step away from becoming a chaotic sacred treasure. In other words, they were only one step away from reaching the level of the myriad chi cauldron. Jiang Chen had already felt that these 108 peak primal origin treasures had reached their limit. If he continued to refine them, they would completely collapse. At that time, not only would they not be able to advance further, they would also be completely turned into nothingness. However, these 108 peak primal origin treasures had completely met Jiang Chen's requirements. The terror of the Ashura sword formation had probably increased by countless times. Just thinking about that scene was shocking. Hundreds of peak primal origin treasures attacking together was simply unparalleled in the world. Eastern Emperor Bell, Haotian Pagoda, Shenong Cauldron, Xianyuan Sword. It's not easy to completely fuse these 4 chaotic sacred treasures and restore them to their former glory. It requires the continuous nourishment of the myriad chi cauldron. The myriad chi cauldron can repair these heavenly weapons. The power of a chaotic sacred treasure is not something that ordinary people can understand. Although it's easy to refine 108 peak primal origin treasures, it'll take a lot of effort to refine these 4 chaotic sacred treasures. We can only do it slowly. The ancestral dragon emperor looked at Jiang Chen and said with a serious face. As for the heavenly dragon sword, perhaps the moment the 4 heavenly weapons recover, it'll be out of the stage. The ancestral dragon emperor said in a low voice. To him, the heavenly dragon sword had an indescribable feeling. Heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen murmured. However, at that moment, the heavenly dragon sword in his hands suddenly released a shocking peerless brilliance. It was incomparably dazzling. The heavenly dragon sword seems to be a little unwilling. Chapter 3794. This sword seems to have its own sword spirit. A sword spirit isn't the same as a sword soul. A sword soul is the soul of a sword. Although it also possesses great spirituality, it is completely different from a sword spirit. It seems like it wants to make a breakthrough and become a true peerless emperor weapon, a chaotic saint weapon. Ancestral Dragon Emperor's eyes were filled with shock. The terrifying sword chi made him feel a sense of danger. Other than the 10 great ancient divine weapons, Ancestral Dragon Emperor had never encountered such a thing. The heavenly dragon sword has followed me to conquer the world for countless years. Back then, when I was in the Saint Origin world, I had it with me all the way. Now, I must let the heavenly dragon sword shine again. Even the Xianyuan sword and the clear sky pagoda cannot overshadow the heavenly dragon sword's glory. Jiang Qin said solemnly. You want to recast the heavenly dragon sword? Ancestral Dragon Emperor said in shock. Recasting the sky dragon sword will consume a lot of energy. The most important thing is that the sky dragon sword is now a peak primal origin treasure. If it cannot withstand the compression of a chaotic sacred treasure, it is very likely that it will completely collapse. You have to think it through. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's words made Jiang Qin silent for a moment. He had thought about these things before. But if he couldn't bring the heavenly dragon sword to the next level, Jiang Qin felt that it wasn't perfect. Heavenly dragon sword, are you willing to give it a try? Jiang Qin murmured. Wang, 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 the heavenly dragon sword trembled continuously, as if it was resonating with Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's lips curved up, his eyes were burning with passion. Heavenly dragon sword, I will definitely let your brilliance shine in every corner of the divine world. I have made up my mind. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, please protect me. Jiang Qin looked serious as he held the heavenly dragon sword. The myriad chi cauldron was ready at this moment. Although Jiang Qin was recasting the heavenly dragon sword, he did not destroy it. Instead, he was constantly refining it on the basis of the heavenly dragon sword. The green lotus star fire was constantly burning the heavenly dragon sword and constantly integrating with the myriad chi. This made the blade of the heavenly dragon sword even sharper and more skillful. Even the craftsman god had never successfully refined a true chaotic sacred tool. To Jiang Qin, this was not only a transformation of the heavenly dragon sword, but also a transformation of himself. If he could do it, then his way of craftsmanship would definitely reach a higher level and surpass his predecessors. The green lotus star fire had already cleared all the impurities in the heavenly dragon sword. The blazing green lotus star fire and the sword chi of the heavenly dragon sword intertwined with each other. The sword chi was overbearing. You must hold on, heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. He was extremely worried. Time flew. 3 months had passed quietly. At this moment, a crack appeared on the heavenly dragon sword. The green lotus star fire burned and broke the blade of the heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Qin's heart sank completely. At that moment, Jiang Qin was extremely serious. In the end, the heavenly dragon sword was truly powerful because of Jiang Qin. The heavenly dragon sword was not made from the unique divine metal in the world. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for it to reach the level of a chaotic sacred tool. Heavenly dragon sword, are you really going to leave me? Jiang Qin's face was extremely ugly. The heavenly dragon sword kept breaking into pieces. Jiang Qin's breathing became rapid. I've heard that in order to successfully forge an ancient divine tool, one must use flesh and blood to forge a divine weapon. The Xianyuan sword was forged from Emperor Xuanyuan's flesh and blood. The myriad chi cauldron was forged from the divine herb's spiritual chi and ancestor Shenong's blood essence. Every chaotic sacred tool has its own spirit. The ancestral dragon emperor looked at Jiang Qin with a serious face. However, I've only heard of forging a divine weapon with flesh and blood. Whether it's a rumor or not, there's no way to verify it. Forging a divine weapon with flesh and blood, no matter if it's successful or not, it will definitely cause great harm to you. Facing the ancestral dragon emperor's speculation, Jiang Qin had no other choice. He had to do it. The heavenly dragon sword must be forged successfully. He would not hesitate even if he needed his own flesh and blood to forge the sword. With a thought, Jiang Qin extracted the blood, bones, and flesh. He separated them and immersed himself in it. He began to fuse his flesh and blood with the heavenly dragon sword. At that moment, just as the ancestral dragon emperor had expected, Jiang Chen's flesh and blood turned into flowing water under the scorching heat of the green lotus star fire, flowing through the heavenly dragon sword. The cracks on the heavenly dragon sword fused with Jiang Chen's flesh and blood, fusing together and becoming one. His flesh and blood mixed with the heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen felt an unprecedented pain. The pressure of shouting made him almost faint. His flesh and blood were cast into the heavenly weapon. At that moment, the heavenly dragon sword completely broke through the air and turned into a green dragon, soaring up to 90,000 miles. Roar, 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 a deafening roar was heard. The heavenly dragon sword's sword chi was terrifying and pierced through the sky. After a while, the dragon spirit returned to the heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen felt that he and the heavenly dragon sword had become one. "Thank you, Master." A solemn and clear voice made Jiang Chen's body tremble. He was extremely excited. Done. Jiang Chen was a bit skeptical, but the ecstasy in his heart was beyond words. Yes, I am now a chaotic sacred tool. The heavenly dragon sword let out a clear sound. The sword hummed like the setting sun and the cry of a phoenix. Its power made Jiang Chen feel that it was hard to control. The heavenly dragon sword had merged with his flesh and blood. Jiang Chen did not dare to underestimate its power. Sword, come. Jiang Chen swung his sword and the river roared. The ancestral dragon emperor felt suffocated. The heavenly dragon sword's power is no longer comparable to the 10 great ancient divine tools. The ancestral dragon emperor said sincerely. The heavenly dragon sword and Jiang Chen became one. It was not only the fusion of man and sword, it was the fusion of water and fire. Thank you, Senior Ancestral Dragon Emperor. Jiang Chen cupped his fists and said to the ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor waved his hand and said, "All of this is your own merit. It has nothing to do with me. If you did not risk your life to forge the heavenly dragon sword, it would not be able to surpass itself and become a super emperor weapon of the chaotic divine tool level. Also, call me Brother Ancestral Dragon from now on. If not, I feel like I'm going to become a pile of old bones. He he he. Alright, Brother Ancestral Dragon. Ha ha ha. With his own strength, he turned the tide and supported the collapsing Buddhist sect, returning peace to the Buddhist sect once again. However, the sky was unpredictable. At that moment, the great tribulation of heaven and earth happened. The sky patrollers found the reincarnated demon body of the Gautama Buddha and joined forces with him to fight against the Buddhist sect. This caused the Buddhist sect to lose the most important power in the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Their backyard was on fire and they couldn't even take care of themselves. Therefore, even the 3 great supremes couldn't resist all the sky patrollers and the heavens. Although it was extremely tragic in the end, the Buddhist sect was completely destroyed. The reincarnated demon body of the Gautama ancestor defeated the Buddha ancestor and led the 8-divisional pagoda away from the great Lain temple, which was now in ruins. The Buddhist sect, which had existed for millions of years and whose incense had never been extinguished, was also on the verge of extinction. In the end, the Gautama Buddha died and the great calamity of the heavens and earth was controlled by the heavens. As the strongest force in the divine world, the Buddhist sect was completely removed from the stage of history. As he spoke, the ancestral dragon emperor revealed a helpless and sorrowful expression. In other words, if the Buddhist sect didn't have such an incident, perhaps the great calamity of the heavens and earth would be different. However, no matter what, it was already in the past. No matter what the outcome was, it seemed to be acceptable now. However, the current situation of the Buddhist sect wasn't something that Tyrant could recover from even if he wanted to. Perhaps, everything had to start anew. The calamity that the Gautama Buddha created back then had even affected the entire divine world. It made people sigh. However, now that the great calamity of the heavens and earth had arrived, no one could say for sure whether the Buddhist sect could turn the tide. The West Pole divine region was in chaos again. To Tyrant, it was a disaster. However, it was also an opportunity. If he could support the Buddhist sect again, it would definitely become a banner in the great calamity of the heavens and earth. Looks like the life of the monk is really pitiful. Even I can't catch up to him. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought that his life was full of twists and turns. However, in front of Tyrant, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. When he broke through to the divine realm, he was defeated by his own demon reincarnation. Together with the heaven patrollers, he was defeated. Jiang Chen thought that since Tyrant had already recovered his memory, he wouldn't make the same mistake again, right? However, the 9-layered pagoda had already started to take action. The Di Shi Tian that they killed back then was just a soul shadow. The real 9-layered pagoda should be the most terrifying thing in the entire central region divine land or even the entire divine world. The 8-divisional pagoda, the reincarnation of the Gautama Buddha, and Di Shi Tian. This 9-layered pagoda is really a gathering of heroes. Jiang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. It seemed that the Gautama Buddha was really busy. I'm coming. Monk, I won't let you face those bastards alone. Chapter 3796. In the West Pole Divine Region, a storm was brewing. Countless monasteries rose up in revolt, each with their own goals and reasons. The experts of the Buddhist sect and the arhats were also in danger. Almost all the experts of the 10 great monasteries were mobilized. There were hundreds of divine emperor realm experts, and they were already on high alert. Because they were all looking for one person, a person who had once turned the entire West Pole Divine region upside down, Tyrant. After returning to the West Pole Divine continent, Tyrant had planned to openly negotiate with the 10 great monasteries. However, he didn't expect that the news he received would still be one of despair. The 10 great monasteries had sent out all their experts to surround and kill Tyrant, making him the target of public criticism once again. When had the supreme leader of the Buddhist sect ever suffered such grievances? However, Tyrant knew that he had changed the fate of the entire Buddhist sect. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the ruler of the Buddhist sect, bringing it to greater heights. However, it was reasonable to say that he was the destroyer of the Buddhist sect, dragging the number 1 sect of the divine world into an abyss with his own hands. This was because his reincarnated demon body was still fresh in the minds of the West Pole Divine region and the experts of the Buddhist sect. The 10 great monasteries and the 500 arhats of the West Pole Divine region had long fallen apart. Tyrant had returned to the starting point, but the people had changed. Now, there was only one person by his side, and that was the wood spirit reverend. The old site of the great Lain monastery was now a barren desert, and the Sanskrit sounds of the past could no longer be heard. Now that he had returned to his homeland, Tyrant's heart was filled with mixed feelings. This was because he had returned as the leader of the Buddhist sect. There were many things that he could no longer find in his memories, but he wanted to rebuild the Buddhist sect. He wanted to take back what he had lost, not for himself, but for the people of the world. Time flies, and there have been many romantic affairs throughout the ages. Now that I'm in the West, it's hard to turn the river, and it's hard to round the sun. Tyrant sighed and shook his head. He had always been chased by the many monasteries of the West Pole Divine region, and he had narrowly escaped death. It was hard to find a safe place everywhere. Even though he was here, he did not know how many people had their eyes on him. Buddha, you don't have to be too sad. As long as you're still here, the Buddhist sect will still exist. Reverend Mu Ling said with a pious expression. He knew that he could not place all the blame on the ancestral Buddha alone. The Great Tribulation of the world and the reincarnation of the ancestral Buddha were attacking from both sides at the same time. No one would be able to withstand it. Moreover, he had already done his best. If the Buddhist sect had not resisted with all their might and the ancestral Buddha had led the experts of the Buddhist sect to fight to the death, perhaps the Great Tribulation of the world would have been even more tragic. Gods were humans too, and gods occasionally made mistakes that humans made. Buddhas were also human beings. When the Gautama Buddha broke through to the deity realm, he was reversed by his own evil thoughts. This was an eternal secret of the Buddhism sect, and also the greatest tragedy of the Buddhism sect. But now that the ancestral Buddha had returned to his position and was making a comeback, no one knew if the Buddhist sect would be able to prosper again. Everything would depend on the capabilities of the ancestral Buddha. In the past, the ancestral Buddha had relied on his own strength to prop up the entire Buddhist sect. He was unrivaled in the divine world. Because of this, the Buddhist sect did not have the intention to invade the world. Instead, it wanted more people to be compassionate and take the world as their own responsibility. That was why the Buddhist sect could continue to grow. Following the hearts of the people was the true meaning of the Buddhist sect. I hope so. Tyrant said in a low voice. He was somewhat sorrowful in his heart. Sakra had betrayed him. The 8 divisional stupa had been instigated by his reincarnation of the demon body, and the 500 arhats were also wavering. Even Avalokitesvara had passed away. For Tyrant, rebuilding the Buddhist sect seemed simple, but under such a turbulent background, how could it be easy? The Great Tribulation of the world was approaching, and the Buddhist pagoda was eyeing him covetously. The 8 divisional stupa and Sakra would definitely not watch him return to the West Pole to preach. This time, for Tyrant, this trip to the West Pole was a battle of life and death. If he succeeded, he would help the world, but if he failed, he would become an eternal slave. My strength has been restored to the mid-emperor realm, but there is still a long way to go before I reach the emperor realm. The West Pole is also full of masters. God knows if the Arhat masters behind the 10 great monasteries are still there, Tyrant said with a worried look. This land covered in yellow sand had been accumulated by him for countless years, but at this moment, it had become the target of everyone's hatred. It was too ironic. Buddha, I didn't expect you to return. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. 3 figures flew across the sky and appeared beside Tyrant. The 3 of them were the golden arhats, one of the 500 arhats, who had narrowly escaped death in the past. 3 arhats, you, Tyrant furrowed his brows as he looked at them in bewilderment. Isn't it all thanks to you that we became like this? Back then, we were all powerful and invincible Emperor Realm Masters. If you hadn't fought against the Great Tribulation of the world, how could we have become like this? Even after millions of years have passed, we still couldn't recover to our peak. Now, what else do you have to say? Venerable Subha Tualuo, what do you mean by that? If we don't fight against the Great Tribulation of the world, all of us will die and be obliterated. Tyrant said with a stern look. This matter was indeed a fight for the sake of the world. Easy for you to say. If it wasn't for your reincarnated demon body fighting against our Buddhist sect, how could we have ended up like this? Buddha, since you have returned, don't even think about taking half a step out of this place. Another golden arhat said with a domineering look. Reverend Virtue is stainless, I know that you guys are filled with jealousy and hatred. But now that things have come to this, there's nothing I can do. What happened back then was indeed my fault, but I have tried my best to make up for it. Chapter 3797. In that case, Buddha, are you planning to fight to the death with us? T. Kasyapa sneered as he stared at Tyrant. When the Buddhist sect was destroyed, the 500 arhats either died or betrayed the sect. Only a small number of them remained to guard the pure land of the West Pole Divine Land. Unfortunately, it was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. Today, as one of the best of the 500 arhats, Venerable Shikashyapa naturally could not forget the harm that Buddha had brought to the Buddhism sect. The reincarnation of Buddha was their eternal nightmare. Amitabha. Amitabha, Venerable Shikashyapa, I have always upheld the Buddha's compassion and the idea of doing good. I can't deny what happened back then, but I won't admit it either. My reincarnated demon body has already become one and is no longer me. Evil comes from the heart. It's a trace of evil in my heart. I can't absolve myself from the blame for what happened back then, but I also have to take responsibility for what happened back then. I can't give you an explanation now, but I think that day will come in the near future. Tyrant was neither servile nor overbearing. Venerable Shikashyapa was a top expert of the 10 great monasteries, as well as the cornerstone of the 500 arhats back then. However, the grudges of the Buddhism sect back then could not be explained in a few words. Alright, in that case, there is nothing more to say. Buddha, you are no longer as brave as you were back then, and we are no longer the arhats of the past. There is no need to show mercy in today's battle. We should fight to the death for the last shred of dignity of the Buddhism sect. Venerable Shikashyapa shouted in a deep voice, his might overwhelming. He was ready to fight Tyrant to the end. There is no need to say more. Since he still thinks that he is the Lord of the Buddha realm, why should we be polite to him? The Buddhism sect has long fallen apart. If not for your reincarnation of Buddha, how could it have become like this? No one forced you, but the Buddhism sect was truly destroyed in your hands. Reverend Virtuous Stainless angrily rebuked Tyrant. Everything that had happened in the past was still vivid in his mind. As the ancestor of all Buddhas, Buddha was indeed to blame for the destruction of the Buddhist sect. He could even be said to be the greatest sinner of the Buddhist sect. Amitabha, this little monk is deeply apologetic. I will never forget what happened in the past. When I rebuild the Buddhist sect, I will definitely atone for my sins with my death. This little monk will definitely bear all the mistakes I have committed. But now is not the time. Tyrant said solemnly. Buddha, you, Reverend with Spirit said in a low voice, looking anxious. Easy for you to say. But the three of us must definitely cripple your cultivation base today. Your Buddha aura is ours for sure. Reverend Stainless gritted his teeth and said. His hatred for the Buddha had long seeped into his bones. This battle was unavoidable. Amitabha. You've gone too far. The Buddha has repeatedly tolerated you, but you're so overbearing. As disciples of the Buddhist sect, aren't you ashamed? The 500 arhats are actually such filthy people, even thinking of devouring the Buddha aura of our Buddha. What a disgraceful and vicious bunch. I, Reverend with Spirit, am ashamed to be associated with you. Reverend with Spirit could no longer endure it. He even snorted disdainfully at these unreasonable people. Who do you think you are? Even your master, Mahasvara, wouldn't dare to speak to us like that. You're just a mere attendant of a Mahasvara, yet you dare to talk about seniority with us reverends. What a joke, what a joke. Reverend Subhadero shook his head with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Back then, the Buddhist sect underwent a drastic change. The current 500 arhats had already fallen apart. Their temperaments had changed drastically. They were no longer the bodhisattvas that saved the world. That was because each of them had to stay alive in order to practice medicine and nurture good karma. But now, everything had been destroyed by the Buddha. Their success was due to the Buddha, and their failure was also due to the Buddha. You, Reverend with Spirit's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, but was stopped by Tyrant. Amitabha. Everyone, I've said it before. If I don't go to hell, who will? But now is not the time. Tyrant's brows furrowed. What he wanted to do now was not to become enemies with these arhats, but to reform them, to convert them to Buddhism. He wanted the Buddhist sect to become a pure land, not a bloodthirsty land. Cut the crap. You too, if we don't make a move, Lord Buddha won't talk to us. Humph, Reverend Subhadero sneered. At this moment, the three of them looked at each other and charged towards Tyrant without any mercy. Killing intent swept across the heavens and earth, instantly sealing off Tyrant's path. Three mid-Emperor realm silhouettes soared into the sky and charged towards Tyrant. Rays of Buddhist radiance and palm imprints turned icy cold. Myriad Buddha greeting. Tyrant's palms were like thunder, whistling through the air. Under the illumination of Buddhist radiance, the earth was filled with brilliance and Buddhist charm. Na yen luo seal. Tuoluo divine palm. Sage's light. The murderous aura of the three arhats was like a flood. Their aura was no longer pure Buddhist charm, but it was full of distracting thoughts, chaos, and confusion. They were like executioners, they no longer had the appearance of a Buddhist venerable. However, it was undeniable that the strength of the three of them was exceptionally terrifying. The monk was forced to retreat, but the monk's Buddhist aura was incomparably pure. Coupled with the blessing of Bodhisattva's Buddhist aura, the monk was able to fight one against three. As a Buddha, he had a deep foundation. Facing three arhats, the monk didn't even need to use his Buddhist aura. He directly forced the three of them to retreat, looking battered and exhausted. However, his body was also greatly suppressed. The reason why the three arhats attacked him with their lives was because of the Buddhist charm on his body. They wanted to obtain his sarira and transform into a Buddha. However, that was just wishful thinking. Both sides clashed continuously. Tyrant would leave some leeway each time, but Reverend Shikasyapa and the others were fighting with their lives on the line. The battle strength of both sides was shocking. The surrounding mountains and rivers cracked and the Buddhist charm gradually disappeared. The sky lost its color. Both sides were using all their strength. Reverend Muling couldn't help but worry for the Gautama Buddha because he didn't use his full strength. Instead, he was heavily injured by the three arhats. The situation was extremely dangerous. Ha ha ha, as expected of the myriad Buddha ancestor, you are indeed broad-minded. You would rather suffer all kinds of pain and suffer serious injuries than to kill. Truly, if I don't go to hell, who would? Truly admirable. Chapter 3798. The cold and domineering laughter caused Tyrant and Venerable Muling's expressions to change. At this moment, even Venerable Su Tuoluo and the others narrowed their eyes and cautiously stared at the surroundings, afraid that someone would take advantage of this opportunity to sneak in. What? Can't bear to see me anymore. Buddha, it seems like what happened in the past has turned you into a fool. Ha ha ha. The black-clothed man said with a smile. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, looking majestic and domineering. He was like a gloomy cloud that shrouded the void, making everyone feel oppressed and unbearable. It's you. Buddha's eyes were incomparably cold as he said faintly. Now that they were all heavily injured, this guy took advantage of this opportunity to sneak in. He only had one goal, and he was even more sinister and cunning than Venerable Su Tuoluo and Venerable T. Kasayapa. After all, the defeat of the Gautama Buddha back then was inextricably linked to him. Haley Pagoda. You bastard. Venerable T. Kasayapa's face was gloomy. Although they hated Buddha, the Haley Pagoda was equally despicable. They hated Buddha's incompetence because the disaster of the Buddhism sect was caused by Buddha. However, the instigator was the traitor under Buddha, the 8 divisional stupa. I didn't expect everyone to still remember me. Buddha, do you want to go with me, or do you want me to take you with me? The Haley Pagoda Leng Leng said. It seems like you're here to capture me. Is it because of my reincarnated demon body? Or is it because of Indra's wrath? Tyrant sneered and said disdainfully. The strength of the Hali pagoda was quite terrifying. Although it was no longer as strong as it was during the first Great Tribulation, its current realm was still far beyond Tyrant's reach. Moreover, they were in a very dangerous situation and had suffered great injuries. It would not be easy for them to escape from the Hali pagoda. You executioner, the Buddhism sect was destroyed by your hands, and now you dare to come to the West Pole divine region. I will tear you into pieces. His gaze was like an arrow, pointing straight at the Black Lotus Stupa. Currently, the hatred of the Buddha had already been replaced by the Black Lotus Stupa. The people they hated the most were still the 8-divisional stupa, Sakra heaven, and the others. There was no doubt about this. Buddha, please leave first. I'll stay here. Reverend with Spirit whispered as he stood before the ancestral Buddha, shielding him behind him. You're just a spiritualist, and yet you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Looks like Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara didn't teach you about propriety, justice, and honor. You're not qualified to talk to me, so get lost. Venerable Muling was forced back before Tyrant could even react. He was in a sorry state and couldn't fight back at all. This caused Tyrant and the others to be incomparably shocked. An Emperor realm expert actually couldn't withstand a single strike from Venerable Muling. This fellow's strength made Tyrant feel incomparably grave. Even with his current peak strength, he might not be a match for Venerable Muling, let alone now that he was heavily injured. Wood Spirit! Tyrant exclaimed, his eyes turning cold as he looked at the Black Lotus Stupa. You've gone too far, Black Lotus Stupa. Is that so? I don't think so. After all, the West Pole divine region is no longer your world. Do you still think that the Buddhism sect can cover the sky with one hand? In my eyes, they are nothing but trash. The Black Lotus Stupa looked at Venerable Tika Sayapa and the others, shaking his head in disdain. Bastard! Today, you won't be able to escape from the Black Lotus Stupa. Don't even think about running wild in the West Pole divine region. Venerable Sage Wugo pointed at the Black Lotus Stupa and said. However, the Black Lotus Stupa didn't even put them in his eyes, not even Buddha. The Black Lotus Stupa was the strongest expert of the Buddhism sect, a war god-level existence. Apart from the Gautama Buddha, Sakra, Avalokitesvara, and the others, they were the true pillars of the Buddhism sect. Therefore, after the 8-divisional stupa was instigated by the reincarnation of Buddha, the Buddhism sect began to fall into chaos. The Black Lotus Stupa was undoubtedly one of the best. Back then, he swept through most of the Buddhism sect, killing each other. Even the reincarnation of Buddha and the Sky Patroller attacked the Buddhism sect, causing the world's #1 Buddhism sect to fall into a miserable state and eventually disappear into the dust of history. The existence of the Black Lotus Stupa was a great threat to the Buddhism sect. Even Venerable Tika Sayapa of the 500 Arhats was quite fearful of the Black Lotus Stupa. Compared to the 8-divisional stupa, there was still a gap between the 500 Arhats and the 8-divisional stupa. The appearance of the Black Lotus Stupa made Venerable Tika Sayapa and the others turn serious. The pagoda might have already made a move. Knowing the existence of Buddha in the West Pole divine region, they would certainly not let this matter rest. The West Pole divine region had the 10 great monasteries and the many descendants of the Buddhism sect. Their foundation was stable, but the strength of the pagoda was too strong. They wouldn't allow anyone to be their enemy. Sakra, the reincarnation of Buddha, and the 8-divisional stupa, this kind of combat power could completely dominate the 9 heavens. It could be said that the pagoda was the predecessor of the Buddhism sect, but their nature and leader had been completely changed. That depends on your ability. The Black Lotus Stupa was calm and composed. He didn't put these defeated soldiers in his eyes at all. As long as he captured Buddha, the Buddhism sect wouldn't have the slightest leeway. Amitabha. Black Lotus Stupa, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you will be saved. The 8-divisional stupa was originally a part of the war god of my clan. Why did you become a traitor? Tyrant said with a sigh. Bullshit. Since things have come to this, do I still need you to discuss the Tao with me? Ha ha ha, what a joke. The destruction of the Buddhism sect was already a matter of billions of years ago. You still want to talk to me about restoring the Buddhism sect? Dream on. With the existence of the demon ancestor, you can't return. Today, I, the Black Lotus Stupa, can kill all of you. It's a pity that the demon ancestor still needs your golden body to break through. Otherwise, do you think you can still live until now? The Black Lotus Stupa's eyes were like Vajra as he spoke domineeringly. To the pagoda, the demon ancestor was the only leader. He was also the reincarnation of the Buddha. After all, the two of them were once the same person. If the demon ancestor wanted to break through the great Tao and reach the supremacy realm, he must obtain the golden body of Buddha. This was something that the Black Lotus Stupa didn't dare to disobey. It's a pity that Sakra let you escape back then. But today, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Whether the demon ancestor can break through the shackles depends on you. Buddha. Venerable Virtuous Stainless and Venerable Subadero looked at each other with complicated feelings. That attack just now had already made their hearts ache. They knew that they would die, but there was no way to turn the situation around. It made them feel extremely sorrowful. Who would have thought that the Buddha they swore to kill would actually become their savior? At this moment, everyone's heart was in a mess. The kindness of the Buddha had caused them to be in a difficult position. They had no way to repay the kindness of the Buddha for saving their lives. However, the retribution they received today was all thanks to the Buddha. Their hearts were indescribably conflicted. Hurry up and leave. I'll take care of this. The person they're looking for is me. Tyrant shouted in a deep voice. He raised his blade and stared at the Black Nightmare Pagoda. At this moment, he was also prepared for the worst. You still want to play the hero at this time. It's a pity that you don't have the ability to do so. Today, you're just a bird in a cage. I have the final say in this world. The Black Nightmare Pagoda's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had no intention of letting the three of them go. The three of them looked at each other. Although there was hesitation in their eyes, there was no time to think. It was better to live than to die. Who would be willing to die if they could escape with their lives? The three of them turned around and left. Tyrant faced the Black Nightmare Pagoda head-on, but he was constantly mocked by the latter. 3 palm strikes in a row made Tyrant completely lose the ability to fight. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his expression was unsightly. Everyone has to die. Death can be as light as a feather, or as heavy as Mount Tai. To die for the 3 golden-bodied arhats, 1 life for 3 lives. Tyrant said with a smile. Fresh blood flowed out unceasingly, causing the Reverend Wood spirit to feel incomparable despair. The Buddha was indeed worthy of being the ancestor of all Buddhas. Even at this moment, he was still thinking about the Buddhist sect. He was still thinking about others, not thinking about himself at all. Bullshit. You don't know that a wise man submits to circumstances. Why did you die? Now that you've reincarnated, don't you know? It's because you're too stubborn. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Everyone is selfish, and only selfish people can live longer. The Buddhist sect has long been destroyed in your hands. They also ran away like a wisp of smoke. What about you? You're still willing to die for others. Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. Ha! The Black Nightmare Pagoda stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Tyrant. He wouldn't kill Tyrant because the evil ancestor wanted him. But no matter what, there would only be one ending for him. There could only be one Buddha in this world. His golden body was destined to be taken away. Amitabha. Tyrant said in a low voice. The Black Nightmare Pagoda was already deeply rooted in the evil ancestor. He wouldn't care about his words at all. He could only sacrifice himself for justice. Even at death's door, you're still talking about benevolence and morality. The destruction of the Buddhist sect was completely destroyed in your hands. Come with me, Buddha, this is your only way. The Black Nightmare Pagoda tightly bound Tyrant as he spoke. If you want to touch my brother, you'll have to ask me if I'm willing or not. Black Nightmare Pagoda, right? This daddy has been looking for you for a long time. Chapter 3800. Jiang Qin. The Dark Nightmare Pagoda suddenly looked at Jiang Qin and said in a deep voice. At that moment, Tyrant heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, his brother was here. He was somewhat comforted, even though Jiang Qin might not be a match for the Dark Nightmare Pagoda. Apologies for being late, brother. Jiang Qin smiled and looked at Tyrant. Reverend Wood's spirit also revealed a happy expression. He exchanged glances with Jiang Qin and nodded slightly. You're not late, you're not late. Ha ha ha. Tyrant said happily. It seemed like Yan Qinyu's matter had been resolved. Otherwise, Jiang Qin wouldn't have appeared in the West Pole Divine region so quickly. I didn't expect that even the famous Dark Nightmare Pagoda would know of my name, Jiang Qin. Looks like I'm really honored. Jiang Qin crossed his arms and looked at the Dark Nightmare Pagoda. He, Jiang Qin's name resounds like thunder. It has spread throughout our pagoda. Who doesn't know how powerful Jiang Qin is? Most of the disciples in the pagoda have been picked by you. Looks like you're here today to finish off my 8-divisional pagoda as well. The Dark Nightmare Pagoda looked at Jiang Qin with interest. The smile at the corner of his mouth became even more radiant. He had long heard of the name Jiang Qin. Most of the people in the pagoda had died in his hands. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin had already broken through to the Emperor realm. It was really surprising. Well, since the Dark Nightmare Pagoda has such a request, then I'll accept it. Jiang Qin smiled and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. I gave you face, but you didn't want it. You should have died long ago. It's a pity that the pagoda kept you until now. You don't know what's good for you. Let's see if you can escape from my palm today. The Dark Nightmare Pagoda's lips moved slightly and killing intent surged in his eyes. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it has to be led out for a walk, right? Jiang Qin also locked eyes with the Obsidian Pagoda. The battle was about to begin. Be careful, the Black Nightmare Pagoda is very strong, it has already reached the Emperor realm. Tyrant said in a deep voice. He did not dare to underestimate the Black Lotus Pagoda. The Black Lotus Pagoda was one of the 8 divisional pagodas, and it was the most valiant war god of the Buddhist sect. It was second only to Mahasvara Bodhisattva and Sakra Heaven. Now that the Buddhist sect had been destroyed, the Black Lotus Pagoda had become the most terrifying existence in the entire immortal world. The Black Nightmare Pagoda had deliberately come to capture Tyrant. Jiang Qin knew that this battle would not be so simple. The ancestral Dragon Emperor was still alive. Even if he left, the battle of the Dragon Clan was still imminent. So, Jiang Qin could only rely on himself now. No matter how strong he is just a pagoda. Evil cannot prevail over good. I don't believe that he can escape from my hands. Jiang Qin said confidently. Even Tyrant was slightly stunned. Since when did Jiang Qin become so confident? Jiang Chen's strength was almost on par with his. However, as long as Jiang Chen made a solemn vow, Tyrant would be extremely confident in Jiang Chen. This was the trust between brothers. Arrogant guy, let's see if you have the ability to do so. You are not qualified to kill me. You have killed many disciples of my pagoda. Now, it's time to settle the score with you. You still want to save the Buddha. Even if you don't come, I will find you. The Black Nightmare Pagoda squinted his eyes like a long and narrow blade. It was filled with deterrence. The Black Nightmare Pagoda was the darkest among the 8 divisional pagodas. He should not be underestimated. Jiang Chen had never fought against an Emperor Realm expert before. This time, it was a good chance to test his strength and see if he could fight against the Black Nightmare Pagoda. Go to hell. The Black Nightmare Pagoda stepped into the void and made a series of seals with his hands. Terrifying waves of air rolled over. The invisible seals penetrated the heaven and earth, destroying everything. Black Forest Seal. The mountain-like Black Forest Seal followed. Jiang Chen's face was solemn and serious. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and attacked. Wind and thunder surged and the heaven and earth changed color. Sword 23. The heavenly dragon sword had now reached a higher level. It was many times more powerful than before. The power of the sword, together with the limitless sword, had increased Jiang Chen's strength by more than 1 level. The sword 23 was unparalleled. It stirred up the wind and clouds above the 9th heaven. Countless swords rained down. The Black Nightmare Pagoda did not dare to be careless. The Black Forest Seal struck out violently. It was as powerful as a thunderbolt. It kept colliding with Jiang Chen's 23 swords. The sky was torn apart, the space was trembling, and the surrounding thousands of miles of yellow sand seemed to be trembling. The sand was like an ocean, shaking the heavens and earth. What a terrifying sword! The Black Nightmare Pagoda was shocked. He retreated in order to advance. The Black Forest Seal was torn apart by Jiang Chen's sword 23. The seal flickered and eventually turned into a shadow. The Black Nightmare Pagoda looked solemn. His hand seals were completely disrupted by Jiang Chen. He did not expect a Middle Emperor Realm guy to be able to force him to retreat. It was hard to accept. Little bastard, you're really something. The Black Nightmare Pagoda gritted his teeth in anger. Jiang Chen had used Sword 23 and the Heavenly Dragon Sword to force the Black Nightmare Pagoda to retreat. Tyrant was shocked. It seemed like Jiang Chen had completely awakened. His strength had improved tremendously. It seemed like they might not lose this battle. Ha ha ha, my brother Jiang is amazing. Although the Wood Spirit Reverend had lost his fighting strength, he was still laughing heartily. Jiang Chen had used a supreme technique to force the Black Nightmare Pagoda to retreat. It was truly worthy of celebration. Looks like the Heavenly Dragon Sword did not disappoint us. Jiang Chen held the Heavenly Dragon Sword tightly, full of confidence. The Heavenly Dragon Sword let out a deafening hum, as if it complemented Jiang Chen's Sword 23. Do you think you can defeat me like this? What a naive guy. The Black Nightmare Pagoda Lengling smiled. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. At this moment, he was only testing Jiang Chen's technique. He did not display his true power. As the most ruthless Black Nightmare Pagoda among the 8 divisional pagoda, it was impossible for him to only have this kind of technique. Golden Pagoda, Peerless Black Nightmare. The Obsidian Pagoda roared, stirring up thunderstorms from the 9 heavens. Dark clouds covered the sky, making it look like a black pagoda. The Obsidian Pagoda transformed into a golden body, its might was unstoppable. The black demonic chi continued to rise, lingering in the air above the horizon. Chapter 38:01. Tyrant's eyes shone with a golden light, but the Black Nightmare Pagoda did not stop. The golden body of Pagoda was incomparably powerful. With a palm strike, the black demons danced wildly and the demonic chi rampaged. Soul Extinction Shadow. Jiang Chen was calm and unhurried. Facing the Black Nightmare Pagoda, he did not retreat at all. The golden body of Pagoda made Jiang Chen extremely serious, but it was not certain that it could defeat him. It could only mean that the Black Nightmare Pagoda was indeed strong enough. Soul Extinction Shadow. The sword momentum was shocking, intertwined with the Black Nightmare Pagoda's giant palm. The giant palm turned into ashes, and the sword momentum dissipated. Jiang Chen retreated with a solemn expression. The Black Nightmare Pagoda was also incomparably angry. It roared and growled, as if it was venting the anger in its heart. Jiang Chen destroyed the golden palm with a single sword strike. Although the injury was not serious, it made the Black Nightmare Pagoda feel that its dignity had been greatly challenged. The black fog changed again, and the giant palm reappeared, grabbing towards Jiang Chen's figure. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advancing with each step. The 23 swords were extremely hot at this moment, wrapped in the black fog. The sword hummed unceasingly, and the black demonic chi swept across the sky. Jiang Chen roared and used the dragon transformation, turning into a 100-meter-tall dragon, intertwining with the Black Nightmare Pagoda. Golden light shone brightly, the dragon transformation was imminent. Along with the Dark Ocean Pagoda's black mist, Jiang Chen roared and unleashed his dragon's mightiness. In an instant, his 300-meter dragon body and the Dark Ocean Pagoda's golden pagoda collided with each other. Jiang Chen's 300-meter dragon body was unstoppable and divine, constantly tearing apart the Dark Ocean Pagoda's golden body. The scene was extremely terrifying. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen used the Soaring Dragon Technique again, and his strength soared instantly. He clashed with the Black Nightmare Pagoda's golden body several times, and victory was in his grasp. The golden body of Pagoda was already riddled with holes, and under Jiang Chen's dragon transformation, it could not continue to rampage. Great Buddha Palm. The Dark Nightmare Pagoda's earth-shattering attack descended from the sky, its palm reaching the sky. It was like a raging fire, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking. It rushed straight towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen roared like a dragon and unleashed a seal. The sky and earth spun and the wind and clouds changed color. The mysterious heaven seal was accompanied by the power of Tao accumulation, sweeping across the sky. Even the Dark Nightmare Pagoda's Great Pagoda Palm could not defeat Jiang Chen. The Great Pagoda Palm and the mysterious heaven seal collided. The terrifying power of Tao accumulation, like a whirlwind, completely engulfed the Great Pagoda Palm. The Dark Sea Pagoda Palm retreated quickly. His embarrassed look made Jiang Chen even more determined to kill him. Golden Buddha, treasure elephant of heaven and earth. The Heimeng Pagoda transformed into a Vajra. His 9-zhang golden body shone with cold black light, undying and indestructible. His body was like a great bell, unmoving like a mountain. Sword 23. Jiang Chen held his sword, but the sword 23 could not break the Heimeng Pagoda's golden Buddha no matter what. The heavenly dragon sword was invincible, the limitless sword could break through anything. The sword 23 had reached the peak of the sword realm, but Jiang Chen had long felt that the sword 23 was not over yet, there would be another 24 swords. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Chen continued to practice the sword 23. His strength had increased to the late emperor realm. The divine might of the heavenly dragon sword had also been activated to the extreme. 24 swords. Peerless rebirth. Jiang Chen had no distractions and focused on comprehending the sword. A long time ago, the sword 23 was already the peak of the limitless sword. 10,000 souls vanishing shadow, 9 heavens annihilation. But this time, he discovered the extreme change of the limitless sword and the remaining power of the 23rd sword. 10,000 souls vanishing shadow, the destruction of heaven and earth, and the rebirth of the limitless sword. The limitless sword would reach a higher level. The moment the sword 24 was unleashed, Jiang Chen was indescribably happy and excited. He knew that the sword 23 had finally broken through. The limitless sword had no limit. At this moment, his heart was full of fighting spirit and he was invincible. Come on! The heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand was wantonly flying. The moment the sword 24 was unsheathed, it was destined that the peerless rebirth would be reborn in the midst of destruction. The sword qi and power were more than 10 times stronger. The sword 23 was completely replaced by the sword 24. The limitless sword was invincible. The sword 24 was majestic and the sword shook the universe. In an instant, it cut the Heimeng Pagoda's golden Buddha. At that moment, the Heimeng Pagoda retreated with blood spurting out. It could not completely suppress the attack of the sword 24. Its embarrassing posture was much weaker than before. Puff, the Heimeng Pagoda's qi and blood were tumbling. It used all its means, but its golden Buddha was still broken by Jiang Chen. At this moment, the sword 24 ran through heaven and earth, causing the Heimeng Pagoda to complain incessantly. The limitless sword was peerless and unparalleled. Even the Heimeng Pagoda was defeated by it. What a great heavenly dragon sword, what a great move of the sword 24. Jiang Chen was extremely pleased. In this battle, it could be said that he had completely suppressed the Heimeng Pagoda. At this time, Tyrant also heaved a sigh of relief. If Jiang Chen was unharmed, then they were unharmed. The pagoda is just a so-so. It seems that you have exhausted your limited abilities. In the future, let's see who dares to cause trouble for me, Jiang Chen. I will kill every person from the pagoda when I see them. Jiang Chen said domineeringly. It was like the Heimeng Pagoda. The battered Heimeng Pagoda sneered, but it still stood firm. Lang Lang and Jiang Chen looked at each other. You are lucky to be able to force me to this point. Jiang Chen, today, I, the Heimeng Pagoda, will capture you and bring you back to the pagoda. Buddha, no one can be left out. You still dare to be so stubborn when you are about to die. Let me see what else you can do. Jiang Chen raised his head in anticipation. The Heimeng Pagoda was still so arrogant. Chapter 3802. Counter soldiers with arms and water with earth. Do you think I, Jiang Chen, am afraid of you? Jiang Chen snorted coldly. The wind and clouds of the 24 moves of sword rose again and swept over. He brandished his sword and collided with the Black Nightmare Pagoda's heavy punch. Jiang Chen was shocked. The Black Ultimate Pagoda was so terrifying that it was terrifying. It was worthy of being one of the 8 sects of pagoda and the war god of Buddhism. Jiang Chen was also focused. He was still unfamiliar with the 24 moves of sword. At this time, fighting the Black Ultimate Pagoda again seemed to be a little difficult. He could not completely integrate the 24 moves of sword and exert them to the extreme. In the end, he could not injure the Black Nightmare Pagoda. Let's see how you can compete with me. Even a primordial origin treasure can't hurt the Black Ultimate Pagoda. Go to hell. The Black Ultimate Pagoda roared. The Black Ultimate Pagoda could move mountains and ridges. It punched out without any fancy moves, but it was impossible to resist. Jiang Chen had to avoid its sharpness. He was still exploring the 24 moves of sword. Jiang Chen displayed the dragon transformation again and collided with the Black Ultimate Pagoda. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's physical strength reached its peak. One punch after another, neither of them was willing to retreat. Jiang Chen's physical strength was comparable to the Black Ultimate Pagoda, but the black ultimate pagoda's means were better, which shocked Jiang Qin. The devil transformation made all the devil chi within a radius of 10,000 miles around him gather here. The more devil chi gathered, the more terrifying the black ultimate pagoda became. Its power grew stronger day by day, but Jiang Chen's dragon transformation could not completely withstand the black ultimate pagoda's ultimate attack. "Motherfucker, I'm going to fight you to the death." Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He attacked quickly, one punch after another. He and the black ultimate pagoda were like two horrible human-shaped weapons. Neither of them took a step back. Dark ultimate pagoda, dark serpent 1,000 layers. The obsidian pagoda's 1,000 heavy strikes surged, and Jiang Chen's hand seals intertwined. The crimson heaven seal, which was infused with the power of Tao accumulation, attacked aggressively and collided with the obsidian pagoda. At that moment, the crimson heaven seal was peerless. The power of Tao accumulation descended from the heavens and the earth, as if it was child's play. It almost instantly formed a suppression that directly destroyed the obsidian pagoda's palm. The obsidian pagoda's face turned pale and it retreated. Tao accumulation seal, heavenly expansion seal. The dark nightmare pagoda hadn't expected Jiang Qin to have such a powerful technique like the heaven expansion seal. But this time, the infinite Tao accumulation had completely broken his indestructible dark ultimate pagoda's arm. He had been seriously injured and completely defeated. Trying to run. No way. The obsidian pagoda could feel how terrifying Jiang Chen's Tao accumulation was. It was worth running for its life, but Jiang Chen wouldn't give it such a chance. He stood on the azure dragon and used the Great Void technique to lock the obsidian pagoda down. There was no way out. "Spare me, spare me. Buddha, save me." A terrified and indescribable shout rang out. This shout caused Tyrant's entire body to tremble. He didn't dare to respond to such a form of address. But at this moment, the obsidian pagoda's cry for help made his heart tremble. "You're a disciple of my Buddhist sect after all." Amitabha. Tyrant shook his head and took a step forward. He stood in front of Jiang Qin and said in a low voice, "Amitabha. Amitabha. Almsgiver Jiang, I'm begging you as the leader of the Buddhist sect. Please spare my life." Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. This guy had almost caused Tyrant to be consigned to eternal damnation, and even Jiang Qin himself was in danger. His life was hanging by a thread, and he had been hunted down by the slaughter pagoda many times, causing his heart to be filled with hatred. Right now, Tyrant was his brother, but he was trying to persuade him, causing Jiang Qin to fall into a passive position. If he agreed, what would happen to the thousands of souls that were killed by the pagoda? If he didn't agree, as his brother, Jiang Qin couldn't say it no matter what. Amitabha. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Benefactor Jiang, please show mercy. Tyrant was merciful, but to Jiang Qin, he was filled with endless hatred. Jiang Qin definitely didn't want to keep the obsidian pagoda. The obsidian pagoda has done all sorts of evil. Leaving it alive will only lead to great trouble. Buddha, such a madman can't be left alive. Venerable Wood Spirit clenched his teeth. He hated the obsidian pagoda to the core. He and the Buddha had almost died in the obsidian pagoda's hands, and now the Buddha wanted to spare his life. "I'm afraid of harming the lives of ants when I sweep the floor, but I cherish the moth that shines its light. I, Jiang Qin, have killed countless people, but I only kill those who deserve to be killed. My brother, Tyrant, is just like me. Those who kill must be evil. Today, when Buddha discussed the Tao with me, I know that I am not as good as him. The Buddhist sect is merciful, and I, Jiang Qin, can never be compared to them. I only know that those who threaten my friends must be killed without mercy. As a friend of Tyrant, I must kill this person. I hope the Buddha can forgive me." Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. The obsidian pagoda's face turned pale and he called for help again. Buddha, save me, Buddha. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Chen had already raised his sword and killed the obsidian pagoda. The great soul-forming light instantly devoured his soul without any hesitation. Even Venerable Wood's spirit was stunned. There's such a thing. However, Reverend Mu Ling knew that the Buddha ancestor must be speechless right now. Jiang Chen was one of the people that he couldn't deal with the most. Moreover, Jiang Chen had saved their lives. The brotherhood was deep-rooted. As the ancestor of the Buddha ancestor, he couldn't save the people of the world. To the Black Sea Pagoda, this was fate, this was a predestined fate. He had done all sorts of evil in his life, and was the most vicious existence among the 8 divisional pagoda. Jiang Chen's strength had advanced, and his first slash had killed the obsidian pagoda. It could be said that it was fate. However, at that moment, the obsidian pagoda was killed by Jiang Chen. Tyrant sighed and shook his head. Thank you, little Chenzi. Tyrant was grateful that Jiang Chen had killed the obsidian pagoda for his sake. However, as the supreme of the Buddhist sect, the obsidian pagoda was once a disciple of his Buddhist sect. Now that it was destroyed, he was filled with sorrow. As the leader of the Buddhist sect, the ancestor of all Buddhas, he couldn't control his subordinates, which led to the destruction of the Buddhist sect. Now that a disciple of the Buddhist sect was killed, although he was a traitor, he was still a disciple of his previous life. Furthermore, he was a living being. The Buddhist sect was compassionate. If they could be reformed, they wouldn't have any killing intent. However, now that Jiang Chen had broken the cycle of reincarnation, Tyrant, who had lived 2 lives, could only be grateful. After all, Jiang Chen was doing this for his own good. You're welcome, we're brothers. Chapter 3803. I really didn't expect that you would become so powerful after not seeing you for a long time. It really makes one sigh. It seems like I'm no match for you. The name of Jiang Chen is like thunder piercing the ears of the entire divine world, Tyrant said with a smile. Tyrant said with a smile. Although he wasn't able to save Haley Pagoda's life in the end, it didn't affect their brotherly relationship. From the perspective of a Buddha, he did it for the sake of equality of all living beings. But as Jiang Chen's friend, this brother of his had saved him from a crisis, which made Tyrant feel extremely gratified. Haley Pagoda, Haley Pagoda, Haley Pagoda, Haley, don't make sarcastic remarks about me. Being able to escape to this place can be considered a lucky escape from death. After killing the Black Nightmare Pagoda, I feel much better. As the leader of the Buddhist sect, I have to apologize to you, Tyrant. Jiang Chen smiled and said jokingly. Tyrant waved his hand, indicating that it wasn't a big deal. Amitabha, if I don't enter hell, who will? Oh, right, did you encounter any difficulties? How could it be so dangerous? Didn't little you come with you? Sigh, it's a long story. In the depths of the sea, I also met with a great deal of trouble. I narrowly escaped death, but I finally completed the final rebirth. However, Xiaoyu has left. I don't know when I'll be able to see her again. Her strength is even stronger than mine, even more terrifying. You should be clearer than me about the great calamity of the world. It seems like she wants to stop it. Jiang Chen shook his head, his face full of bitterness. Tyrant's body trembled. He looked at Jiang Chen with an incomparably solemn expression and said in a low voice, "Little you is actually stronger than you. Moreover, she is concerned about the great calamity of the world. It's very likely that she is also the reincarnation of an ancient godly monarch. I just don't know who she is." Jiang Chen frowned. No matter what, no matter who she was in her previous life, even if she had been a villain for 10 lifetimes, in this life, she could only be his wife. Looks like you already know about the great tribulation of heaven and earth, so I don't need to tell you more. However, the entire West Pole divine region is in turmoil right now, and the people of the 10 great monasteries are all looking for me. The Black Sea Pagoda of the Buddhist Pagoda is also not to be outdone. It's not just me, you are the same. The Buddhist Pagoda has even listed us as the most wanted criminals and wants to kill us. For now, I can't leave the West Pole. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. I must revive the Buddhist sect. This is my route, but also the place where I fell. As the saying goes, where you fall, you have to climb back up. Tyrant said solemnly. So, do you want to take root in the West Pole? Jiang Qin was stunned. After Tyrant fused with the memories of his previous life, he seemed to have become even more stubborn. So, I want to knock on the doors of the 10 great monasteries one by one, and even the doors of the 100 great monasteries. I believe that the Buddha is merciful. As long as the Buddhist sect is not destroyed, we will have the capital to resist the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Tyrant's expression was indifferent, causing Jiang Qin to feel anxious for him. However, Jiang Qin knew that Tyrant was no longer the tyrant of the past. His heart was no longer selfish. He lived for the entire Buddhist sect. As the Buddha ancestor and the body of a Buddha, he also couldn't escape the blame. The West Pole divine region needed him, and the Buddhist sect needed him. However, Jiang Qin knew how difficult this step was for the current tyrant. There was no doubt about it. This was equivalent to announcing to the whole world that the Buddha ancestor was in the West Pole divine region. How could the Buddhist pagoda let this go? The others who were eyeing the Buddha covetously would definitely rush to the West Pole divine region. That would be a catastrophic crisis. Tyrant's current strength was only at the mid-emperor realm. If it was in the era when divine emperor realm experts could dominate a region, there would naturally be no need to worry. However, the northern cold divine region, the eastern victory divine region, the southern Nantung divine region, the West Pole divine region, and the Central Plains divine region were all filled with experts. Those hidden emperor realm experts had all begun to surface. What they had to face now might not just be one or two forces. Being in a position, one had no choice but to plan. Moreover, the Buddha had committed a grave mistake in the past, even causing the great tribulation of heaven and earth to tilt. Although he couldn't be blamed for everything, he couldn't escape from the blame. Now that he had reincarnated, the Buddha had to understand his responsibility and where his heart was. Jiang Qin didn't know how to persuade Tyrant. Furthermore, no matter how much he tried to persuade Tyrant, it would be useless, because Tyrant's identity had already decided everything. Jiang Qin didn't know how to persuade Tyrant. One could say that Tyrant was pedantic, but as the leader of the Buddhist sect, even if the Buddhist sect had already fallen apart, he still had an incomparably great responsibility. In Tyrant's eyes, the Buddhist sect had not been destroyed yet. Only the buildings of the Buddhist sect had been destroyed. The spiritual mountain was still there. The Buddhist sect would definitely be able to re-establish itself and become the strongest sect in the entire divine world. This was his belief. Although it wasn't for the glory, he needed the blessing of the Buddhist charm to return to the peak. "All right, I'll accompany you," Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. He exchanged a glance with Tyrant. Tyrant was slightly startled as he didn't expect Jiang Qin to be so decisive. "You said it yourself. If I don't enter hell, who will?" "However, the person who wants me, Jiang Qin, to enter hell hasn't been born yet. I'd like to see what kind of monsters will appear in the West Pole divine continent. I, Jiang Qin, will definitely not let them go. Those people will definitely come for me. It's too dangerous for you to stay here." Tyrant waved his hand and said, "You know that it's dangerous, but do you think I don't?" Ha, but I definitely can't let my brother be suppressed by others. Now that little you is no longer by my side, what else do I have to worry about? As the supreme leader of the Buddhist sect, I'd like to see how you'll rebuild the Buddhist sect. The destruction of the Buddhist sect isn't your responsibility. The calamity of the heaven and earth is coming, and I believe that your heart belongs to someone. Your goal is to stop the calamity. Although little you and I aren't together, we're both working hard for the same dream and fighting for it. I want to sit here and see what kind of monsters will come from all directions. Jiang Chen stood with his sword in his hand. He smiled and teamed up with Tyrant again. He didn't plan to leave just like that. Tyrant was very touched. Jiang Chen's strength was peerless, and he was even stronger than him. With him around, the 10 great monasteries might not be so arrogant anymore. However, if the Slaughter Pagoda came again, it might not be like before. The Black Nightmare Pagoda was just the vanguard. The Slaughter Pagoda, the Martial Dan Hall, the forces of the Divine Continent, and the sects that had a grudge with the Buddhist sect would definitely come. Chapter 3804. Brothers of one mind can cut through metal. Don't say such polite words. I'm not doing this for you, nor for the world. I'm doing this for little you, for our lifetime of happiness. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, unruffled. Tyrant nodded. Once Jiang Chen had decided on something, even 10 horses couldn't pull him back. Tyrant could only quickly recover from his injuries. The West Pole Divine Region was a true land of Buddha's aura. There used to be endless Buddha's aura on this land. However, the chanting of Buddhist scriptures and the Buddha's aura had long disappeared. However, Tyrant firmly believed that there would be a day when the Buddha's aura would once again shine on the land of the West Pole Divine Region, restoring the glory of the ancient times. Central Region Divine Land, Buddha Pagoda, Buddha Mountain. As the highest mountain in the Central Region, Buddha Mountain was the headquarters of the entire Buddha Pagoda. Countless experts in the Central Region Divine Land flocked to it like a flock of ducks, fearing it like a tiger. Other than the Martial Dan Hall, the Buddha Pagoda was the supreme existence in the entire Central Region Divine Land. Although there were countless Emperor Realm experts emerging, the existence of the Buddha Pagoda was still rather terrifying. Its position was unshakable. In the divine world, there were no people or forces that could make things difficult for the Buddha Pagoda. Ever since the Primordial War, the various forces had suffered heavy losses one after another. More and more experts had fallen and disappeared from the world. Countless experts had gradually ceased to exist, and countless forces had replaced each other. In the end, the Buddha Pagoda had replaced the Buddhist sect, which was the strongest force in the past, and had become a super force that existed alongside the Martial Pellet Hole. They stood at the peak of the Central Prefecture Divine Land and dictated the fate of all experts. The Buddha Pagoda's situation was strange. It was not tolerated by many forces, but it still couldn't change its position as the overlord of the Central Region Divine Land or even the entire divine world. At this moment, in the depths of Buddha Mountain, in the ancient land of the Buddha Pagoda, there were 10 stone tablets erected on a barren land. The layers of the tablets formed a tower, hence the name pagoda. The ancient land was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the scenery of snow lingered in the air. The surroundings were misty and long, and it seemed like an expanse of chaos. The 10 cards were already modeled and of poor quality. Time flew by, and they were weather-beaten. It was as if the endless history of billions of years had been written on them. Gotcha! Gotcha! At this moment, one of the black cards shattered into pieces and crumbled inch by inch. It turned into dust and dissipated between heaven and earth. Oh no, the card is broken. The 2 peaked divine emperors who were guarding the ancient land exchanged glances. Their expressions changed drastically as they exclaimed in shock. Their hearts were in turmoil. At the same time, 4 figures dashed out from Stupa Mountain, heading straight for the clouds. The strength of the 4 great experts were all at the Emperor realm. There was no doubt that they were extremely powerful. Their raging auras hovered above the clouds. The entire central continent divine land seemed to have sensed the earth-shaking roars of the 4 Emperor-level super-experts. What's going on? How did Black Nightmare die? How is this possible? There's actually someone in the god world who would dare to touch him. Even if you want to make a move, you have to weigh your own strength first. Looks like someone is issuing a challenge to our Buddhist pagoda. No matter what, the Black Nightmare pagoda is dead. His card has also completely vanished. We can't let our guard down now. There's actually such a terrifying expert outside of our detection. The 8-divisional pagoda is indispensable. Now that the Black Nightmare pagoda has passed away, it's quite troublesome for us. We must find the person who killed the Black Nightmare pagoda. Otherwise, how can the dignity of our Buddhist pagoda be preserved? The 4 people looked at each other with grave expressions. The death of the Black Nightmare pagoda had a huge impact on the Buddhist pagoda, especially on the 8-divisional pagoda. The 8-divisional pagoda wanted to advance and retreat together, but now that the Black Nightmare pagoda had passed away, it was a huge blow to both the dignity of the Buddhist pagoda and their strength. This person who dares to challenge the dignity of our Buddhist pagoda must not be let off. He must be severely punished. The One World Stupa said in a deep voice. He clenched his fists tightly as killing intent surged. Who knows how the Black Nightmare pagoda died? The Vajra pagoda furrowed his brows. He was also confused about the Black Nightmare pagoda's death. I heard that the Black Nightmare pagoda went to the West Pole to look for the Buddha and bring him back. He must have been killed in the West Pole. The Longshan pagoda nodded his head slightly and spoke with certainty. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now and head to the West Pole. We must find out who killed the Black Nightmare pagoda. The 9-dragon pagoda was also ready to charge into the West Pole at any time to avenge the Black Nightmare pagoda. The Black Nightmare pagoda died in the West Pole. It's really puzzling. After all, we all came from the West Pole Divine Continent. The place where the Buddha passed away was also the West Pole Divine Continent. Now, the Black Lotus Pagoda wanted to go to the West Pole Divine Continent to capture the Buddha's reincarnated golden body, but it was stopped there. It's hard to imagine how powerful the golden body of Buddha's reincarnation is. We have to be very careful on this trip to the West Pole Divine Land. We all know the strength of the Black Sea Pagoda, so we must not fail miserably. As long as the Buddha's golden reincarnation body is not eliminated, it will always be a threat to us. The One World Stupa said quietly. He was gradually getting worried. First life is right. We must be fully prepared for this trip to the West Pole Divine Land, and we can't let our guard down. Even the Emperor Venerable Level Black Sea Pagoda may fall, so we are also duty-bound. We must be more careful on this trip to the West Pole. The 9-dragon pagoda nodded his head in agreement with the One World Stupa. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. Even if it's the golden reincarnation body, how much trouble can it cause? That Buddha really deserves to die. The Vajra pagoda said through gritted teeth. He was very angry, but the trip to the West Pole was imminent. The death of the Black Nightmare Pagoda and the majesty of the Buddha Pagoda, as well as the Buddha, who had threatened them for countless years, had to die. Only then could they feel at ease. The 3 of you go first. I'll go find Venerable Sakra to discuss this. No matter what, the changes in the West Pole are enough to attract our attention. The great calamity of the world is imminent, but the West Pole has become so troublesome. This is definitely not good news for us. Whether the Buddha can make a comeback with the help of the West Pole is something that no one can say for sure. The One World Stupa glanced at the 3 of them. They had agreed to go first and find Venerable Sakra to find out what was going on. There's no time to lose. Let's set off quickly. No matter who it is, they will tremble under the glory of the Buddha pagoda. If the Buddhist sect is destroyed, it will never be able to shine again. Chapter 3805. The first world stupa looked at the figures of the three stupas in the distance with a solemn expression. He kept making hand signs as if he was calculating the changes in the West Pole. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he murmured, "You're right. How could this be? Could something big have happened in the Buddhist sect's ruins? Looks like the West Pole is really going to change. I have to go there. I have to hurry and find Venerable Sakra." The one world stupa turned around and went straight to Venerable Sakra's cave residence with a worried expression. The lifetime pagoda was able to predict and had the ability to predict. The death of the Black Nightmare pagoda this time made him feel that something was amiss. Sure enough, there seemed to be a great earthquake in the West Pole Divine Land. Such turbulence was even related to the great tribulation of heaven and earth that was coming soon. East of Stupa Mountain, Meru Canyon was the place of Venerable Sakra. He had always been in seclusion. For so many years, the pagoda was basically in the hands of the 8-divisional pagoda. But this time, even the Black Nightmare stupa couldn't escape misfortune. Therefore, the one world stupa had no choice but to find Venerable Sakra because only he could come out and take charge of the situation. After all, the reincarnated golden body of Buddha had reappeared in the West Pole, causing countless people to flock like ducks. If their pagoda didn't go, they would definitely lose a lot of things. Venerable Sakra, one world stupa requests an audience. The one world stupa's deep voice resounded throughout Meru Canyon. Suddenly, the two doors in the canyon opened quietly. "Venerable Sakra, come in for a chat." Sakra's voice resounded in the canyon, causing the one world stupa's eyes to brighten. He nodded heavily and flew into the canyon. In the cave, there was another world. Spiritual energy gathered, and the entire Meru Canyon was like a spiritual energy whirlpool. A pitch-black figure sat cross-legged with his back facing the one world stupa. "Venerable, the Black Nightmare stupa is dead, and there is a major turbulence in the West Pole. The 9 Dragons stupa, the Vajra diagram, and the Dragon Elephant stupa have already gone there. I was worried, so I made a prediction and found out that there might be a great change in the West Pole's Buddhist sect's old land, causing the entire West Pole to be in chaos." One world stupa went straight to the point. "I already know. In another half a year, I will be able to come out of seclusion. At that time, no matter how strong the Buddha becomes, he will not be able to escape from my hands." Sakra Lengleng said. He had always been brooding over the fact that the Buddha and Jiang Qin had escaped from his divine thoughts. Now that he was in the critical period of his closed-door training, he naturally couldn't go out. However, he had already predicted that there would be a big change in the West Pole Divine Land. He was the one who let the Buddha and Jiang Qin slip away. This time, they would not be able to escape. With his real body, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to escape. "Then, shall I go ahead first?" the one world stupa asked. "That's good. I will catch up with you soon. I hope that when I go to the West Pole Divine Land, you have already captured the Buddha. Remember, you must not kill the Buddha. He's extremely important to our Buddha's pagoda." Sakra warned again and again before he closed his eyes and entered into cultivation. "Yes, Your Majesty." The one world stupa left Meru Canyon with a solemn expression. He looked up at the void and asked for Sakra's permission. Then, the one world stupa did not stop and went straight to the West Pole Divine Land. However, in another region above the Central Region Divine Land, the auras of Emperor Realm experts emerged one after another. The only one that could compete with the Buddha's pagoda was the martial pellet hall. In the main hall of the martial pellet hall, there were more than 10 people standing in formation. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. The leader was dressed in white, his eyes were cold and disdainful, and he was calm and composed. I didn't expect that after so many years, the martial pellet hall's first defeat would actually be in the hands of a young boy. "Tell me, what use do I have for you?" The middle-aged man in white snorted coldly. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, not daring to speak. These 10 people were all Emperor Realm experts, and 4 of them had even reached the peak of the Emperor Realm. They were only a step away from becoming Emperor Realm experts. Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon, that Jiang Qin is too terrifying. Back then, several Emperor Realm experts of our martial pellet hall were defeated by him. He's simply a monster. That's right, Heavenly Venerate. This time, you must uphold justice for us. If Heavenly Venerate takes action, it will definitely be a piece of cake. Our martial pellet hall will definitely not suffer such humiliation. Heavenly Venerate, please protect the glory of our martial pellet hall. The group of people was full of respect for Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon. Their faces were solemn, and no one dared to let their guard down. A bunch of good-for-nothings. What use do you have? You let a young boy at the half-step Emperor realm make you all so quiet out of fear. You've really lost the face of our martial pellet hall. Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon's face was gloomy. She flicked her sleeves and stood up. Shui Feng, Lightning, Yao Yu, Bai Yun, follow me to the West Pole Divine Land. I'd like to see how monstrous this so-called number 1 genius of the Central Prefecture is. Yes, Heavenly Venerate. The 4 peak Emperor Realm experts all wore cold and stern expressions. They followed Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon and went straight to the West Pole Divine Land. At this moment, above the West Pole Divine Land, Jiang Chen and Tyrant visited the 10 great monasteries one after another. However, they were all rejected, which made Jiang Chen speechless. Tyrant wanted to use his Buddhist scriptures to discuss Tao, change the West Pole Divine Land, change the Buddhist sect, and reclaim the Buddhist sect. It was almost a fantasy story. The 10 great monasteries all closed their doors. At this moment, everyone knew that the Buddha had become the target of the slaughter pagoda. Everyone in the West Pole Divine Land was in danger. Even the small monasteries all closed their doors and closed their mountains to pray. Tyrant was also distressed and speechless. However, he still wanted to practice the original meaning of the Buddhist sect. Only by doing so could he have a chance to rebuild the Buddhist sect. I'm afraid this can't go on. Monk, even I feel that you have been rejected too many times. They have long forgotten that you were the one who single-handedly supported the Buddhist sect. Jiang Chen let out a sigh. Amitabha, I believe that there will always be a reward for your efforts. Tyrant said in a low voice, but he still couldn't hide his disappointment. However, at this moment, in the distant sky, an unparalleled vortex descended from the sky. It connected the heavens and the earth. Strong winds blew, black waves surged, thunder rumbled, and the sky changed color. Chapter 3806. Wild winds rolled, and huge waves surged into the sky. Clouds and mist shrouded the distant sky. This was the place where the Buddhist sect's spirited mountain was, the ancient land of the Great Path relic. An extremely powerful hurricane descended from the sky, attracting the attention of everyone in the West Pole Divine region. The astonishment they felt was unimaginable. As the wind and clouds surged, the colors in the sky changed, making it difficult for people to grasp. The phenomenon of heaven and earth was like the end of the world. The sea of sand had fallen, and the wind was howling. Everyone in the entire West Pole Divine Land was as silent as cicadas in winter, especially those who used to be part of the Buddhist sect. When they realized that the place with great momentum and danger was actually the old land of the Buddhist sect, they all became nervous. What's going on? Could it be that a demon had been born in the old land of the Buddhist sect? In all these years, I've never heard of such a huge upheaval in the old land of the Buddhist sect. It's hard to say. The situation in the West Pole has changed. Not long ago, I heard that the golden body of Buddha's reincarnation has come to the West Pole. It's very likely that it was caused by him. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Even the Buddha ancestor of the Buddhist sect doesn't have such ability, right? Look, within a radius of 500 kilometers, the old grounds of the Buddhist sect have all been reduced to a sandstorm. It's worrisome. Looks like those old monks can go out and take a look. With such an unforeseen event happening in the Buddhist sect's old haunt, I don't think any of them will sit still and wait for death. You're wrong. I heard that the 10 great monasteries and countless Buddhist disciples have all closed their monasteries and secluded their monasteries to focus on cultivation. This time, the old haunt of the Buddhist sect might not cause them to rush over like a flock of ducks. Countless people sighed with emotion. The disciples of the Buddhism sect had been scattered throughout the West Pole for thousands of years. They even existed in several other big provinces. Although the old land of the Buddhism sect had been destroyed and no longer existed, countless believers were still extremely devoted to the Buddhism sect. However, the turmoil in the old haunt of the Buddhist sect had caused many people to fall into a state of panic. They didn't know what to do. The golden body of the reincarnation of the Buddha and the death of the powerhouses of the Buddha Tower in the West Pole Divine Land were all shocking events. It was reasonable for people to be in a state of panic. After all, for so many years, the West Pole had been peaceful. It was too peaceful. No, I have to go back and have a look. Tyrant said in a deep voice. Come, let's go together. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He knew that Tyrant must have his own reasons for wanting to return to the ancestral land of Buddha sect. What did you find? Jiang Chen could not help but ask. A familiar aura. Tyrant gave Jiang Chen a meaningful look. Maybe it will help me. That's good. Let's go. You've been rejected time and time again by the 800 monasteries of the West Pole. Let's see if this Buddhist sect can regain its former glory. Ha! Jiang Chen laughed and said. Many people from the monasteries are also fence-sitters and are watching. Many of the 10 great monasteries where arhats are located have not come forward. Those small monasteries will not easily take action. If they take a stand, they are likely to become cannon fodder. I have always believed that they must be waiting for the return of the Buddhist sect. Once upon a time, the 10,000 Buddha ancestor was not a faith. The true faith is their confidence. Tyrant looked incomparably serious. He exchanged a glance with Jiang Chen, then both of them went straight to the old haunt of Buddha sect. Reverend Wood Spirit was already stationed there, because Tyrant had already expected this. Not long after, the two of them appeared in the Buddhist sect's old haunt. At that moment, the heavens and earth changed. It was dark and gloomy, as if it was the end of the world. No one could understand Tyrant's feelings. The earth-shattering change in the Buddhist sect's old haunt was a true fortune. The surrounding sandstorm became stronger and stronger, and the hurricane connected with the sky. Jiang Chen and Tyrant were at the heart of the storm. If they were not Emperor Realm powerhouses, they would have long been torn to pieces. Even so, Reverend Mu Ling could only stand at the periphery and watch silently. Jiang Chen and Tyrant walked step by step into the hinterland. The old haunt of the Buddha sect was already in ruins. Now that it had become like this, the earth-shattering change had attracted the attention of experts from all directions. Look, there are 6 light pillars in the sky, and they have all landed on the Buddhist sect. Yes. What exactly are these 6 pillars of light? Who knows? I think only the true powerhouses of the Buddhist sect know what these energy light pillars are. It seems that the rise of the Buddhist sect is not groundless. If the mighty Buddha of the 10,000 Buddha ancestor has really reincarnated, then maybe he can really lead a storm in the West Pole Divine region. Although the West Pole Divine region seemed calm, countless forces and experts were secretly stirring. They were all watching the changes in the Buddhist sect's old haunt. What was the reason behind it? It was worrisome. It's him, it's really him. Tyrant said in a serious tone. Who is it? Jiang Chen asked in confusion. I vow not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. Tyrant said excitedly. That familiar aura was filled with darkness and darkness. Although the black demon Qi was rampaging through the heavens and earth, it was the aura that he was most familiar with. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Jiang Chen finally knew who Tyrant was talking about. Could it be that such a huge movement was caused by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? Amitabha. That's right, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is the true prophet of the Buddhist sect. He is on par with Dipankara Gautama Buddha. However, hell is reincarnated, and the demonic path is reborn. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva made a great promise, I vow not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. As a prophet of the Buddhist sect, I can't be compared to you. Tyrant said with a pious expression. His eyes were shining with anticipation. The arrival of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva would make the entire Buddhist sect shine. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was not in the West Pole Divine region, but in hell. He was the most respected ancient prophet of the Buddhist sect. Although he didn't become a Buddha, it wasn't because he didn't have enough strength or status. Chapter 3807. In the old haunt of the Buddhist sect, the storm in the sky had already gradually disappeared. Layers of black light and shadows filled the air, and a black aura lingered. At the peak of the sky, a black stone door slowly opened, and a man wearing coarse hemp clothes slowly walked out. His body was surrounded by rings of incorporeal brilliance. Tyrant's expression became grave, and he put his palms together with a stern expression. Amitabha, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Apologies for not coming out to greet you. Although Tyrant was the supreme of the Buddhist sect, the ancestor of all Buddhas, he was extremely respectful to Ksitigarbha. One could imagine the identity and status of Ksitigarbha. Even Buddhas did not dare to compete with him, especially Ksitigarbha, who had given up the chance to become a Buddha for the sake of all living beings in the world. Now, billions of years had passed, but he still held on to his beliefs. He swore not to become a Buddha until hell was empty. Tyrant was extremely excited to return. Ksitigarbha's strength and status were unparalleled in the entire Buddhist sect. Only Dipankara Buddha could be compared to him. The old monk looked calm, but his brows were filled with worry. He was worried about the world. Amitabha, Buddha is too serious. The reincarnation of the three realms has caused experts to fall. Although I am the Lord of Hell, I am powerless to reverse the situation. I am ashamed. Hell is still empty, but that is because of the drastic changes that happened billions of years ago. It was not because of the conversion of all living beings, but because of the calamity of the world. Countless experts wandered the world. Ksitigarbha said solemnly. It seems that great monk also knows that the calamity of the world is coming, so you have returned to the Buddhist sect to help me rebuild the Buddhist sect. Overjoyed, Tyrant said with a smile. That's not it. My strength is limited, so I cannot become a Buddha. Naturally, there is a reason. Hell is empty, and I cannot absolve myself from the blame. The ones who can help Buddha are your friends. Ksitigarbha looked at Jiang Chen and nodded slightly. Jiang Chen also nodded slightly and smiled. Amitabha, greetings to you. Amitabha. Young master's talent is extraordinary. This humble monk doesn't dare to speak nonsense. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was extremely respectful towards Jiang Qin, which slightly surprised Tyrant. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was never one to curry favor with those in power, yet he was treating Jiang Qin with such importance. This puzzled Tyrant. Great monk, you're being too serious. How can I help you to revive the Buddhist sect? Only you, the almighty beings of the Buddhist sect, can bring the Buddhist sect back to its peak. Jiang Qin shook his head with a smile. Amitabha, could it be that great monk has prophesied something? Tyrant looked at Ksitigarbha with a solemn expression. The Buddha said, I can't say. The heavens and the earth were boundless, and wind gave birth to water. The Great Tribulation was about to arrive, and everything in the world was unable to escape the suffering of reincarnation. The true gate of reincarnation is already in the hands of the demonic ancestor. This old monk can only use this minor gate of reincarnation to send you all back to heaven and earth. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva clenched his fist and pushed open the minor gate of reincarnation. This was the template of the true gate of reincarnation, but it could also be said to be a defective product left behind by the gate of reincarnation. It was called the minor gate of reincarnation. Amitabha, the gate of reincarnation was taken by the demonic ancestor, and I was powerless to protect it, which led to the fall of hell. Buddha, please punish me, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said with a sorrowful expression. Tyrant shook his head. Great monk, don't blame yourself. If I hadn't been distracted in the past, causing the demonic ancestor to wreak havoc on the spiritual mountain, leading to the destruction of the Buddhist sect, we might not have been defeated so miserably during the Great Tribulation. There's no need to mention the past. I'm currently guarding the minor gate of reincarnation, but I don't have much strength left. It won't be something that can be done in a short time. I can only protect you all from being destroyed by reincarnation, and hopefully, I can redeem myself for my past negligence. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva murmured, his face full of shame. The dilapidated minor gate of reincarnation quietly opened at this moment. At that moment, Jiang Qin and Tyrant were both focused on it. In that instant, Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed, and his expression changed drastically. You, Ling Yun. Jiang Qin never expected that they, who had fallen into the 6 paths of reincarnation, would reappear in front of him. Jiang Qin didn't know where they had gone, but it turned out that they had always been in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Husband. Long Ling Yun and Yu rushed towards Jiang Qin at the same time, jumping into his embrace. Their eyes were filled with tears, making Jiang Qin feel extremely sad. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Jiang Qin sighed, feeling extremely guilty. If it wasn't for Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, he might not even know where to look for them. Motherfucker. Little Qin, you're just a thing that only cares about the opposite sex. Can't you see me? De Huang walked out of the minor gate of reincarnation while cursing. He looked at Jiang Qin with a face full of indignation, as if he was going to compete with Ling Yun and the others for Jiang Qin's favor. I knew it. You won't die. Jiang Qin scolded with a smile, his face full of relief. At this moment, Han Yan, Long San, and Bai Yun had appeared. Only Lan Lingji was left standing there alone, her face full of disappointment. She looked at Jiang Qin with an indescribable bitterness in her heart. Why didn't Yen and the stinky monkey come out? Where's Bai Yun? Jiang Qin's expression turned solemn, looking at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva with a stern face. Great monk, what's going on? Why didn't all the people in the 6 paths of reincarnation return? Amitabha. I don't know either. Of those 2, one had escaped from the 3 realms and was no longer within the 5 elements, and the other was formed from the demonic chi of heaven and earth. He had escaped the 6 paths of reincarnation by deceiving the heavens and the earth. As for the woman, she was probably saved from the 6 paths of reincarnation by a powerful expert. It's already a great fortune for me to be able to bring them out from the 6 paths of reincarnation and hide them in the minor gate of reincarnation. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's face was full of solemnity. Jiang Chen put his palms together and bowed slightly in gratitude. Thank you, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, for your great kindness. Longsha San has jumped out of the 3 realms and is no longer in the 5 elements. Even Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said that he won't be in danger. Sister-in-law, you don't have to worry too much. I believe it won't be long before that stinky monkey appears in front of us. Jiang Chen looked at Lan Lingji and said. Lan Lingji nodded slightly, but the bitterness and worry in her eyes were heart-wrenching. Ling Yun and Long Ying held her hands tightly, which gradually calmed her heart down. Once this minor gate of reincarnation is opened, the evil ancestor should be able to sense it. I think it won't be long before the people of the Buddhist pagoda arrive. I don't have any strength left. Controlling the minor gate of reincarnation is already my limit. Buddha ancestor, the heavy burden of the rise of the Buddhist sect rests on you alone. The evil ancestor is cruel, but I believe you must be the true Buddha ancestor. With you in the Buddhist sect, this old monk can die without regrets. Amitabha Bodhisattva. Great monk has worked hard. I, Buddha, will never let you down. Tyrant said with a solemn expression. I'm afraid that you don't have the capability. The Buddhist sect has long ceased to exist, and you, old bald donkey, should have perished long ago. Chapter 3808. Jiang Chen's expression became gloomy, and Tyrant looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Right at this moment, in the distant sky, 3 figures appeared in front of them. Dragon Elephant Pagoda. 9 Dragons Pagoda. Vajra Pagoda. Tyrant's face darkened. The 3 great pagodas were part of the 8 pagodas, and they were all top experts. Even though they were not as strong as they were in the past, they were still at the Emperor realm. Compared to the Black Nightmare Pagoda, they might even be stronger. With the 3 of them working together, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. I didn't expect you to remember us. Buddha, it seems like you are still the same. Even I look down on you. Ha ha ha, do you want to repeat the mistakes of the past? The 9 Dragons Pagoda sneered. Right now, these people were all trash. In his eyes, they posed no threat at all. The fact that the Black Nightmare Pagoda had died in the hands of the Buddha was truly puzzling. At the same time, it also made them feel sad and unworthy. Amitabha, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you will be saved. Buddhas, why must you force us? The Buddhist sect is facing a great calamity because of your stubbornness. The demon ancestor betrayed us. Now that the calamity of this world is coming, you will not be able to escape the pain of reincarnation. Ksitigarbha put his palms together and said solemnly. Old man, you are now an arrow at the end of its flight. What right do you have to talk nonsense in front of us? What right do you have? The gate of reincarnation is already in the hands of the demon ancestor. The calamity of this world is nothing to us. What is there to fear? Ha ha ha. The Vajra Pagoda laughed mockingly. In their eyes, the one who was truly stubborn was this old monk who did not know what was good for him. Bullshit, I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. Wasn't your gate of reincarnation snatched away by the demon ancestor? He he he. The Dragon Elephant Pagoda sneered, his eyes dark. What a bunch of ungrateful people. It seems like these people deserve to die. Monk, you won't plead for them this time, right? The 8-divisional stupa was blinded by greed and had long become a lackey of the demon ancestor. Now, it seems like it is nothing more than that. Jiang Qin said disdainfully. The 3 Buddhas of the 9 dragons stared at Jiang Qin coldly. Jiang Qin's mockery and disdain made them feel extremely insulted. So, you were the one who killed the Black Ocean Pagoda. The 9 dragons stupid Dao. That's right. What's the difference between killing one person and killing millions? It's not a bad idea to have you 3 old dogs. Jiang Qin said proudly. Amitabha, 3 Buddhas, I don't want to kill anyone. Increasing the sin of killing is an evil that is difficult to eliminate for us. One day, we will reap what we sow. Although the Buddhist sect has been destroyed, I, the Buddha, am still around. As long as I'm still around, I'll make the Buddhist sect shine once again. Not for glory, but for the common people of the world. I'll be able to end things well from the beginning to the end. When will there ever be an end to revenge? Our enemy is the great calamity of the world. Only by overcoming it will we be the true victors, the true heroes. Tyrant said sincerely. However, to the 3 Buddhas, it was like a chicken talking to a duck. The 3 of them completely ignored Tyrant. In their eyes, only the strong and the victors had the right to speak. The Black Ocean Pagoda was dead, so even if he had 1,000 words to say, he couldn't. Today, they would make Tyrant and Jiang Qin bow their heads. Cut the crap. You're no longer the Buddha of the past. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is no longer divine and the minor samsara gate is on the verge of collapse. What qualifications do you have to challenge us? Hurry up and follow me. Maybe the demon ancestor will be merciful and spare your lives. Ha ha ha. The Buddhas of the dragon elephant pointed at Tyrant arrogantly. His gaze was like a sword, overbearing and domineering. What a bunch of trash. You don't know what's good for you. Today, all of you will die here. Jiang Qin said solemnly. He knew that he couldn't do it, but he still did it. Although the outcome of today's battle had yet to be decided, he would definitely make these guys pay the price. Awesome, little Chinzi. That's an Emperor Realm expert. Can you do it or not? If you can't, let's run. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. De Huang glanced at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's strength was only at the peak mid-Emperor realm. There was still a huge gap between him and an Emperor realm expert. You've just broken through to the Emperor realm. You're not qualified to talk to me. Do you think I'm trash like you? Hee hee. Jiang Qin said with a smile. De Huang clenched his teeth in anger, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Humph, if I wasn't sealed in the 6 paths of reincarnation for so long, do you think I'll be afraid of you? It's all thanks to Ksitigarbha's Buddha aura. Otherwise, not only will our strength not improve, we'll also die in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Then, De Huang's eyes couldn't conceal his gratitude towards Ksitigarbha. Not only Big Yellow, but Long Ying, Yu, Ling Yun and even Lan Lingji had all broken through to the sovereign realm. This had something to do with the support of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's Buddha aura. Because of this, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had to expend a huge amount of Buddha aura to save them from the 6 paths of reincarnation. Amitabha. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Ksitigarbha's words were filled with Buddhist charm. Even Tyrant was surprised. It's a pity that these Buddhas are here to court death. Jiang Qin stared at the 3 of them closely. Obviously, they were here to avenge the Black Nightmare Pagoda. Moreover, their targets were him and Tyrant. This battle wouldn't be as easy as before. 1 Emperor Venerable Realm expert was still manageable, but 3 Emperor Venerable Realm experts had arrived at the same time. To Jiang Qin, this would be a great challenge. Since the Black Nightmare Pagoda was killed by you, I'd like to see what's so special about you. The Long Xiang Pagoda faced Jiang Qin with murderous intent. Its fists were ready to strike. You've killed countless experts and genius disciples of my Buddha pagoda. Today, it's time to settle the score with you. The 9-dragon pagoda was also ready. The death of the Black Nightmare pagoda had a great impact on the 8-divisional pagoda. Otherwise, if the 8-divisional pagoda joined forces, their divine might would be unparalleled and unparalleled. Since you insist on seeking death, we can only fulfill your wish. The Vajra pagoda exchanged a glance with the other two. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 3809. Let's do it, monk. These guys won't give up until they see their coffins. Jiang Qin sneered. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and stood up proudly with unstoppable momentum. Amitabha, Amitabha. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva closed his eyes and murmured the name of Buddha, shaking his head and sighing. For the Buddhist sect, this was indeed a bitter civil war. The battle between the reincarnated golden body of Buddha and the 8-divisional pagoda was something that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva could not bear to watch. For the Buddhist sect, this was a humiliation and a great loss of morality. Buddha once sacrificed himself to become a Buddha for the people of the world, but he was betrayed by the people of the world. Although he was in the wrong, it was not his own will. No one in the Buddhist sect was willing to forgive Buddha. Even the betrayal of the 8-divisional pagoda and Sakra heaven was a fatal blow to the Buddhist sect. At this moment, he knew that things had come to this and there was no turning back. The only thing that mattered was whose fist was bigger and whose words were the hard and fast truth. Jiang Qin faced the Dragon Elephant Pagoda and the Vajra Pagoda at the same time. He held the heavy sword in his hand and moved horizontally. The 24 moves of sword were unparalleled in the world. Jiang Qin used the dragon transformation and increased his strength to the peak of the Emperor realm. With the support of the heavenly dragon sword and the limitless sword, even if he faced the Vajra Pagoda and the Dragon Elephant Pagoda alone, he was not afraid. On the other side, Tyrant also faced the 9-dragon pagoda alone. Compared to Jiang Qin, Tyrant's strength was constantly increasing. The greater the change in the Buddha aura, the stronger his strength became. When his strength reached a certain realm, he was almost very powerful. Relying on the endless Buddha aura and the power of faith, Tyrant's strength had also reached the peak of the Emperor realm. Not only did he absorb his relic, but he also perfectly integrated the Buddha aura of Avalokitesvara. At this moment, Tyrant was no longer the same person as before. Buddha light illumination. A simple ray of Buddha light shot out in all directions, causing the 9 dragons pagoda to not dare to underestimate it. Even though he had the cultivation base of an emperor, he still felt some pressure fighting against the Buddha ancestor. One must know that the Buddha ancestor back then was a paragon of the Buddha world, the ancestor of the Buddha world. Even Reverend Sakra wasn't a match for him. If it wasn't for the devil ancestor's counterattack, they would probably be nothing but a small soldier in front of the Buddha ancestor forever. Now that he had grasped such an opportunity, he naturally couldn't let it go. Being able to heavily injure the Buddha ancestor was quite a worthwhile deal, even if he had to suffer 800 casualties. What a terrifying sword. This guy's strength is simply too terrifying. Long Xiang, be careful. The Vajra Pagoda said with a stern face. Both of them didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Who could have imagined that whether it was the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand or his ever-victorious swordsmanship, both of them had reached the pinnacle. Even if his strength was far inferior to theirs, his power was shocking. The 24 moves of sword was the foundation of the 23 moves of sword, reaching the essence of swordsmanship. The slightest mistake could lead to a great error. The 24 moves of sword was the transformation of the 23 moves of sword. With the heavenly dragon sword in hand, this pinnacle-level divine weapon made the Vajra Pagoda and Long Xiang Pagoda flinch. The little Chinzi is getting more and more terrifying. This guy is really hard to imagine. De Huang said with a solemn face. At this time, his strength was quite shabby. However, being trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation for so long, there was nothing he could do about it. It was already extremely difficult for him to rely on Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's Buddha charm to break through to the Emperor realm and live until now. Husband, you can do it. Ling Yun murmured. Jiang Chen's invincible prowess had made them excited. However, it was still unknown if he could turn the tide. After all, the two of them were Emperor realm experts. A little bit of carelessness could lead to their defeat. Jiang Chen was fighting against two at the same time. His eyes emitted a terrifying chill. He must kill the 2 pagodas here. The Vidra Pagoda and Long Xiang Pagoda looked at each other solemnly. Both of them were furious. They were suppressed by an Emperor realm brat. This was intolerable. Let's do it, Vidra. Does this brat really think that we are afraid of him? Let's show him the true strength of an Emperor realm expert. The corner of Long Xiang Pagoda's mouth curved up. Murderous aura filled his body as he clenched his fist. His body was like a giant bell. His 10 feet tall body was unstoppable. Long Xiang transformation. The Long Xiang Pagoda's body was invincible. The Long Xiang Pagoda crossed the void and threw a punch. The might of the Long Xiang Pagoda was unstoppable. 24 moves of sword. The limitless realm is better than the limitless realm. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. He retreated in order to advance. The Long Xiang Pagoda's Long Xiang divine might had given him quite a bit of trouble. Moreover, his strength had already reached the Middle Emperor realm, maybe even higher. That terrifying pressure forced Jiang Chen to give it his all. Streaks of high sky sword intent, along with the limitless sword, shone down from the sky and fought against the Long Xiang Pagoda. Vajra Dharma body, undying and indestructible. The Vajra Pagoda's palms were linked together and the Vajra body was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. Jiang Chen could not help but complain as the Vajra Dharma body and the virtuous Dracophant might were their strongest techniques. The two venerable emperors were using all their techniques and Jiang Chen was in a very dangerous situation. Fuck your whole family. Jiang Chen gnashed his teeth. The Vajra Dharma body and Long Xiang body were suppressing him, making his face even more serious. On the other side, Tyrant was also under extreme pressure. Although it was full of Buddha aura, the 9 Dragons Pagoda's battle strength was also quite terrifying. The 8-divisional pagoda was once the Buddhist sect's war god, its battle strength was undeniable. Vajra fist. Go to hell, you ungrateful thing. The Vajra Dharma body held the Vajra fist in his hand. It was unstoppable. The Vajra Dharma body of the Vajra Dharma body was comparable to a divine weapon. When the two fists collided, Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword only left a shallow wound under the Vajra fist. The clanging force was deafening. Jiang Chen retreated step by step. The pincer attack of the two heroes and the crazy attacks of the two Buddhist pagodas forced Jiang Chen to defend himself. Divine Golden Bell. Jiang Chen activated the Eastern Emperor Bell. Although the current Eastern Emperor Bell had not reached a perfect state and had not been repaired completely, Jiang Chen's myriad chi started to repair it crazily after his strength reached the Emperor realm. The current Eastern Emperor Bell was not to be underestimated. Under the Divine Golden Bell, it collided with the Vajra Pagoda's fist, shaking the surroundings and shattering the mountains and rivers. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.